Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to some more action at CCT. We're in Season 3. We're ready to close out Series 2 here in Europe. I'm Exner. I'm joined here by Over and Nexus. I'm looking forward to carrying forward some of the matches that we have here today. We're kicking it off in the semifinals here. It's going to be an exciting way to start off the day here, Nexus. We got a fantastic schedule ahead here. We're getting deep into the playoffs right now. What do you make of these teams remaining?
I'm a little bit surprised that we get to see Partizan here, but just because I thought Beckley would have had that series yesterday, but we find ourselves here nonetheless. But beyond that, I think everybody has absolutely as well made their reasoning as to why they should be here. Of course, that does include Partizan. It has been one hell of a show from them. They just managed to get through Power Vision, which in itself is an obstacle. Then you go through Betclic, who look pretty damn good. And, just barely get over that one as well. And now they're up against the TNL, who just come fresh off beating Big. And that is, to me, not just Big, but pretty much every single team they've played in the recent times, they have managed to beat. There's been 2 series, I think, 3 now, in the last month where they've lost more than 1 map, which is insanity.
Yeah,
they've won.
They've been looking on a bit of a dominant streak right now. I've been super impressed with what they brought to the table yesterday. It was tenacity, it was aggression that I really love to see out of this team. I'm excited to see them. I think they deserve their spot here in the semifinal, and look to see if they can keep it up here versus this Partizan squad who's waking up in a big way here in playoffs as they need to do here. We've seen a lot of upsets as well as our second semifinal and Passion UA and Navi Junior a little bit later down the line here. Nexus, or rather, Over. You want to run through those matchups and talk about their run here?
Oh man, Partizan, they've had one hell of a run themselves, a very difficult one, I would dare say even. I mean, they first had to start off by killing their brothers in the Swiss stage, Zero Tenacity being eliminated after a very tough best of 3. And then afterwards we came to the playoffs round of 16 against Vision, taking a 2-1. A very tough team again, another tough cookie to crack. Moving on to face off Betclic yesterday, and I personally didn't expect them to win. They did pull it through, and we were all better for it, or more surprised for it. But today, I feel like, my predictions have been pretty on point lately. I feel like TNL might be a too tough nut to crack.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters that we have here brought to the table. I guess we can start with TNL there, right? Because I'm with you. I think this is a tough team to try and take down. Watching them yesterday assert their dominance, sweep the series in relatively clean fashion when they were playing up against Big. It made me really impressed with what they were able to do. I mean, their map pool looking pretty sharp in terms of the victories that they've been able to bring together. They're able to capitalize on some of the weaker points of their opponents right now, and for the most part, it just feels like this team is capable of bringing through a full team effort here.
I feel like you're on point. I feel like TNL, I've been saying this for a while now. I even predicted that Big most likely lose against them in the playoffs, and that's exactly what happened. They are a strong-ass team that out of nowhere have come out to, kind of showcase them as the up-and-coming underdog that is basically punching above their weight line every single time. And winning here will propel them further deeper into the tournaments to come. I feel like this is a proper jumping board for them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the most impressive part is making it through the closed qualifiers into the Swiss stage, where they then went 3-0, able to scale forward into playoffs. I mean, yet to take a loss so far in a series throughout their run in the closed qualifiers and Swiss stage. So, you're heading in with just maximum confidence. I think this team kind of, as of recent, maybe forgetting how to lose. They actually did lose a matchup yesterday, I think in advance, which I think is a bit of a shame, but still eager to bounce back from that and try and prove themselves in a deep playoff run. They've already been looking to rise in the VRS. I think this could be the cherry on top if they are able to complete the run here, make it from the closed qualifiers to the final. That'd be a really cool story for the squad.
It would be. It really would be. But it's not the only thing that's actually dangerous about this team. Now, I'll just go over very quickly, since I want to get over toward that next part as well. But this is a team where everybody works as a unit. Everybody has the capability to do pretty much whatever they need in that time. They play very aggressive. Counter-Strike very much set the pace, and it's very hard to stop them as well, which makes it even more difficult to play against them, and it's incredibly fun to watch in my eyes as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. They have some good reads. They've been able to bring that into full fruition so far here in CCT. We can go ahead and take a look at the other side of things, though, and see who they're going to be playing up against. This Partizan roster, I think, has maybe some question marks, right, heading into this series. What can they do here? Obviously, they've been on a little bit of a slump since making some of the roster adjustments. They are bouncing back in a big way here. They've had a lot of growing pains. They've had to do it in a scrappy fashion, but they've finally got the win in their sails right there from their run in the CCT Global Finals. I think they're really able to assert themselves in this series and show what this team is made of and show what they're capable of, even despite the fact that they've gone under so many changes here recently.
Dude, the fact that Partizan are even here is already a massive achievement. I think in their eyes they've succeeded no matter what the end result is of the day. Obviously a victory is what you'd want to have, but regardless of how you go into this best of 3, you've already done more than you could have ever hoped to, given the changes they've gone through. I mean, let's be realistic. Changing your IGL, basically before the tournament really picks off. Not just that, changing up the whole approach. Now you've got quite a few players that, tended to be AWP players, and you're still kind of switching it out a little bit. Depression's mostly taking that role as a full one, but there are instances with Kindo and Dragon also wielding that secondary or sometimes even primary. What I'm getting at, there's a lot of small things that you'll have to adjust to. Now Colin's IGLing, everything kind of happening. I feel like Partizan's still gonna need some time to really root out the let's say the micro mismanagements, because there are quite a few mistakes that you get to see here and there, but they're not that big, they're not that important, but they will make a difference when you go against a team that is a higher caliber than you or yourself are. And perhaps not in this case, because TNL, obviously I wouldn't rank them higher caliber than Partizan from the get-go. But individually, they're going to be one of the toughest opponents they've had to date.
Yeah, I mean, I think a large amount of that errors that you're talking about right now, I think they do come in the form of Emmy being able to bring in a really good structure and then losing that key piece of the puzzle there. You need time to figure out what the identity of this team is going to be, right? And I think they maybe are trying to lock that one down in the Swiss stage. I almost watched them get eliminated by Delta. It was a very close series where they took 2 losses already in the Swiss stage. They almost didn't make it to playoffs here, and now they're able to turn it around and make deep runs into playoffs. It might hint that this roster's heading in the right direction right now in terms of figuring out that identity, figuring out the calling style that everyone bring their game plan into full fruition right now for this team. And I think it's a good turnaround. This team has limited time to figure out these adjustments and are already now in a semifinals here. That's exactly what you're going for.
If I may just add here, and then I'll let Nexus have a word, because we've kind of left him empty-handed. Collins has really stepped in massively as the replacement IGL. I don't know how much he's been doing, about, how much he's been calling before Emmy left. I presume not a lot, maybe some mid-round, something like that. But he has adjusted very quickly to the scenario. I like that.
Absolutely. I'm right there with you. We can go and take a look at the veto. We can get Nexus involved in that conversation here. I talked about the good map pull here from TNL. I think they do take maybe a small disadvantage. Partizan banning out Train right now is their kind of perm, but I think that's one of the best maps for TNL at the moment. But they still have a strong map pull to bolster around it here, Nexus.
Yeah, they do. They do. There's also weaknesses that kind of do go around here, and that's more on the side of Partizan and due to the things you mentioned as well, right? Some issues, the instability they've gone through, the up and down since Vlad and now Depression has kind of joined as well. It hasn't been perfect, but they are getting there. So even for them as well, right? They go into this one saying, okay, what do we kind of pick into? There's not a lot of options. So I'm focused on that Dust 2 because for TNL, that's one of the only maps that is weaker, or you can maybe exploit here if you're Partizan, if you have the confidence in some of your maps, because Inferno's out, Anubis you probably don't want to go to, and it just doesn't leave you with a lot of options. So this is one of the most default vetoes we're probably going to see for a long time as well here.
Yeah, well, we're ready to see how they're able to bring it into the server right now as we're ready to hop on into our first semifinal here. Looking forward to it. It's going to be on Nuke, opening map here picked out by TNL. Fellas, feel free to take it away.
Thank you very much, Exner, Henry, and yeah, it's gonna be our first round. The pistol is live. We've got duelies for Vladan and Kindo both. Nuke has been historically a bit of a weaker map for Partizan. Yesterday against BetClick, definitely a disappointing one. They still came out on top at the end of the series, though. And Nexus with me, Overseer with you. It is the semifinals here at the CCT, starting off with a bang. We've got Collins with duels. Oh, no, Kareny, though. How does Karen do? Oh, what? No way! That's absurd. It's absolutely bonkers, and it should be illegal. How is he allowed to take 3 there?
Too much given. Dragon is his time to take instead, but it ain't looking clean.
Yeah, the Horde's empty so far.
Misses opportunity. And if it just walks back, and that is the round in the bag for TNL. I mean, sure, sometimes you can have a pistol like that. Garen decided to go in and to take them out. Takes care of business. Colin's too focused on the rest of them. Like, it's a good idea of Partizan here as well, don't get me wrong, but you do not let someone get up close like this with a Glock and not punish them. They were focused on clearing out the rest instead, and one slipped through, and just a little too much to handle there. The pistol gets picked up. As it should if you're in that sort of position at that point as well, but round of 2 is a full eco. I like this. We have conversations about these ecos, force buys in these situations. I don't know what's happening on round. Walking down his totem pole there, carrying Jawi on their shoulders. But TNL, they're gonna make it a very nice second round. So far, nothing yet lost. Onyx with the Mac 10 as well, gonna be hunting. And he's gonna have support.
Be an easy second here for TNL, all things considered. I mean, surely pistols don't threaten their success here. Carnet, yeah. I mean, he's looking for that carnage. Dragon again lost alive. The Horde still empty. Still looking for his first gold piece. Not a lot that happens though, unfortunately. And TNL, like I said, Nuke has been historically a weak map for Partizan. There's no... yesterday it was a bad map. Today should be no different. Maybe some exceptions to the rule. Sure, some rounds. But overall, it does look like this should be pretty straightforward. Beyond that, I mean, like I said, TNL individually, they have been on freaking fire. There we go. And Partizan is definitely going to have all 5 players firing on all cylinders. Despite my repetition, that's the facts. Them's the facts. That's life. And right now, first gun round. Let's see how it kind of goes. Partizan, you need this entry. Depression. He's been quiet a few games before, and here he trades himself off. Not the worst, but not the best either. Dragon Collins meanwhile with 2, and it seems like Partizan have found their way in.
Gonna continue off that as well. The confidence they have, it's left Vladen to just push through lobby. Far deep in the back lines. Onyx revealed himself in the second man. Vladen knows it here, just waiting for that opportunity. Dude, at this point, all but confirmed, though. Collins is low. He is thankfully not swinging this. With that bomb needing to be picked up as well, there's not a lot of options here for Onyx to unravel. Round number 3, but he's still got to give it a try. Loss bonus at 0, but could still be a-okay for a buy in the next round as well for TNL here, so... Makes sense. Onyx does want to try to take away a weapon or 2 still. Might just come down to timing. Vladen watches, will be taken down. Unexpected parts. There's Dragon. Takes the round. Partizan will collect it. First one on the board. Wonderfully done. We don't get to see much of what happened outside, but it was carnage well enough. Dropped the bomb, and that was that of it. At the end of it all as well here. So, Partizan, first round is on the board. There comes the expected force buy out of TNL as well. It's lacking a little bit of A bit of firepower around it with a couple of Galils and Mag-10, but that's just for util. Not the biggest loss, anyways. It seems like there is definitely some sort of idea that TNL have here as well from the very get-go. Plenty of util forced toward the A side. Kindo might be forced to a duel, but Collins opens it up instead.
And it seems like it's not just Collins. Vladan picks up the pace, and with that, Partizan pick up number 2, or they should at least. NAVI and Flyrax should have no chance of doing much at all. Not only don't they have the C4, but positionally quite exposed. Love how Flyrax and NAVI both have such a... when you look at their cameras, you can see that the sun is really shining hard in their rooms. I hope the reflection is not too bad on the monitor.
No. It's a camera effect. I got the same thing as well with mine. I'll have you know, so thankfully it's not bad.
But yeah, all in all, good second. Partizan, perhaps we were wrong, perhaps I was wrong, and, you know, kind of pointing out how poor it was on Nuke yesterday, and maybe till today they've already learned a few new tricks. I don't know. I'm genuinely hoping to see something fresh out of Partizan. Yesterday was an uninspiring one, and despite their victory, it feels like at some points they never should have come in the first place. But in any case, Dragon could start again. Continuous entries secured here.
That was pretty good here. Limiting what the T side is going to be able to do from the very get-go. They're not supposed to win this round, but Partizan, they're treating it as such. No real opportunities given besides just that first. This one, just damage. Even that now seems far-fetched, but a Tech 9, never say no. That's why. Up close, the Tech 9 is a beast.
I'd say mid-range too, honestly. Like, mid-range and can be insane. But, absolutely beast-like showing. Let's see if it continues. This is going to be pretty much round over in a few seconds. NAVI, how much more damage can you really do? He's going to try to go for the bomb plant. I'll, respect for that. So many teams would have already saved in this scenario. Though at least we're not seeing any savings, which is nice.
So, moving on. Guns coming out yet again for TNL. Now, I kind of wonder, right? It's that second or last force buy we saw immediately when Partizan reset that economy in a way. It was a lot of fast utility coming through, but the only play they really had in mind was... I think it was Dawi trying to go through Mini outside, and that got blown up denied. Beyond that, there was very little they actually had going for them in that round, so I would like to see a slightly different or a bit more thought-out approach, almost.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a different, perhaps more tactical than just sledgehammer to the wall kind of style.
This is just dumping this util.
Yeah, he's
thrown
really...
2 HEs and a Molotov in the first 10 seconds of these smokes being up, and they've still not faded. It could have timed those a little bit better, I'd say. But does let Depression get away with first. There is a trade in the meantime. Kindo's been lost. But a minute remains. TNL, they've got all this time to work with, and now a lot more space.
They've created enough outside. Holding garage as well. They've got the info. Let's see how it works. Partizan either gonna chase for some information themselves or just hold their positions and hope they win their duels. Right now, Dragon, a double coming up. Well, he doesn't get 2, but he certainly trades off perfectly. Exactly what you want to see. And Dragon, he's been having an amazing last few days. Ever since playing against Zero Tenacity, he's been putting up numbers that suit him as they should. Back to A. Nexus, I'm not liking this, though. The CTs are a little bit too split, in my opinion.
Time's not really there, and Karen might get spammed through the smoke, or Vladim's just gonna try to chase him as well. But down the vents, hold on. No, never mind.
No time. Never had time. I don't know why he even tries to go B here. 10 seconds when he drops down. Dies after time. Yeah.
Rough.
It is.
I mean, one thing we can at least say is that they're trying to make these rounds still work. Right? Go back to that 4 versus 1 that NAVI had. Got that as well. Here as well. You still try it. DNL, they're not afraid to risk things a little bit to make the game a bit more entertaining.
Sure. Sure. I think that's
I appreciate that. We appreciate that, probably, because we've been complaining, as people say, a lot about saving.
For good reason, I think.
Yeah, for good reason, but still, complaining a lot about saving, because that's just a plague.
It has been a plague on us here for a while now. Problems with, teams having pistol saves, for example.
5 USPs.
Yeah, 5 USB saves. Like, legitimately tell me that's normal and I'll laugh at you and never stop laughing. But, obviously there are some exceptions to the rule, but overall, yeah, it's been crazy. Teams have been saving when they really, really, really had no reason to. And would have done far better if they had at least tried something. But in any case, before we get on another rant, right now there is no saving. And there's potentially no saving this round because Nifvet is dead. Depression should be escaping to B and not waiting any longer around here. Going according to plan, I dare say. Or is it? Dragon gets caught. Uh-oh! Well.
Ooh, good smoke. Vladimir as well. He's denied the first, meaning nobody else is going to waterfall out of heaven immediately. Looking to catch rotations instead. Depression on the op. Guards heaven. And sends a couple people up to heaven.
Good counters.
Really was. That smoke was the real MVP there for Vladimir as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
That finds the first one means nobody else will come through that. Does not get overwhelmed.
It's the fact also that, you don't lose depression within the first few seconds of the round. Even after his kill, he could have easily been caught. And then Dragon dying a little bit too soon for his own good, kind of making things a bit more awkward in the end. But, alas, as we say, survival of the fittest and all that. And right here, Partizan able to keep themselves clean. 5 rounds, man. They are looking solid. This is far better than what we saw yesterday against Betclick. And I hope this is not just, a one-off. I hope this is not a one-trick pony that we're seeing right here. I'd be severely disappointed. And thinking genuinely that is not the case, obviously.
This is a wonderful start as well, we can say now, Partizan. It's not just the first round or two. They've managed to, now twice, essentially stop the gun rounds for TNL on top of the ecos. They've handled it pretty well. This
and we can't deny.
A very strong start for them, but it's not infallible at the moment. I feel like there are still rotations, and of course, last round, Dragon getting caught in hell as well. That could have gone very wrong if just a second is allowed for the T-side to maneuver with. But this round, they are confident in taking the lobby. Collins, he's moved down to B. M4 in his hands, 1 flashbang, and 3 nightmares headed his way. That's the first one, couldn't take it. Woke up screaming, it is just a dream. Or was it? No,
Maybe
it's not.
Garen
continues. Shadow spotted, third one as well. Nets himself a multi for the round, and there's Knifey with the second.
You were literally talking about their rotations being an issue, and well, just as you would have it, their rotations are an issue. Damn! Dude, this is a harsh round, harsh reality right now for Partizan. The loss here is a severe one. Like, they have money, yes, but they've been banking up for so long, surely this is not where they intend to spend it all.
Yeah, while I'm harping on the rotations being maybe not the... having some slight issues in them, I will say, I do like the fact that they are still staying dynamic, however. They've got ideas and they want to move, they've got the plan of why they're rotating there, they've got everything, planned out, but sometimes the rotations just slightly incorrect. And in that case, well, dropping down around at the wrong angle, let's do a little bit of dirty business. That's, I think, his third 3K. He started with pistol, second, and now here as well, in round number 8.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But hey, if it gets you rounds, I don't think TNL's gonna complain. That's all of their rounds, essentially, from Karen's multi-kills.
Quite truly.
Ooh. That is bad. Lost immediately. That noise might be a cue as well for the T side to consider, but Depression gets away. He's giving his teammate up, but still takes another shot. I am liking the aggressive stance Depression had there. He's just taking every angle here. Not
This is a
afraid
very
of the
different
spy.
approach.
Goes up the USP for another. Like, okay, there's an argument to be made. That's not the right play to hunt for that kill, but it is so fun to watch him just keep repeating that. So every angle he could have there, he's able to stay alive for a second or two longer as soon as he doesn't get instantly taken down. But it's a bit of a tough situation nonetheless now at the end for TNL, so who's laughing, I suppose? It's Partizan. Get to defuse that bomb, however. Maybe they're not laughing just yet. Now they are. Round number 6. There it is.
There it is.
Depression delivers with the AWP.
It's been an amazing performance so far. There's no denying it. It really has been a bit of an eye-opener and making things very clear that we're looking at a favorite in potential Partizan all of a sudden. Despite TNL having great chances, this has been a very tough match. But we shouldn't deny the fact that once we get to that T side, things are sure to, be a little bit more difficult for Partizan. T side of Nuke tends to have its issues for all teams. So, benefit of the doubt still yet to be retained. I'm missing Flyrax a little bit, to be fair. As you said, Depression's been on fire, but Flyrax has been missing a few shots, has not even had many opportunities to use that op. Jump spotting, not seeing Depression, I believe, because he was hiding just enough behind a angled corner. And we're setting off into the basking sun. Collins with the op. With the M4, not the op. It's Depression with the op, of course. Traded off again, though. Collins gets himself killed a little bit too easily, perhaps. Counter smoke into main. And they're going to push Davi into Garage. Surely checked by Depression. Indeed it will, as the smoke clears. Now Depression has a chance for a secondary. He has to hit this shot, though. If he dies, it's back to a 3-on-3, and that's something you don't want to afford as the CT. And, well, Onyx dies. Flyrax trades, yes. But the damage is done. 2 versus 3. As Partizan keep their advantage. Like I said, very difficult to retain the advantage when you're losing trades consistently. But right now, all is good, apparently. Not everything has gone to hell.
No, it has not. But they still got to retake lobby here, and they decided to take the long way around.
Yeah.
Anything up above Flyrax. Is he peeking into Kindo? Is Kindo watching? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Boom. Cannot afford to go down.
And it does.
Oh, can't afford that. And... oh,
there it is.
Both. Doesn't even need Vlad in here. He's just a decorative piece to collect the AWP.
Fantastic showing. There's really no other way of putting it, is there? Like, this is one of the better showings we had out of Partizan in recent days. Certainly on a map like Nuke, where, as we said, statistically, they've been the weakest amongst their map veto or map pool. Yeah, overall, I can't complain. This has been a great start of a Sunday for Partizan, and I mean, they've made it to the semi-finals. Hell, if they keep this up, they might make it to the finals and even play in them tonight. I believe it's 6 they're tended to start, maybe 7, depending how that second game will go, or this one even. But overall, this has been an immaculate, amazing experience. Things are looking far better than perhaps they imagined.
I mean, certainly better than what TNL expected Partizan were going to deliver here. But it is coming from these dynamic setups. Right? We're seeing depression all over the map. This is like the third or fourth time he's on ramp. He's gone secret. He's been outside, garage, last round as well. And he's just always there to annoy TNL, right? Remember that round in the TNL Go Heaven? They found Dragon down in Hell. They go up the ladder, Vlad, and finds one. It's Depression from Secret who finds two there as well. He opened the round up in ramp. He's just everywhere. And look at him again! Look at where he is! Doesn't mean shot. It'll cost him his life. No, it's not! Not yet! He still found one. Davi's coming out with two of his own. And there's Vlad finally activating on his own. He's to wait for Collins to arrive as well, the case, or arrive at the scene. The case is yet to be cracked, but you've got a chance here. There's the kill next to make that happen. At least let Collins slip in. Now deliver a 1v1. There's a kit. Nothing on Davi to stop that from being defused. Time is running low. Flash picked up. Oh no, the AK! Connecting! Just barely, Davi will come out victorious. 4 kills for him. And we're always talking about Flyrax not delivering much. Javi was on 1 until that round. Picks up 4 kills and takes away a massive round.
Yeah, that was an insane show. Davi, without his skills, without his performance, there is no victory, there is no chance. And they gain a little bit of their lifeline back. Far from succeeding just yet, but hey, number 4, it's going to make life a little bit easier, a little bit more digestible. Say that.
Oh,
wow.
That's nice.
Nasty.
Some might call it even downright dirty.
I mean, it definitely is dirty when you think about it. Playing like that. But it works. It's not illegal, and it should work as they get a site bomb is planted. Partizan, after all of their very good start, well, after their great start, honestly, things kind of collapse. And I don't see them having a lot of chances anymore. And there we go. Yeah. I mean, not gonna lie.
Good first half when it comes to Partizan. Good comeback for TNL. I think both going to be happy with portions of it, but Partizan feel like they probably should have had at least 1 or 2 more. If they hadn't lost to like a force buy at one point, you know, if they hadn't lost to Cairn to taking 3 to one of the B sides, something like that.
Yeah, as I was saying, I feel like Partizan should have had more, and they will not be exactly happy with this 7-5 because 5 rounds for TNL is plenty enough on T side of Nuke to easily stabilize on the CT side. Like, this is a no-brainer right now. It should be no problem for TNL to find themselves in advantage, you know, easily. Win the pistol and you're right back at it, basically, to say the least. Or maybe, you know, if you're really feeling iffy, but regardless, I want to see what exactly they prepare for their T side, though. Partizan, like I said, I'm expecting this to be a bit more difficult than what we'd usually see. T side for them will be difficult because Emmy is not present, and whilst it can be all good with Collins, you're still going to take time to fully adjust. And here we go. It's going to be a fast A play through Cut, through Squeaky. They're entering the A site. They're trying to get that bomb down. Flyrax with Yuli's, Knifey as well. They both hit their marks, and it's going to be enough for the rest of the team to get here in time. It's down to a 2v3. They do evade detection, or at least certain death, but it's a man advantage. Bomb planted on B.
In position, however, is already on egg, not letting Vladen get out. Back behind the side, and there's buying time. Not even gonna think about this, that's the round. There's no kit, sure, that at least makes things a bit more difficult, but when somebody's playing at the doorway, Collins, he's made the job very difficult. He's gonna try, can't find it. Oh, you look at the HP as well. If it's on 4, you could have spammed it, but doesn't have the information. One stray, could have even been through a teammate, through the door. Might have denied it, but that is TNL picking up that 6th round here. The first time for Partizan.
Well, let's see if Partizan keep it up, right? They get number 7. Potentially here easily. Depending if Partizan... What they do with the force, honestly, I'm not happy that they're putting up this force buy, even with the bomb plant. I know that's for some illegal to say, but let's see if they can get something done. The Mac 10s, if they get easy entries, then maybe we can talk something more later down the line. A lot rides on the next few moments right here. Partizan, do they go fast towards A? Because it sure as hell looks like that.
Here it is, play to A, and with NAVI busy spamming, he lets them walk in. Quickly take him down. That's the only man that was defending the site, but not the only one around. Onyx rotation, MP9 is just disgusting there to even find a dink. Dragon's down to 12 HP at his cairn. He's already delivered quite a few rounds for his team. Can he do so? Yes, again. They've lost Collins. That's made it very, very difficult. And up from heaven, it's down to timing. Both will spot, but only one victorious. There's no clutch for the CTs here. Partizan instead. They'll take this one. Force buy right toward the A side, and it works for round number 8. Not gonna let TNL catch up here. Instead, they want to change the trajectory. They want to start talking about Nuke as a map where we might have to look out for them. Because right now, that first half, I liked how dynamic it was. You've still got to clean up a little bit, but I am liking what I saw on that half alone. And now with that force buy being won, I mean, hey, this T-side's got legs to go on here.
It certainly has legs to stand on. And like I said, Partizan, if they make Nuke a dangerous map to play against them, it changes the whole scope of their series approach once they go forward, right? Especially if the finals have to happen today and the team was banking on Nuke. As Karin will find Collins. That's a start enough.
God, I love the MP9 so much.
I think everybody does, honestly, if I'm completely fair with you.
Lyrax? Does he think he tagged what, maybe? Doesn't matter. Did matter nonetheless. A second in the round as Onyx picked that up as well. Already up the vents, making a bit of noise. Had one opportunity. This one is decided just from that, and if a AK in hand, I feel like this one just has to be a save, surely. Although I'm not sure if they know how much damage they've done. That could... Oh, could have tempted him. He was going to look for an exit or two nonetheless, apparently, but doesn't get there. Doesn't get that far. Instead, it's Dragon. I haven't said his name all too much, have we? But he's still up there with 15 kills of his own. Matching Cairn, almost with depression as well.
Yeah. Certainly Dragon has been an instrumental part. Yeah, for sure.
Bit of a boring player, huh? Can't remember a single kill.
I wouldn't go as far as saying can't remember single kills, but it is definitely a player that has put his effort in plenty enough.
But I remember a Cairn multi-kill.
I mean, of course you do, because that was the one thing that he was able to do on a very important round. And beyond that, we haven't seen much more. I mean, yes, entries secured and all that, that's good, but that's never really going to be enough, is it?
Alright, alright. I feel like, I don't know how you don't know. That is a your age copy pasta.
I have no clue, bro.
Is it just me or is Olofmeister a bit of a boring player? But Guardian, I can remember a Guardian flick. Come on, man. Come on.
Really?
You don't remember.
I'm too young to remember that, maybe. No, I'm joking.
No!
My biological age is now 20 years old, so I don't remember what you just said to me.
Wow. Alright, well... I mean, that's just the old brain, I suppose.
Yeah, no. I mean, I do remember that. I know that is your time.
Yes, prime time, CR.
The copy pasta is real. I know, but it's just so cringe. I never used it. I don't even want to remember it. That's how bad it is. I'm sorry.
Sure, but excuses.
No. No. Those are not excuses. Those are just reasons.
Yeah, Over was spamming that back in the day. X never knows. That's the cringe memory you're trying to forget when your brain's
I'm
trying
trying
to sleep.
to clear my
Hey, remember that one
clear
time
my
you were spamming
conscience.
that really cringe stuff? I'm not now, I'm trying to sleep, brain. And being put to sleep. It's going on both sides here. Onik! Oh! Only one. Vlad and Mac 10 violently through the smoke. He walks in, will trade immediately, and there's Dalby up next. On ramp will stand his ground. A bit more damage dealt to depression, yes, but the B side is still the play making space down to one side now. There's issue, especially if depression goes down, because look at this HP on both players. Down to nothing. Partizan. They've had about 7 different pushes this round alone. Started A, continued round, but now toward the B side as well as Collins. You need to clutch up here big time. Bomb planted, that's the guarantee of money now.
But is it really?
Bing doesn't spot the legs. There was a chance, there is a one-way there, but now it's a problem for Ken. Doesn't even have a kit, and guess what? If he throws that smoke, look at what Collins has. His hands on an HE grenade. That is surely the round in that alone done. Look at the bomb. Bomb's coming down. Can't even stick it. There's the nade. Bouncing.
And that's
awfully,
number 11.
But round is still done.
Wow. Partizan, brother, what is this? How are they this good? Like, no, I'm obviously having a little bit of fun. They have been better even in the past few weeks, but it's just, it feels like a whole new page has opened up for them as soon as Emmy was put to the bench. And it seems like this is exactly what the doctor ordered for them to get even better. Like, genuinely. Let's just compare yesterday's nuke to this one. And technically, they played against Apogee, who are a superior team to TNL in some sense, but technically also the same. Both teams quite unknown, quite unrecognizable on a bigger stage. You know, most players will know who Partizan is. Most people won't know who TNL is, right? That kind of thing. But nonetheless, Partizan, they seem to have their number up. Vital round. TNL, do they let it go to 12 or not?
We're gonna find out here. Here's what we see: a difference between TNL and Partizan their CT sides almost with these rotations. Right, of course, this is a round without an AWP. We're not gonna see that sort of aggressive moves or dynamic apart from them like we had on Depression at the first half, but TNL, instead of having just one rotating one to clear outside and secret, they've got 2 here instead. They're being a little bit slow about this, and now they've got contact on A. They are playing with less information that Partizan had for their first half here. Now, even worse, they're playing a man down for a retake when they've got no money and it's about to be 12 on the board. This just might have to be a save here.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me this is a save. I mean, if I'm TNL, I'm thinking I can't let them get to 12 or we are losing this map. And that's exactly what's about to happen, so...
That's the kiss. That's the round.
That is the round.
I'll let you change your mind, you know, hindsight and all that. Should that have been a save?
No, because I feel like they needed to win.
Okay.
So, you know, like I said, I don't think they should have saved. In general, they needed that round, and, well, failing it is just part of the process now, unfortunately. And for them, might be a part of the thing here for Nuke, as we are about to enter our last round, potentially, for our first map. What a quick ending. Unexpected, to say the very least. Definitely welcome from Partizan, though. I have to say, I'm happy to see them in a good light, happy to see them in a good show, and I hope they can keep this pressure up. TNL, meanwhile... Well, like I said as well, youngsters that have been on the road for a while and have been doing some great things, but nothing that has made the waves just yet so big to resonate with everybody.
The opening duel as well. We'll get it. That is... Oh, Davi down, and so is Cairn. Oh no, what has gone wrong here? Map number 1 is a lost cause for TNL. Second half, they got 1 round of the board.
Yeah.
That's it. They won the pistol.
That's it. I guess we're going to be talking to Exner really fast.
The pistol.
Or Exner's going to be talking to us.
And it's been 6 in a row.
Yeah, pretty easy.
Or about to be.
Yep.
Damn. All I gotta say is, goddamn, Partizan. All in all, this is not looking like a weak link at the moment for them.
No, absolutely not. It's in fact quite an easy W, if we can be honest about it. By the looks of it, it's going to get easier by each passing moment, almost.
If they play with this sort of confidence on Just 2, it just makes me a little bit afraid. But TNL as well, I'm sure, you know, you've got these things that you have to wake up, backs against the wall, no more chances, no more opportunities to do anything else. Now for this one. We are done with map number 1. Partizan, 13-6, very convincing. And so, you said it, we're gonna move to Exner to give us his thoughts on the matter as well. So, let us know, what did we miss? What went wrong?
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I mean, I feel like I just completely missed out on the TNL of yesterday here. The team that was able to bring me so much success on that T side, the excellent aggression that they were bringing, a little bit missing today. And I want to give Partizan a lot of credit in that sense, right? I think they really rattled TNL early on here. They not only lost that second half pistol and came back and instantly were able to succeed there and sweep the rest of the half. They lost both pistols. They lost both pistols in this matchup and only lost 6 rounds in total. I mean, that's an incredible sequence coming through from Partizan on a map that we knew wasn't going to be comfortable, that we knew was going to have struggles here. And the fact that they're able to have this amount of success is a showcase of what this team is made of, what they're capable of at their peaks, getting more and more used to how they want to set up their defense right now. It's running a lot in some of these rounds through depression and what he can do with that AWP, and that's exactly how you want to facilitate your CT side of Nuke. You want to make sure that your Opera has the maximum freedom to float around the map and play wherever he needs to be, and when he's having good reads, it's going to be successful. It's going to be overwhelming. The T side's not going to have a fun time trying to take charge and fight forward there. And that's exactly what TNL faced throughout that first half. It was a bit of a closer scoreline, to be honest. I was with you all when you were talking about how Partizan could have had even more in this first half, but with the T side that they bring to the table, it wasn't even necessary. They quickly bounce back and recover with speed. As you can see, I mean, this just feels like in some of these rounds a depression highlight reel with how on the scene he was in some of those situations. So for me, I got to give a lot of credit to what Partizan were able to do in structuring this defense right now. This is a team that needs to be able to rise to the occasion. They have had a lot of struggles since losing their IGL, but this is a team that now has identity from what I'm seeing, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for this roster. A little bit more comfortable on the calls there as they were able to bring in a fantastic T set of Nuke. That's something that I would have never really expected to say without the presence of Emmy right now. I thought that this map was going to be kind of a wash when I look at how many rounds Tina was able to deliver in that first half. I was nervous that Partizan weren't going to be able to, potentially close it out, but they have no problems here punishing any sort of CT side proactivity, limiting the economy consistently, and having fantastic trades, which is not an easy thing to do when you're missing out on some of that structure. They finally have really good trades, quick, easy kills when your teammates go down that can provide coverage. And the way that they close out this last round is a perfect example of I think, the unity that's building together here. 4v2, everyone groups up. They're so diligent and calm. There's 20 seconds left when they start to clear the close side of vents and even back silo as they get that kill. So I got to give them a lot of credit, man. This is Partizan looking like they are a contender for this title right now in Series 2. And I'm expecting them to continue to deliver. Dust 2 is a map that I think they've had, even though it doesn't show in the win rate, they've had some of their better results on. I watched them in the global final quite a bit, and I expect that success to carry it forward. So looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. We're going to be sending this one off to the break. In the meantime, though, we'll be back here ready to break down map 2 coming right up. Welcome back, everybody. We're ready to hop into map number 2. What we just watched there was a great showing for Partizan, man. It's a lot to be excited about for the quick turnaround of this roster since their adjustment phase to what they just showed us in that last map there. I talked about the efficiency on the T side there. Their trading's looking phenomenal. And honestly, I think they're hopping into a map that they're a little bit more comfortable on. You know, for TNL Nexus, what do they have to get going here at this point?
Anybody not named Cairn, almost had to keep him going. That's the easy answer you can kind of go for. But I do think Dustu kind of plays at the same time to some of their strengths as well, which is this fast, momentum-paced, and very much pack tactics, moving like 4-1 in a lot of situations. I think it will work very well in their favor here, the playstyle they have. I'm not all too worried in that regard, but at the same time, I am just keen and very curious as to what Partizan really have to show us here as well. Because they chose this, they feel good. And they looked really good on Nuke as well, so I'm excited.
Yeah, job obviously not finished yet for Partizan, but I'm right there with you, right? I think, you know, this is a team that is building momentum here. You know, over for a team that has been going through an adjustment period.
Yeah.
You know, we talk a lot about the changes that this team has made. Finally getting some wins underneath their belt. I mean, how much does that, you know, bolster up this squad here and the confidence in the unit as a whole?
I think massively. I think it cannot be underestimated at all. I think this is actually a big reason why we see them play this well, is because they make it to the semifinals. They make it this far in a tournament, despite not having Emmy, despite not playing the way they've been playing for the last X amount of years. I believe it's been, what, 3 years with Emmy? 2 years? Something like that. But what I'm saying is... you know, I think this is a great stepping stone for them. It also proves to everybody else that this is not a team just to be like, you know, it's another Balkan team. They're going to get, you know, maybe to the Swiss stage. That's going to be it. No, they're here to perform. They're here to surprise. And both of those two things have happened. And as I said, even if in some crazy thing they lose this series, I think they'll still be happy with the final outcome of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. Great showing from Partizan so far. We'll see if TNL can bounce back on their opponent's map pick and try and take us to a third. We're going to be sending this one off into Dust 2, ready to take it away, guys.
Let us get into business, as they say. Dust 2 is the business, and currently you've got a couple of teams negotiating for who is going to take this one. Over... Theo, Mr. Steard,
Yes.
I don't know what to call you.
Whatever
Grandpa.
you want.
Okay.
I'm not a grandpa. That's not nice.
You know,
I mean,
that's fair. That's fair. No
you're
mini-me's.
smart. You're being a smartass, but in like 5
Correct.
years, you're going to be in the same position I am. So
I know,
you better
I'm just
shut up.
Making use of the time I still have. Karen, he's made use of Dragon and Oppression. Their time is up.
Well, they certainly seem to be in trouble, that's for sure. Great start on the pistol. TNL. This is exactly what we... Wait, no, we didn't see this on Nuke, right? Because they lost both pistols on Nuke. Yeah, my bad. I believe, right? Okay, am I getting confused myself now and this is the other way around? Regardless, it doesn't matter. All is good and all is well. This pistol, TNL won both. Yeah, okay, no, so I was right. Yeah, so the same as map 1. They win both pistols, or they win the first pistol. They get the second round as well, because obviously they have to, right? And then Partizan decides to clap back. I mean, Partizan this time, they don't have a bomb plant, which means we won't be seeing that force buy that I was kind of disagreeing with at the start of Nuke, if you all recall, for good reason. You know, Nuke is a very tactical map, demands a great deal of utility and economy. In any case, Partizan, like I said, no force buy this time. They know that it's a little bit too valuable to just throw it all away like that, so you rather play it safe, you play those odds, you play that advantage, and that's exactly what you do if you're a good team. They know their limits, they know what they need to do, or rather what they can do. So they don't want to waste away opportunities for nothing. And that's it. I mean, do I need to say more? I think the answer is usually no.
No.
Whenever we have success like this.
I think Depression just double-dinged Flyrax as well there.
Probably. I wouldn't even be surprised.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Nifis is saying, you know what, I'm spamming it, you go kill him. Just double-dinged instantly. But all is good. There is a round number 3 now coming up here, and I said, I think this will play into TNL's strengths. I think we'll see a bit more of that, maybe, on the second half, but for the first, it's an obstacle to make sure you don't lose that economy, so there as well for surviving. It's a good start to that, but, of course, gun round's gotta be a whole lot different. This is where Partizan, they have the firepower, they have the weaponry. And a couple of angry players wanting to take away TNL's right to live.
For good reason. TNL has been giving them some headaches here at the start, just like on Nuke. They want to make sure they pay for those headaches.
Openings both ways. There's Partizan. We'll make this one a 2-for-1. Everybody abandoned short as well, jumping down and into a fast B play we go. Got one at the doors, Onyx in the open. Didn't have time to reposition, nobody can help them. And at that point, it's 4 versus 2 and you've lost the B site. This is a classic on Just 2. And one of many to come. Flyrax and Cairn. Abandoned job, abandoned mission.
Save counter.
I wouldn't say no.
The save counter.
You know, that technology does elude us, but one day we'll get there.
One day we'll get there, for sure. I wonder if, you know, what would you have to do? Yeah.
I think it'd be better if we don't get there, if we instead get rid of Just 2 and maybe Inferno in the same go.
Oh, wow.
We don't need that at that point.
I mean, you'd still have savings, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but these are the worst. Like, those are the absolute worst of the worst.
Yeah, that's what I...
Make our job easier not having Just or no Inferno in the pool. Inferno debatable for you. You like it, I don't.
I like it because it's an old map that kind of I reminisce of the good old times. Though, to be fair, I was a big enjoyer of the old banana on Inferno especially.
Yeah.
Like, I was a very big fan of those arches.
Early Go days, you had the little roof,
Yeah, like you had a little bit of a walkway underneath the arches, or rather next to the poles, or what do you call them? Not poles, but
I'm trying. That's the word
columns,
I'm forgetting as well.
Columns. How do you say it in English properly?
Columns, yeah.
Columns, yeah.
I had a different word in mind that I do not remember at the moment, but doesn't matter. I'm gonna start fighting over which is the correct word to use. It'll pop into my brain eventually, and I'll just shout it out like a eureka moment. But for now,
probably.
Partizan with a minute 20 on the clock. They're making their way through. A little bit of short control, just showing themselves over this side of the map.
Pillars. Yeah, it could be pillars as well. I think
not
columns.
That one. No. It's it is common in American architecture. What? It's a thing. But I don't remember exactly it, and I'm very upset.
I have no idea now what you're
Yeah,
talking
I know,
about.
I know. It's a word. I'll get there eventually.
You're not
You know, I'm
talking
on a
about
coffee,
the.
so
You're
my
not
brain's
talking
not
about
working.
the Corinth style, or you're not talking about styles of columns, right?
No, 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 no.
Yeah. Okay. You do know there are different styles of columns, right?
Yeah.
You know that. Yeah. Yeah. You're an enjoyer of history to a degree. Yeah. Just like myself.
Here we
Oh,
go.
Vladan.
Deep plate.
This is an easy double.
Davi and Orik, they'll live. But
never
now
mind.
the retake will have to be played out here.
Surely they don't lose Collins as well. That would be massive. 5v4 retake is already going to be possible for TNL, but 5v3, and we're talking almost certainty for TNL.
Impression, I think. Call me crazy, those kills probably secure the round as well here. He's ran away, and if he can't really find this easily,
Oh,
but
the Molotov.
he's trying. The molly goes a little bit too far, and if he does slip in, time, however, is ticked down. And the word I was looking for is veranda.
No.
Yes.
That's a porch. Veranda is literally a porch.
With a little bit of a roof over it, and that's exactly what you had.
Because we say veranda in Slovenian as well, and it's like basically you have a veranda, which is like a porch with not necessarily like a fixed roof, but a roof that you can extend, for example, as well,
Exactly.
like that kind of thing. Yeah, sure, okay, but that's not a. But that's like it acts as if it was as an extension of a balcony, usually, right?
I mean, kinda, yeah, but that's still true and right, and I got the word out of my brain, and that's
Fair.
good. Now we can
Fair,
recycle
fair.
and focus on the game. I know I'm right, and I won't change from that.
I'll give you that much. I'll give you that much.
Yeah,
It's fine.
we're not gonna have to throw fists over this one.
No. Let's not throw hands.
I'd be happy to, but not this time.
You want to throw hands with me, really?
Yeah, why not?
Have you not seen me?
I have.
And that's why. Wow. You're confident. No, I'm just messing about. Obviously, we all are.
Here we go.
Partizan.
Depression. What do you got?
Yeah. Second round now gained, and perhaps a third. They're going to be pushing out long. Counter by TNL. Pretty big. 3 players ready to push them back, but so far unsuccessful as Depression finds Flyer Axe. Great start. Nifet will reply. Far from success just yet. Four v 4. Oh, Depression. This is a kill, isn't it?
Don't usually extend from this position, seeing as NAVI as well has no support here. Just waiting if Depression's quick enough. Focused on other angles, we'll take him down. He lives. Collins collects the orb. Thinking about it, we'll go very wide. Ooh, that is both nice to see.
Definitely
one
not the most
opportunity
enjoyable
given.
thing.
Dragon could support a flashbang here as well.
Beautiful.
Recover the bomb as well, don't leave it. Dragon recognizes this is a mission. If he's overlooked it, somebody might have called it out to him, but now he still has to back away and onto the site. Making away toward the A side. 2 out of 4, by the way. Now 2 out of 2. Oh no! Oh no! Why are you looking long again? Don't get to clear it, and now down to the last man on size. Onyx MP9! Oh no, that is a threat! And one too much you cannot run from. Gotta commit to the bomb plant and the MP9. It'll soften him up and slowly take him down, only making it more painful.
Crazy round. Onyx, well played. Good job at handling the stress here. Good job at handling the pressure. Able to get the number 3 on board. Yes, heavy losses when it comes to economy, sure, but I think you can disregard those losses if this is how you're going to perform. The individuals coming through finally. And we can see NAVI with his kills as well. He's been an instrumental part in the success story of this third round for TNL. Not to mention, obviously, the jumps. I mean, that's a whole different monster, to say the least.
Yeah, that first kill of Vladin, by the way, found on long was very nice. He spots barely the shadow, just jiggling and twitching on the edge, and takes him down. Very nice. But you had one mistake there, maybe. Maybe two. But here, you started off. I want to open it up here. B-side, it's been lost. It's controlled by Partizan. They've just walked in here like they owned this place.
They certainly seem to.
I think they do. I think they do own the B-site. That bomb, it's like the deed, if I'm not all too wrong. Window. Objective, survive. Buy time.
That's gonna be tough, isn't it?
What? What?
Collins! What in the world did we just observe? How is that even something that can happen?
Well, Eurex was not ready. He's busy throwing a U-cell and there's got nobody covering for the window. Damn.
Wow.
Fair enough, that's the round. If he'll live, yes, but on the other side, Partizan, they're getting away with a 3-3 scoreline as well. And we're starting to see that CT side economy being dwindled down here. It's getting to that point of Dust 2 where it's always going to be issues. You lose that bomb site early on, you don't have any sort of way in, you're going to save more than likely than not. That's the sort of problems that TNL are going to be facing here, and it's their job to get us out of it.
I do agree.
Everybody knows when you sign up to play Dust 2, that's the thing. You lose money on the CT side, it's T side running through.
Running through you as well, basically.
Partizan as well, what are their timeouts being used? And one for both. Here is as well, a force by coming through with the CT side. That's an interesting choice to be made here for sure. But they kinda wanna nip the whole C or T side in the bottom before they get a chance to do all too much.
I'm not a fan of this B stack. Leaves them quite vulnerable, it feels like.
There's the move. It's TNL to aggress first. And it's TNL to go down. They just wanted to play this as default. They felt something toward the B side was going to be up as well. Honestly, makes a lot of sense. Right? You've got a force by, half by, whatever. B tunnels often is the place where CT side do decide to go aggressive. And if it's long, you've already got one man here who had the advantage in that fight. Kindo, anybody walks through those double doors, he's got a shadow advantage. You can see them walking through easily. And Depression close enough to support, but now all of that was handled on B. Kindo's clearing out A, so if he moves quickly enough, they could still walk back through mid here, but we'll see if they want to get to it, or maybe the Kindo goes down CT to B. Seems like this is the path they've chosen instead, not wanting to shift 4 plays from tunnels instead. And Kindo. Check your quarters.
Oh,
there you go.
So important as
and
well.
Now you've got the rotation cut off, and now you can go A easily. Well, your X would be nice to save the armor, but it's not a necessity. And there you go.
Doesn't change anything. That's going to be round done. 5 players alive. Man, that is an achievement, I think, as well. Having all 5 survive keeps you kind of in the loop a little bit.
Correct me as well if I'm wrong. I don't think we've seen many boosts in Suicide to watch double doors, have we?
Not that I would know, yeah.
Yeah, I think we just seen Depression once or twice hold the doors, but nobody's actually boosted it. Boosted him to watch or have better vision toward the double doors, which is interesting, because that's often, or nowadays I'd say the meta almost here as well. You're signing up for free damage, essentially, but here is Dolly who's opened it up. First kill is his, HE goes out, it'll take one back, yeah. The last run was weird, you're allowed, or weird, I say, clean, so you're allowed to lose one here. And last few, Vladen should have confirmed it as well. Easy.
Well, so much has come out of that one force, right? The one force from Partizan that makes the difference. That now they take control again. And hunting down these last few pieces for TNL. Looking quite nice. (5-3). Another buy. Flyrack still on the op, still only on 2 kills. Depression has definitely stepped up on map 1, and here on map 2 he's looking to do the same again. But the whole of Partizan, bro, I cannot praise them enough for this, but everybody is playing a great game of CS, and you can really tell they're locked the hell into this.
Just to preface this opinion, that is a Balkan man giving that opinion.
Dude, they're gonna win this. I'm telling you now.
They're playing some real good Counter-Strike. I can say that much myself as well. But Onik, wait for him to step up. Wait for anybody on TNL to start delivering more.
Look at this flank from mid, though.
They've at least made sure the B side is only 2.
It's a good bait by Depression, by the way. With this utility, he's going to draw the attention of both CT players, surely. Kindo, he has to stay alive, though. He has to make sure he gets the kill, and perhaps Depression's even going to bait him in. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Kindo.
Oh, Fleerax.
Fake attempt. Kindo caught. Depression finds the kill. It's now down to Flyrax. He cannot scope. Oh, sound kill! Oh, he still gets it. That's insane. From the grave, Depression pulling away his life, but still winning the round nonetheless. TNL, they can count their lucky starts. That Flyrax is so quick.
We need anything to get TNL started, and that might be it here.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
Oh, man. Fully committed to it.
Yeah.
Plus respect to Flyrax in that one as well. And he's gone down to an MP9 for this round as well. Well, Partizan, they're looking to up the pace a little bit. Depression's going out long. He's had the support, that smoke. Not the normal corner smoke. I'm not sure if that was actually a missed one, or is that meant to be?
It must have missed, surely.
That's what I'm imagining as well, but I could see why that could also work. You deny anybody who's going into pit immediately that easy opening as well. I can see why that works, but maybe we'll never know. For now, though, it's everybody at long for Partizan. The CT side, usually you see a counter smoke coming out for their side as well, but at the moment it doesn't seem like we've got much of that opportunity. I.e., the utility's not there to support this.
Oh, they're going to push through that smoke. Partizan, no. This is a classic smoke you throw for the lurk to push through to try and get a bit of a surprise. Oh, team kill. That's shameful. But luckily, Vladen sends bullets through the smoke and continues here. The advance not stopping, really.
They are being softened up here. The utility needs to be good on site. The volley does force them into a fight.
1 by 1.
2 and 3. Depression to take down the 2 and 3 now, but he's been spotted in the smoke. Which one faces it first? The man at elevator will swing for it. They have made that a very difficult task for Depression as well. Continuously just switching who's peeking there. Having to adjust his crosshead the entire time. That is going to lead us to a 5-5 scoreline here. That nade, a bit of a whoopsie. But to me, it's the fact that they don't pressure faster than they actually do. They just respect that one smoke, respect the utility a little bit too much there. It feels like
they play on
afraid of walking into a stack.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely play it too safe in my eyes. Should have been more forceful, should have been more on the nose, and try and outpace their own opponents. But in the end, that's the choice they make, and we do have a similar kind of half compared to Nuke as well. I mean, it's a steady start, pretty balanced, 5-5 currently. We can't forget it was 7-5 at the end of Nuke as well. If it goes 7-5 again, great stuff for Partizan. If it doesn't, I think 5 rounds is still okay. Oh my god, Tech 9s, like I said, mid-range, still deadly. They keep on hitting, they keep on running, they run A, they've taken the advice of moving faster, and they've certainly done it properly here. Although, why did they stop crossing? The smoke, I guess, was not up in time. 4v4.
Well, now they're all stuck on ramp. They move faster, yes. The bomb can be planted. Goodbye, Onyx. I've been really slow about this rotation, by the way. They had this information. They were worried somebody was still going to be sticking towards mid, so they spent a fair bit of time. And now letting Partizan get into advanced positions and look at oppression. The crossfire is going with Dragon. The bait and switch to push through, and if Partizan, they'll take this round. Just through how long they go in. And eventually, that round as well, man. It is so sad with how TNL don't really go off the opportunity. Don't go from Onyx positioning. And just waste so much time for that retake.
Insane. Absolutely amazing performance here by Partizan. Hats off to the man and to the lads. They've been doing better than what I've seen them do for the longest. Like, certainly the best performance I've had of Partizan within last 3 months, I would even go as far as saying.
Yeah, there's the heads off as well at the same time. Lyrax, him continuing, AK in his hands. Advanced force, so he is not catching that one. Very tunnel vision. Dragon apparently is just tapped away the next one. And it looked like a threat for a solid 10 seconds. But the Partizan remind us who that threat really is. 7-5 at halftime seems to be it here. But same as on Nuke, I'll say this one is still a very good half of both teams. We've got enough to work with for TNL specifically on that second half. Partizan with a little bit of a lead.
For real.
And all good.
7-5.
12 kills at the half. Nice.
Yep. Like we said, 7-5. They're going to be happy with that outcome. And genuinely now, for TNL, they have to have that pistol go their way, at least to some degree. Or am I completely wrong in thinking that? Like, I feel like they have to have some success in order to play on that energy, on the strengths of a team like TNL, who are focused more on just being, individually better than everybody else.
I think it goes back to, as mentioned from the beginning, it is this momentum of a team side that can carry TNL through a map alone.
Yeah.
We've seen this a fair few times in the past. Mirage has been a map where they've been really, really good at controlling that pace.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen them on Dust 2 like once or twice, but that's been more than a month ago, I think, so I don't exactly have the freshest of memories in that regard, but I feel all the puzzle pieces do fit. Now it's just to see if they can solve that one or not. The flashes. Out long, and they'll look for the first one. They force Partizan back.
Would we dare say everything has gone according to plan so far? Too short, TNL. Forced a little bit into this engagement they don't want to take. Flyrax finds another bullet to the head from Dragon, Collins, Vladan. They're all putting a few shots in. NAVI and NAVI, okay, good recovery. Quick shots. Maybe enough. And it will be enough. They clean it up. Partizan, fourth pistol they lose here. So it's definitely going to be pistols they're also going to have to take a look at later down the line. But fourth pistol. Imagine if TNL wouldn't have gotten the pistols. Like, I don't think we would be seeing as many rounds as we had already on Nuke, let alone here on Dust.
That is how the math works, yes. But
Yeah.
in principle as well, yeah, I do see where you're coming from. It's carried them through a fair bit so far.
Honestly, it's giving them far more than they ever would have gotten otherwise by the accounts of it. Like, genuinely, right? That's like 6 rounds they got basically just from the pistols throughout the 2 maps. So, TNL, it ain't smelling too well. The pistol victory doesn't mean much yet, but at least they get the 6 and potentially the 7 as well. As the eco here, not much to be done with. Not much to do, unfortunately. I mean, what can you do, I guess, is the better question.
2 kills, nearly a third. It's not the worst for USPs ever.
Yeah.
They at least make it go by quickly when that contact comes. It's dominoes falling on the kill feed. And Partizan ended up on the losing side. And now we'll see where that CT side really leads them. And I kind of want to see more out of Depression. Because I feel like we were robbed part of that CT, or part of those T-side engagements, specifically early round T-spawn suicide dropping down. We never got to see that. Feels like there could have been so much more to set him up almost in that regard. I kind of want to see that on the CT side instead, but same time, I want to see TNL do good. I want to see the TNL that we've been waiting for.
Same.
But there's also another thing. Remember when we talked about this a couple of days ago when we had... Ooh, hold on, let me just double check this one so I don't get incorrect. But we were talking about Big needing VRS points against Astrum, right?
Yes.
The TNL's actually not that far away in that same sort of camp. They're 28 for the VRS at the moment.
Yeah.
So, they've got the need for a couple of points as well. They absolutely would welcome those. Wow. Collins, in the meantime, he's welcomed a couple of kills. Smoke has completely blocked off the advance for TNL as well, but they're giving them an opportunity or two. And one too many in this situation. They've turned the tides completely around. Up next is Blooded and Short. Gotta check for this man. Or the catwalk as well. NAVI hiding. The Succession will secure this round as Kindo decides it is time to walk away. And my god, that was such a good hold for a moment. And Collins, Depression, they took that duel. Wasn't a necessity. A headshot angle and TNL, they bailed themselves out of that one.
You said it yourself. Just for a moment, it was a good round for Partizan, but then everything just collapses. Mistakes made, and they'll never come back. That's going to be number 8, TNL. Taking the lead for the first time in this series, I believe, right? Map 1, they might have had a single round lead, but I don't think that ever happened because I'm pretty sure it was 5-4 before long, and Partizan always kind of being ahead of them for at least one. And last tactical timeout for Partizan as well. It tells you how potentially worried they are about this, right? You know, they don't want to take any risks. They want to make sure this works out perfectly for them. Beautiful, really beautiful game from NAVI and Knife. They've been they are the reason that TNL has yet not lost this map. Simply put.
Yeah, they are.
Like, legitimately, they are the only two reasons they have yet to lose this. So, or that they have not lost this yet. But, well, maybe as luck would have it, maybe this works. Let's find out.
plan for TNL starts to shape up here. Some utility had been used towards long now as well. Seems like the full commitment is still to come through, but that is where we're headed, toward the A side. And looking at Partizan at the moment, you've got 3 on B, a gamble stack, 1 down in CT as well, that's Depression.
Love Dragon with the Nova. Love it. My absolute favorite.
Hard to say. It's not going to happen. It's not going to do much.
Yeah, it's not going to help much because they're not going B, but if they had gone B, maybe. Just a maybe.
It is a baller weapon. You're out in the streets using a Nova, you know real game.
Yeah, you better stay out of my way, brother.
They've got an AK out of this one and M4. With the now Dragon on the Nova at short.
Yeah, it's not bad. Could be better always, obviously, but if they can get another kill with the Nova, get that extra $900, they could really make the next buy a very painful one. TNL looking to scoop up number 10, though. 9 is already guaranteed, and 10 might be as well, especially depending on how Partizan decide to appear kind of approach the up-and-coming round.
Terrorists win.
Full buy, Depression on the op, bit of a slow starter. Again, he's not had the best of shows here on this second map, but he's certainly not slacking as well. Given that this is an opper's paradise, you'd expect from Karen as well a better show potentially, or rather Flyrax, as he is the main opper. Surprisingly, he's only on 6.
Yeah, had about 1 round where he had the 1 versus 1 against Depression, and that was influential, impactful, yes, but you could always ask for more, and that's what we kind of mentioned we needed to see here, was the rest on TNL to step up from map 1. Talk about winning those pistols on map 1. I mean, talk about Karen, he won like 3 rounds all by himself.
Yeah.
And, well, that was already half of them.
Definitely a reason why they've... Yeah.
Okay. You are seeing what they can do as well when you've given them a little bit of runway here. T-side, it started off with NAVI, however, being lost. With so much respect towards mid being given by Partizan, they do feel enough as well that they can go for this play. Flashbang. Karen, gotta watch out. Fully blinded. Able to adjust, not in time. On site, Dragon awaits. Play for TNL. All or nothing.
Dragon, he's done enough. I think now with the rotations coming in, this is a no-starter, but hold up. Flyrax, if he had turned around, found another kill, it would have been Onyx and Flyrax then against 1. Instead, it's a 1v2. Onyx playing behind Xbox, it's all or nothing for him. Winning this round is massive. TNL will propel, or rather move to that potential win if they get the W. Let's see if they do. Onyx, he's peeking into doors. He gets the first. That's Depression. Now a 1v1. There is a kit on Kindo. And he's been spotted. He's been heard. He's taken his chance. Missed it. And Kindo still wins the duel. Onyx cannot take it in a 1v1. And the clutch goes to Partizan. Number 8 is theirs.
Standing up here when they need to. Gets close. Is a wonderful attempt from Onyx and Flyrax still toward the end here to at least make it as even as possible. But it was a good hold. At the same time, Flash push they made in the tunnels lets them have just a extra sense of security on the defense. An extra couple of seconds as well for Dragon to continue his own line of defense. All just adds up very nicely with the timing there. Well, for now, we are towards long very quickly. TNL, they've taken this control, they've taken the space, and Partizan, they don't even want to contest it. Just the...
They can't.
New smoke they started throwing on the CT side as well being deployed, and that's about it.
Yeah, this smoke that we see on long, it's pretty standard. Usually it's thrown a little bit further inland, so you cover that guy at car as well. Kindo this time, obviously we see what happens when the smoke is not deep enough. This is a save.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering about it as well. Partizan, they're just going to be peppered with utility for a little bit. Bomb goes down, and they don't have a single way in. There's one flash and two smokes. You just got to save here.
Yeah.
Not a lick of damage dealt so far to TNL.
I've never seen a save. Well, not never, but it's been a while since I've seen a save like this, to be fair.
So what you're telling me, it's been a while since you've had a Dust 2.
It's been a while since I've seen a Dust 2 save with 4 CT players saving against an A plant. That's what I mean. I'm a bit surprised that that's actually what happens here. Like, you'd expect at least a single attempt to try and see if you can get some damage in, right? See if you can get a kill, maybe make that out into more. Alas, not meant to be, I guess.
Just one shot taken, and away he goes. Aggression was ready to challenge, but not given the opportunity. But TNL, I like, again, it's the sort of pack tactics and pacey, very high tempo style they play.
Yeah.
Here's, well, greetings toward the B side, been sent out. That's a little bit of counter utility. You've got 2 players out in mid. That is the exec coming through from the back of this utility alone. But Suppression has to stand against on the site, and worried about mid at the same time. It only makes things worse, because that timing, it will come through eventually. And Sweden now needs to stand himself. Can't do it. Depression still there, alive and kicking for a while. But they are circling in on his position. They are slow about this to find him. They'll eventually take him down, and Mad Advantage only now down with 1.
Why the hell did they let him die? Like, they had no rotation for a good 20 seconds almost.
Not mid. Bomb goes
yeah,
down,
but
however.
They had a player top mid as well. But okay, I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles. This is going to be a 2 versus 3 after plant. TNL looking to secure 11. And they just might. Although oh no, Flyrax missed shot is what costs them the round here. Flyrax, if he had survived on Xbox, they would have been focusing on him instead of the player under window. And then that position under window becomes a death trap as soon as Flyrax dies. And I guess he does attract the flies. Partizan, number 10 is theirs. They tie it up. And they're looking... Excuse me, number 9, not 10. They're looking to tie it up is what I went for. Ended up tying it up already, which is not the case. We'll have to wait a bit longer. Another buy. An attempt. Depression has stepped up at least a bit. That last round vital that he got 2. If they had rotated faster, they might have even kept him alive.
The push, however, is perfection. Line from Collins, he'll find the first 2. And when we've had these rounds as well, it's been TNL pretty much just not giving a single opportunity to make these, or give man advantages away when they have hit the A side. So that's already changed the dynamic for this round. They'll bring it back by 1. Even numbers now. Not going to short, however, Karen in a little bit of trouble. He'll still find Flyrex. Doesn't even get to see his opponent.
That's insane.
And just Onyx remains on site and does not have the timing down on this one. Not sure which way to look. Knows Karen was somewhere on short and Vlad is making steps behind him. Not an easy one, but it's one that a Partizan will be happy about taking. And Collins, that's on him. That's also, you could, at the same time, say that a TNL just give up a little bit as well, in the sense that they change up that approach. They don't go pack tactics all in one group. They wanted to split toward the A side to add a bit of depth to it. Wanted to seal it in one go, essentially, but great timing from Partizan and that short re-aggression. They'll find them at advantage, and they play with that until the end of the round.
One hell of a hold, man. Collins really playing his life games here. Life rounds. Yesterday as well, I think we have to praise Collins. Yesterday was not an easy day for Partizan. And, or was it the day before? I'm not even sure anymore. The schedule's all jumbled up in my head. But I believe it was yesterday. Against Big, of course, in the core. Not Big. Big played against TNL. Against BetClick. Yeah, it was yesterday, of course. Collins played a great game of CS, truly. He was one of the reasons why they were able to win. I believe it was Dust at one point so convincingly. He clutched a 1v3 amazingly on B. And Partizan, from there on out, never stopped losing. IWNL, I will never lose again, seems to be the motto right here they're going for. As once again, they clear out middle, they challenge it fully, they're not afraid to take that fight, and it's going as well as you'd expect it to for players that have no weapons besides a few pistols.
I mean, any sort of kill in this round is a win in itself.
Yeah. That's for sure true.
Partizan. They're actually giving up the A site there. Long is open, but that's not going to be used at the moment for TNL. Instead... Uh-oh. Collins lost. They're playing this one by one. Depression is still in the danger. Don't give that Deagle too many opportunities. That is a miracle he's not a dead man here.
My brother just takes a straight fight with a USP. I like it. Against the Deagle. Now that's what you call big balls on a man.
Ah, there you go. More like it. Huh. What was that? 2 kills? 3 kills? Doesn't matter. It was a little bit dangerous there with Depression down to 20 HP as well. That's one thing we can say for sure. But Partizan here with round 11 on the board. Penultimate round coming up next. But for now, we still focus on this one. Good spawn out towards long. TNL, what's your plan? How much do you want to go back to what worked already?
I think they have to speed things up and just approach it a little bit differently than what we've been seeing to this point. AKA not get stuck in upper halls, fighting one-on-one against Depression and Vladan and the like. Although, they seem to be reading this well.
Yeah, the util here is so nice as well. It's 2 nades into upper tunnels, 1 toward the lower tunnels, and at the same time a kill onto Cairn. This has started off so nicely on the CT side, and it's only continuing to get worse, apparently.
And it's gonna get only worse from now on.
There's the flash. Dodged it. Collins.
He knows there's gonna be a second player here. There's got to be. The one that threw the flash is Onyx is dead on long. It's pretty much only Flyrex left. They know he's somewhere on short, somewhere in the smoke. There's no other place he can be. And that's Flyrex, I mean, he's surely to be given at least 1 kill. Oh, he doesn't even turn around. Never mind. That's a very clean, a very concise, and a very straightforward victory right now that Partizan are heading towards. And there is nothing that TNL can do about it, apparently, as they've choked it fully, I think. They've given the Magic 12 to Partizan, and I think that's where our boys in black and white are going to be playing even better. Even stronger and even more on point.
Well, it's time to find out if they can close it.
Yeah.
Grand finals, by the way, after this one, for Partizan.
Yep.
They've got a couple hours break. Might be a bit of a longer one if they manage to secure this one here and into. Dragon certainly wants it. That exact situation. Depression.
Oh!
Whack-a-mole. Karen, get whacked.
Oh no.
No mole's
That
getting
is-
through this part of the map, and instead down to 2. Both pistols, and it is looking like a night TNL. Team,
That short
next
DM,
level
man.
today. Down a level. Partizan, they've taken this one into
The grand finals.
locked in.
Lock the fuck in, boys. Let's fucking go. Yes, Partizan. I'm happy. I'm happy that they're showing great strength and good quality. It's a rarity these days. And I'm just happy that Partizan are going to be giving us one hell of a show in. I mean, they've had such a troublesome start in the round of 16. Hell, even in the Swiss stage round 5, where they had to fight Zero Tenacity, it went to 3 maps. I believe we go all to our 3... Okay, Exner, take it away.
Oh, thank you very much there. Yeah, what a fantastic showcase here. I think you put it well. You summed it up perfectly. This is a team that looked like they had their struggles in the Swiss stage, almost didn't even make it to this point of conversation in playoffs, and now find themselves in the grand finals here. So quick to adjust, but building steam as they take down their opposition, man. That was a clean sweep, 2-0 up against a tough TNL roster who has been taking their wins in stride as of recent. They find themselves now out in the semifinals, as you can see, to a tough Partizan team. They're building up momentum here. They're continuing to get the roll going, and the game plan here is all coming to fruition. They won 0 pistols in this map, by the way. I must reiterate this, in this series entirely. No pistols at all. It's absolutely impressive that they're able to string this amount of gun round success together here. They do it in a difficult fashion, having to come back now on Dust 2 versus TNL, who looked like they were hitting their stride. You had some great impact coming through out of players like Dawi and NAVI as well. That combo deal that they were packing a punch, and yet still we see Partizan work around it there. We see late stage depression right there coming through in the closing statement with the confidence. Every duel he took was with conviction in the way that he was able to operate on that CT side. He had great trades on this B site, but they even lost clutches. I like this coming up right then, because the clutch loss that they were taking, it should add a lot of struggles to this showcase, but it didn't seem like that was at all the case for Partizan. They came through with really quick adjustments. You guys talked about it well in the matchup here, but they find themselves slow on some of these long takes. They speed it up with Tech 9s in the next breath. They understand the vulnerabilities in TNL's defense, and they were so quick to react to succeed up against those vulnerabilities and exploit the gaps and the holes in that defense there. Partizan, again, a lot to praise right now for a team that has had a lot to worry about right now. I mean, this is they weren't quite showing that same form, that the struggles of the Swiss stage on this map as well of Dust 2, where they have looked very clean. I think it's exactly what you want to see out of this team here. They have to get the job done on gun rounds. They play smart Counter-Strike with some of the decision making around the economy. They get aggressive here on the extremities. It felt like they had a fantastic winning formula, and all that to be said, good retakes as well. You see a couple of these B-side retakes now starting to win some of those clutches, having those big impact moments, and the rest of the team was so quick to get involved around some of the impact here. That's the depression opt right there that I love to see as well, being able to string in success like that. Utility on the retakes for these B-sides to make sure that they can continue to go well, and the aggression from the catwalk side. They were constantly pressing on every side of the map right there for TNL. When they split up, TNL were dazed and confused. They were lost because of how overwhelming Partizan were able to be in exploiting some of the weak sides of the map. And for me, that's exciting look at a Partizan who definitely need to find themselves improving on performance here. This is a turnaround that this team was eager for, and finally being able to string it together and get a victory underneath their belt, and now a grand finals underneath their belt. I think the sky is the limit right now for this roster, and that's obviously a really good sign. But that being said, with that being a victory here, so clean and comfortable for Partizan, that's all we have for the first semifinal. We are going to be looking at the next semifinal that's going to be going on in about an hour and 8 minutes. They'll probably be going on in the pregame for about an hour or so. So guys, go get your snacks, go get some breakfast, and come back in an hour. We'll be rolling through NAVI Junior versus Passion UA to see who's going to be playing up against the side of Partizan in the grand finals. Guys, keep it locked here. We'll see you all very soon.
The second semi-final is upon us. We're going to be jumping into the action between NAVI Junior and Passion UA, two teams that I reckon stand a really good chance of winning this entire tournament, because who's waiting in the grand final? Shockingly, Partizan. Now, I say shockingly for multiple reasons. One, they've just made a change, dropping their IGL, which is supposed to have like the most adverse effect on a roster when they end up changing that particular player. And also, like, they just weren't really looking that good, but they've had a very good run to get to the final. And the point I'm making here is NAVI Junior and Passion UA, you got to be licking your lips here, Charlie, at the prospect of playing Partizan for a title, right?
Oh, 100%. I think this fairy tale story, I kept on thinking it's got to come to an end here. It's got to come to an end here. But Partizan kept on proving me wrong. They kept on proving everyone wrong. Despite backing them, I never exactly thought this would be the case. And yeah, Navi Junior and Passion UA, look, this is going to be no easy game between the two of them. But they've got to be feeling confident whoever takes it and goes into that grand final. Because these are teams who have had some really solid results over the last few months. Like I said, no easy task though.
Can I just say,
Go ahead, mate. Yeah, please.
NIP and Big, that was meant to be the grand final, right? That was meant to be that final game. They were on other sides of the bracket for a reason. I think maybe it was done on ranking. Not only do they not get anywhere near the grand final, they couldn't even get through the quarterfinals. I've got to say, an embarrassment from both NIP and Big.
Yeah, I think that's a very apt point to make. I mean, especially with NIP, they've been in really good form after what they managed to do at Astana and in some other competitions as well, looking very convincing, to then just fall short after having all the opportunities, like you mentioned to me earlier, 7 map points to try and finish off the job against Navi Junior, and then got hammered on the map afterwards. Just wasn't a great showing, I'm afraid, but we know how hard Navi Junior hit in the server. We're going to get to see that in a couple minutes. So let's, I guess we can just briefly bring up the schedule here, just very quickly, to show everybody, I guess, what happened earlier and what is going forward in the day. TNL surprisingly losing to Partizan. I thought, okay, Partizan, good job to get all the way to the semifinals, but now you've drawn TNL. Like, you got Betlic in the quarters, okay, Parivision in the round of 16, that's an impressive win. TNL, though, this is where the run ends. And Partizan, shockingly, they managed to get the job done. They convincingly win 2-0. Of course, like I said, Passion UA Navi Junior up next, and then Partizan against the winner coming up in the grand final after this matchup. It'll be us three that get the pleasure of covering that later on. So let's focus up on some rosters, fellas. I want to go into Passion UA first here. I think that there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to get excited about with how recently this form has come together, this team has come together, and how good their form has been. Charlie, I feel like they've got such a fantastic composition of players. They're so well balanced. You've got really good experience now, and someone like Waru, who's also just playing fantastically on the Orb. You've got Chikazmo, who I feel like he can now unlock that next level, because we saw so much promise from him in the previous roster, but he was playing with guys like S-Cheddar and Zerofix. Now he's got Kvem, like such a strong rifler, Demka, fantastic anchor. Surely, I mean, just fantastic signs all around for Passion UA right now.
Yeah, it has to be. Look, I think this team plenty of times now, they've proved me wrong. The fact that they keep on coming back even after pieces of their team get picked apart. And this team somehow is coming back even stronger than I think we've probably ever seen this Passion UA side. I think Waro and Demka were a slam dunk move. I don't think you're getting any better than that. And I think, considering they've only been here for like a month each, these guys have been grinding with this roster, playing so many games. And like you said, the results have been really good. Look, Series 2 only dropping 1 map to TNL. That was a close match as well. Other than that, they've had some pretty comfortable results. A couple of slip-ups here or there, but other than that, it feels like they're always going to take it over the line. I'm not surprised to see them here at all. I think Navi Junior is going to be a really difficult challenge, but I think these guys have the pieces. They've got the fraggers. Demka and Boro, they've come into this team as more fragging elements as well, to an already team who had players like Kavem, who's playing out of his mind as of late. It's almost a 1.2 rating. This is a guy that I think we always knew was going to be a good player on teams like Ikla, Iron Branch, Run or Die, but this form... Look, I've been a big fan of Kavem. I didn't think he was going to be this high. And I think the sort of sky really is the limit for this team. And I don't even think we sort of scratched the surface of what this skill ceiling can be in the next few months. As these changes have only been made recently, this is still a reasonably new form team. There's still a lot of young elements, and there's so much more that they can prove. And I think this is one of those events that if they can make it to that grand final, they will snap at Partizan's hand and will look to push forward and take it.
Yeah, no to Solar. I didn't bring up TC either. I didn't jump in there and highlight him as the most exciting part of the roster. I had so many other positives before I pivoted. Of course, intentional. Had to get it in there either way. But let's have a look now at Navi Junior. Now, Fred, you did get the opportunity to see these guys the other day, and they had I mean, the fact that they showed the composure to get the job done against NIP and have the comeback. I mean, I know the first half on Nuke, they were down 10-2, and they still lost the map like 13-9. So they still had the ability to, the mental fortitude, the tenacity to fight back there. They did it again on the second map as well. I mean, so outside of just the ridiculous raw amounts of mechanical skill and firepower this team possesses, they're now taking things up a notch as well and showing more depth.
Yeah, not only is it about the depth, it's clear that this team not only has mental resilience, but also has kind of a level of maturity that you wouldn't expect from such a young squad. Not to say that they are inexperienced, because they've been, around this tier 2 scene for quite some time now, have been making waves, have really been upsetting top tier opponents, but it's clear that regardless of age, they do have a level of maturity, and they have an understanding of, look, all we need to do is keep ourselves in the game. We need to make sure that we're making the correct plays, the right plays, because we've got the ability to back it up. And obviously, in that ancient map against NIP, they were 12-8 down. They brought it back to OT. Then Nip had another 3 opportunities to close out the series in overtime. And then NAVI Junior, they went 21-18. And the first chance they got to take that map, they were successful. And then, as we mentioned before, Dust was just, it was just an absolute stomping. It's clear to see that this NAVI Junior side not only have such strong ability all across the board. You can mention anyone's name in kind of a head-to-head, and you'd say, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. But I think right now, I think Passion UA probably going to be quite scared. I think both these teams, they realize that not only are they quite similar on paper when it comes to ability, but also it's the idea that Partizan, they're waiting in the final. They are certainly a beatable team. This is a game that holds so much weight, not only for NAVI Junior, because I think they want to try and kind of get that victory, obviously, in the grand final, but obviously for Passion UA, they've gotten to a grand final before, sadly weren't victorious. They got to the semi-finals once before here in season 2, and obviously couldn't progress further. This is kind of a perfect opportunity now for both of these teams to get themselves the victory here in the series.
Yeah, I think we even highlighted yesterday with Navi Junior the fact that not only is this team really young, you've even got Coolio behind the scenes who's done so much work. He's still only 24 himself.
Yeah.
Look, came on, he had a decent bit of experience in certain teams like Budapest 5. But even him, there's still a lot of room to grow as a coach. But it feels like sort of step one, what you're putting your first step forward, and what we have seen. I mean, Navi Junior, this isn't just a young team full of individuals. There is a real structure around it. And there's a lot of teams now that you're seeing in the tier 2, tier 3 come through with just a ton of sort of individuals on their team. And you're like, wow, look at these players. There's not actually a huge amount of these teams that are showing this sort of well-oiled nature. Probably 2 that come to mind is sort of Navi Junior, Spirit Academy, even TNL if you want to throw them in as well. And these are the teams that understandably are at the very top of tier 2. Considering how young they are, they don't actually feel like it on the server whatsoever.
All right, well, what I am interested in having a look at is the veto. So let's see what maps we're going to see, or what we're going to get playing out here in this semi-final. Okay, Mirage, Dust 2, Anubis. So as far as the color palette goes, not much inspiration, but that's not what we're going to be paying attention to right now. It's a very middle-of-the-road map pool across the board here. I mean, I know that Navi Junior picked us 2, but we saw Passion UA pick us 2 against Cybershock yesterday. So they have shown a proclivity to actually pick that map. Navi Junior, they're not afraid of picking Mirage, and both these teams play Anubis frequently. So okay, maybe more so Passion UA than Navi Junior, but I feel like what we have here, Fred, is an arena where both these teams are going to feel very comfortable across the board, and that should create some competitive and entertaining Counter-Strike at a high level.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is another series quite similar to that Nip and Navi Junior game, where I don't think the vetoes are going to hold as much weight as we've seen in the past. I think it is going to come down to individuals. I think it's going to come down to kind of which players are hitting heavier on the day. Obviously, though, you look at that Dust 2, and I think a lot of people might go, well, Passion UA, they have had success on it in the past. They bested Cybershock, as we mentioned before. They bested BC Game 13-9. Yet when you look to Navi Junior, their most 2 recent games, that kind of, quarterfinal and round of 16 game, they won Dust 2 13-4. So I think when you look at it like that, although Passion UA certainly can take a map like Dust, maybe I'm edging a little bit more towards Navi Junior and map 2. Obviously, we could see them take Mirage, we could see them take Anubis. But I think, honestly, I'm going to be really boring, and I'm just going to say I can't give a prediction until I see the result of map 1. However silly that might seem, it's just because I think we both, and we all know that it could be a 2-0 for either team. It could be a 3-mapper. It's just which kind of side we see today. Do we see the Navi Junior where all 5 are fragging and Makazi's dropping 30 kills a map, or are we going to see that for Passion UA? So I think maybe I need a couple rounds before to give my prediction, but I think it's going to be a banger. That's the only thing I'm sure of.
I think that's sort of the nature of this stage at the event anyway, isn't it? Sometimes you just throw the stats out the window and they feel significantly less relevant when you're at this point. as well. It feels like the only thing that really matters is what we are going to see on the server. One thing that is nice, though, is we have actually got to see these two teams face off against each other in the last few months. Most of the time, reasonably close affairs. We've seen 6 maps, each team taking 3. Sure, it's not necessarily with the exact same rosters, but I think it's a nice storyline to look at how close previous results have been and how NAVI team have really exactly got one up on their opponent. And I do think that leads to exactly what this map for me is going to feel like, what this game's going to feel like, or is it going to be a back and forth affair? I'm hoping for similar signs to what Ancient was yesterday with NAVI Junior versus NIP there, where I mean, completely scrappy CS, back and forth. NAVI team really getting a slight edge there, and I mean, it makes for some super exciting CS, and I'm honestly expecting pretty similar things here between these two.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really fun matchup, honestly. I think they should be fairly evenly matched. I think that this Passion UA team really has impressed me with how quickly they've come together. I mean, obviously, for anybody who doesn't know, TC is the coach, and they've brought in a new analyst or assistant coach as well, Munster, who was the FlyQuest Red coach before. Yeah. So got quite a bit of experience there, and at least he can speak English. So TC is going to have somebody, at least his coaching staff is going to be speaking the same language as him. Yeah. Topper did say that they have a lot of their notes in English, and they actually comment English as well occasionally, just that really? TC can also get an idea. Yeah, so TC can get an idea of what they're talking about and the way that they're communicating. So I feel like they've actually got pretty good English across the board on that team. I mean, it does make sense. Think about it. Waro and Demka, Kvem, they've all played on international rosters, so they have had that experience.
Surely it makes more sense for the full 5 Ukrainian rosters speaking their kind of natural language. But look, if they want to make it harder for themselves and I guess easier for TC, then I completely understand. Either way, like whether they're common in English or common in their kind of, well, mother tongue, I guess you could say. I think Passion UA, I think it's not going to be about the comms. It'll be about how they perform in the server.
All right, well, Charlie, you want to jump in with something?
Yeah, I mean, sort of highlighting, I think just one sort of final point that I really do want to sort of nail down is, in terms of NAVI Junior, one thing that I'm hoping isn't going to be an issue. They were pretty slow off the mark yesterday, in fact. No one really took the game by storm, it felt like, for a lot of Nuke, and they were trailing, and you could honestly just see it in the scoreboard. It was pretty much dead even. Everyone was sort of similar stats, and we only finally start to see them come alive is when their players did as well. And they made a bit of a resurgence on Nuke. They made that scoreline look a little bit more inflated, I suppose, but also gave them time to warm up for map number 2. And I think it's really going to be important today for NAVI Junior to get off the mark pretty quickly, because Passion UA are a team that will punish if you're sort of slow to start a game. They'll be able to get a big lead, and maybe map number 1 could be over before they know it. I think NAVI Junior, as long as they can get at least a couple of their players showing us what they can do, I think even if you're just buying time for the rest of your team, I'm hoping we're not going to see a slow start from them again. I've seen a couple of slower starts from NAVI Junior in the past. I think in the semi-finals, you don't really get afforded that luxury.
I think it's
I will say, okay, go.
No,
ahead,
you
mate.
go.
Well, it's just what I was going to say is, what's impressive is even though they have had some lackluster starts, it's not like that just leads to complete capitulations, especially for an academy team, that they are able to still galvanize when things haven't really gone their way and get things together before it's too late. Fred, I want to pivot to a different conversation if you just want to chime in with your point there quickly.
Oh, well, look, I think the main reason they struggled so much on Nuke yesterday is because Shush had a 2.8 rating on the T side. I don't think there was much they could do.
That's a number.
Shush was absolutely destroying everyone. I think that's kind of why they struggled, because he was just taking 1v3 fights like on the A-bomb site, killing them all. Like, I don't really think it was just they weren't performing. I think Shush was cooking as well.
Okay, so I know we have the head-to-head between Makaza and Kvem, and it's probably a pretty apt head-to-head just as far as the riflers go on opposite end of the server, both just devastating with the rifle, both in sublime form as well. But a head-to-head I'd like to highlight just informally is Cemetery and Waro. Now, Cemetery, I checked his numbers for that game against NIP. I mean, he got farmed by Wrinkle. Fair, Wrinkle's also in really good form at the moment. Wrinkle bossed him. But Waro is also just AWPing phenomenally at the moment, and Cemetery has been the one guy I've looked at this NAVI Junior team and thought maybe that's where I could point out a slight deficiency if we're really going to try hard to pinpoint and be very nitpicky. Cemetery sometimes does actually disappear a little bit and not really have the game you need from your AWPer. Fred, I don't know, or Charlie, if either you kind of have something to chime in here on that head-to-head and what it could mean for the series.
I mean, as a North user myself, I want to give my 2 cents
Yeah,
on this
okay.
one. Look, I definitely think you can look at some choose numbers, and definitely sort of see, okay, as a pretty important role, you can easily sort of pinpoint him in a lot of matches. I actually do think he's got an insanely high skill ceiling. I think it's mainly inconsistency that he struggles with now, and like you said, can sometimes be bullied by a bit more of an experienced AWPer. We saw that yesterday versus Wrinkle. We've seen it in previous matchups as well. I think the thing that we do need to know, he's still just 17. This whole team is still super young. I think in a year's time, I think a lot of these issues won't necessarily be there in 6 months' time. They won't be there they won't be as prevalent. I think he can take a game like this, and I'm hoping at least one of these sort of 2-3 maps that we're going to see, we are going to get to see. I think the fact that we are looking at a Dust 2 from NAVI Jr., I'm hoping we're going to get to see a bit more action there. This is a player that, honestly, one of my favorite players to watch on NAVI Jr. Certainly can go missing in certain maps, but I think that's kind of the nature of when your team is 17 to sort of 16 to 20, really. There are going to be occasional maps where that is the issue. You don't have the experience that a lot of these guys on Passion UA have playing at certain levels for years and years. And I think these, for me at least, they're understandable. And although it's a team that's playing outrageously good for sort of the ages on the server, I think for me, I want to buy a bit more time for Symmetry and say this is a guy that, even with inconsistencies being a thing, he certainly can make his impact on the server and will do so a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I think as well, in that Ancient game, there was actually many moments where Symmetry might get kind of 1 kill or 2 kills, but it was, you know, in a round. But the amount of times where the round would go to a 3v3, it would seem as though NIP are going to look to try and exploit towards B. He's just playing deep towards CT. He finds a kill, he backs away, he gets the advantage. And I actually thought Symmetry had a very stable CT side there. So although maybe he's not the flashiest player, he's not up there on the scoreboard, I think he does have kind of important rounds.
Okay, doing what's required of him, which I guess that's all you could really ask for at the end of the day when you've got some other playmakers like Makaze on the server. You got to balance it out somehow. Either way, fellas, we're going to be striking a balance here, or maybe breaking the balance open between these two teams. First map of the second semi-final is live. NAVI Jr. up against Passion UA. I'm your dad. Enjoy the first map. I'll see you after.
Yeah, it is the first map, first selection for Passion UA. It is Mirage. I think Mirage is kind of an accepted map for both these teams. It seems as though it's the main feature when it comes to their previous results, previous matchups. Demon just jump spotting here. The bomb is outside apartments. We are going to be seeing a bit of a late Palace play from Demka, which I don't mind. Is the idea just it's a double fake. It's going to be a play through B. Oh, no, well, with Topper going down, we're seeing the bomb fall towards under as well. Kvemir and Con needing to connect, but Krebeni and Makazi find a 2-on-5 in a matter of moments. And although Warrow's deep, Jakazmo, oh, the elevator out the jumping Glock. Okay, well, it's a 1v5. I think we all know where this round's going. Trying to isolate some fights, but he's deep in jungle. I don't think there's anywhere you can go. But NAVI Jr., they take the pistol. They begin how they mean to end on Mirage.
Yeah, I think, honestly, we've been given a gift with Mirage being the first map of this series. It feels like it can be as sort of neck and neck as any of these maps will be. A lot of sample size, very similar results between both teams. And I think it's going to be a real tone setter for how the rest of this series goes. But pistol round dominated by the young guns of NAVI Jr. as Krebeni instantly looks to take this fight towards top mid. Just up against the unarmored Deagler. Jakazmo does 99 damage, but not fortunate enough to hit the final bullet. You can see he already wants to get fully stuck in. I love to see it nice and early into this series.
Yeah, I think Krebeni's he's an interesting player to watch when you look at this NAVI Junior side, because I think a lot of people are going to be saying, well, he's probably one of the more experienced players, and I think as well, he's maybe someone that when you look at players like Makazi, like Zugis, Symmetry as well, I think there's a lot of great kind of pieces to this side. But I think people forget that Krebeni's an insane player in his own right.
Yeah, and the fact of taking in the role of leadership as well, working probably very closely with Coolio. Yeah, and I think that's one thing that impressed me so much when I watch teams like NAVI Jr. is just to watch.
the T side for the majority of their map pool is always their favored. It's always disgusting to watch. And I think for NAVI Junior, it's the fact that they can take the liberties of maybe sending someone out ramp early without a flash, just on a bit of a random timing, and they kill the AWPer towards Ticket. It's just little moments like that, because NAVI Junior, they are fearless on their T sides.
I mean, I think that's one thing that makes this matchup so good on paper for me, is the fact that you have a team that can do a very similar thing in Passion UA, that they also do like a T-side Kvem in terms of breaking open these spaces, similar to people on the opposing side of the server today, and can just be such a threat to deal with, and a lot of teams just struggle to sort of counter on the CT side. It feels like these are sort of stories that we said for both of these teams on different occasions. And I couldn't honestly have asked for a better semi-final here, with Partizan waiting in the wings in that grand final. Only one spot's up for grabs, and I have no idea where this series is going to go. I'm here to sit back and enjoy the ride, Fred.
Yeah, look, I spoke about that kind of Nip and Navi Junior game as being, I guess, a quote-unquote prerequisite to what we can expect the grand final to be. I kind of said the winner of that game should win the whole event. And I think you could say the same about this semi-final, not to take away from Partizan and not to say that they couldn't find it, but I think Partizan will go into that grand final maybe as the underdogs, which is quite crazy to say with the numbers, but it is going to be this B defense. 3 defenders ready and waiting. Demon tucked away, finally striking, taken down by Jacasmo, but Symmetry elevated. We'll be able to find Kvem, so man advantage found by Navi Junior, and although Zugis has been chipped away at, he's still surviving, and it's all on Topper. 1 versus 4, he can get a nice double, but Krabeni quick to get the trade, and Navi Junior, they continue this streak of success on the CT side.
Yeah, first full buy, not a success for Passion UA. Nice couple of kills at the end there from Topper. Honestly, just to keep the finances humble for Navi Junior. Could have easily seen that grow out of control quite early on, but not going to be the case here, as we do get the first AWP in play for Symmetry. It's just going to be up against this half by these pistols and armor. 3 Tech-9s, a couple of Deagles, and nothing too fancy here for Passion UA, as they look to line up for a bit of an A hit, but Krabeni wants to go for an early fight against these pistols.
Yeah, Util coming over, Krabeni's got that information, but Kvem finding the Molotov will halt them, and I think now the idea is denying these T's on retrieving the rifle. Bazookas has taken a lot of damage with the Molotov. A Molly and Palace to kind of stop the aggression. Makazi rotating towards stairs. Kvem will go down, but Jacasmo with the trade. The man advantage now for Passion UA, and Makazi wants to take the fight, and he is successful in his endeavors. Just the swing out of stairs, he's so confident, and that's why he's got the ability to join alongside it. Takes down the player towards Tetris, a quick flick to the aggressor in Sandwich. And Navi Junior, although things look a little unsettling at moments, of course it's Makazi to give a bit more stability.
Demka's making this long wrap around all the way through the B-bomb site, trying to make his way towards A. He cuts these players off, but Makazi, he's already ready because there was so much control taken super early there from Symmetry out. So he got posted up with the AWP towards ramp. As soon as, honestly, Makazi and him found those 3 kills, instantly got that position. Makazi looked towards mid, teammate in Palace, and they started to realize he's not here. He's likely going to be wrapping around. We spotted nothing anywhere. Nice early find for Kvem. And Passion UA do well to trade out to keep that advantage for them. But the issue is, as soon as Makazi and Symmetry rotate in, find 3 kills between both of them in seconds. And next thing you know, any chance of winning that round is all on Demka's shoulders, who's instantly backed away and tried to make that long flank happen. Double playthrough apps here.
I love it.
There's going to be some really early control taken here from the CTs.
And with the deep molly thrown, it just means that I doubt Passion UA are going to be ready for this, or at least expecting it. They look to take some space in middle themselves, but they're not doing so with speed, so we can see Symmetry just stay posted, and there it is. Symmetry finding Kvem. Already showing the impact that that big green can have. Obviously, he got 1 kill in the last round. I don't know whether you saw it. It was because he was posted towards Palace. That's why Makazi was so confident from peeking from stairs, because he knew, look, if anyone's going to swing him and take him down from Palace, he's got Symmetry posted. There's so much trust there from Makazi and Symmetry, and obviously the kill comes through. But with the opening found, Navi Junior advantaged. Topper chipped away out by the HE. Makazi playing towards ladder, and now the window smoke's faded. Things get a little bit awkward. Warro obviously does have a smoke himself, but currently towards Palace, so quite far away from dropping that very minimal utility remaining on the rest of the server, but there's minimal time as well, 40 seconds. And it's clear that Passionue want to try and finish here towards the A bomb site. But the difficulty is, as Waro backed away from Palace, Zugis took up this space, and Jacasmo, he's going loud. Zugis gonna spot this, gonna hear this, and surely to find this kill, Jacasmo. Oh, Jacasmo finds instead. He does get dinked down in the process. Topper's low, but Jacasmo, what a kill he finds. Kreveni rotating can get one. Jacasmo with another. How has he been able to find 2 kills in this round? He won't get a third as Makazi takes him down, and Waro found by Symmetry, and 8-1 for Symmetry. It's a player that we've said maybe doesn't have the best of stats all the time, but I think he might have tuned in on the pre-show and said, well, look, guys, look, chaps, I'm going to show you something different. 8-1.
Yeah, it's the start that you want for a player like him. Like I said, sometimes these players are just sort of play off of confidence a lot. Symmetry's more than happy just to sort of hold a line the whole round. Doesn't feel like he needs to get into the action as much as certain other players on his team do, but definitely has a big role to play on this team. Nice double in that round, though, from Jacasmo, we have to say. Mind blown he found the first hit. Look at this. Instantly readjust to the head. But the issue is, the only player finding any success here is Jacasmo. And the actual entries into the bomb sites just get shut down. We see Topper fall, we see Symmetry's AWP start to find frags, and then from there, it doesn't feel like Passionue have a lot. And you highlighted the lack of utility. They can't smoke off any of the positions. They can't force Symmetry to not peek. They can't force the players in jungle to sort of stay at bay. And that's a bit of an issue for both these teams right now. But it is back onto the half-by-4 Passionue as NAVI Jr. hits a 5-round streak nice and early on Passionue's map pick of Mirage. But it doesn't really feel like there's much of a map pick here between these teams, is it? Mirage, both teams love it. Like Hayes said on the desk, Dust 2 is a map that we've seen both teams pick before. It's another one of these maps that it feels like a real good proving ground for both of these rosters. So, yeah.
Well, I think as well, for Passionue, the only map that would have been a real problem for them would have been Nuke, and because they've got that 7-map pool with Nuke and Train, kind of, I guess they're trading those vetoes, determining on the team they face, and because they know Navi Jr., they like to ban out, Train, they opt to ban Nuke, so it works out quite nicely. I think if we did see Nuke in play, that's where things could have been a little bit worrying, but nice opening find here from Jacasmo. Not only is this a round that Passionue are going to look to restrict the finances for Navi Jr., but obviously we know how these Deagle rounds can go. So maybe Navi Jr. need to show a little bit more kind of a passive nature, a bit more respect to these pistols, because it could really go wrong. Looking as though it's going to be a B play with Demon and Makazi as the closest defenders. Zugis wants to go pressing towards ramp, and if he does so, Symmetry might be able to rotate in time, but the util's landing now. Demon and Makazi to defend. Kvem found. Oh, very static, the players out of apartment, and Demon, simple find here, deals with Waro as well. Demon doesn't need to take another fight. Symmetry's rotated in. He pushes through said smoke. Elevated is Jacasmo, and Demon can find. Demon can deal, and Demka, all that remains. Nice shot with a D. Reposition from Demon. Information gathered, but Zugis quick enough to get in the action. Navi Jr., although a fair few casualties, still victorious in the round.
Makazi's rotation was huge there. Only finds 1 kill, but it's the amount of pressure he takes away from Demon. He's sort of anticipating, okay, I'm ready for these players to come. I'm towards empty pill, I'm waiting. And they just don't come, because they're all glued to Makazi. Finds the first kill, they want to get that trade. Allows Demon to reposition slightly, finds a couple, delays so much time, gets his third before Symmetry rotates in, and then at that point, you're in 1 versus 3 for Demka anyway. Obviously, just the pistols does get reasonably close towards the end, but it is still a 6-round streak. Money's not actually in a great spot for Navi Jr., so they haven't been able to build up a huge bank going into this 7th round, but it might not matter if you're not dropping any rounds.
No. I think, obviously, for Passionue, even if they find victory, we'll see an investment from Navi Jr. as 3 players can invest. But it's the possibility for Passionue. It's the idea that they can potentially reset in a few rounds' time. But Symmetry finding Jacasmo. Topper's now completely trapped towards top middle. There is nothing he can do. I think the only way out is to fight his way out, but he's got no help whatsoever. Demka could rotate round and send a flashbang to aid, but I really don't know what's gonna happen. And look, Waro 0-6. He's had a really quiet start. Finally got the AWP in hand, but Symmetry certainly surpassing.
I mean, you say that as well, Kvem. A player that, of course, that we always highlight when we're talking about Passionue. Just a 1-6. But, I mean, it's difficult for anyone to find anything on Passion UA right now. It really is only Jacasmo who's able to find sort of his worth in kills. But other than that, it feels like NAVI Jr. have a solution to every problem that Passion UA tried to throw at them. But back towards B, the T side go. Tried to take this bomb site with pistols in the last. Let's see how it fares with the rifles. Still 2 players here. Makazi and Demon once again. Molotov comes down towards bench to force Demon forward. But both B defenders find their kill. Topper's low HP. Warriors finally does strike, but 14 seconds on the clock. Frantically jumping out of apartment. It is just Demon here alone still when he mops up the rest. 3 kills from him in total, and NAVI Jr.'s B defense is more than solid enough.
How is the B anchor 11-1? Passion UA, it's not gone perfectly for them. They quite like to head towards the B bomb site, it seems, but they're not doing it with enough utility. Demon, yes, the molly's landing, and yes, there's one flash that's coming through, but it doesn't seem like there's anywhere near enough threat when it comes to the util. But there's 7-0 start here. NAVI Jr. looking very composed.
I mean, Demon is making sort of your matchmaking B anchors who say that it's not a fragging role. He's sort of putting them to shame and saying that excuse doesn't quite work. Yeah, that's what a game he's having. I mean, yeah, a lot of different pieces that we can highlight on NAVI Jr., even if it's just a couple of impact rounds or a couple of impact kills. It's been a very good B defense, a nice couple of rounds. But Topper and Waro do find a couple of kills there, but it's just not enough. Look, we've seen it in a couple of rounds now. Sure, Passion UA can find a few kills towards the end, but it feels like at that point the round's already confirmed for NAVI Jr. As already we're past that halfway point of the first half. Passion UA still yet to find a round. Tactical timeout, something like that.
They've opted for the investment. There was no bomb plant, so it's not as though they've got perfect utility, but I think Passion UA, yeah, they've kind of pointed out and said, well, if we don't start winning rounds, we're probably going to lose the game, and if it gets to dust with this level of confidence for NAVI Jr., we'll probably lose 2-0. So I think they've realized we have to start putting rounds on the board. Topper finds Zugis early, so man advantage for Benny. Can look to peek, will take down Waro, can drop the molly as well towards under, realizing that there should be a second. Peeks onto Topper, but the flashbang doesn't do anything. Obviously doesn't even pop before he peeks. Still a 3-on-3 though. Makazi finding Jacasmo, drops the molly. Oh, somehow not having to deal with Demka. And the reposition's excellent because now Symmetry can get onto Ticket, spots the leg, goes for the quick shot. Doesn't need to be so speedy, but obviously somewhat worried about Palace. Makazi now holding a better angle to deal with Demka.
I mean, no one can shut down Topper right now. He does a great job to find the first kill and then just isolating these duels in middle, getting given fights and passing every single test. Demka's walking out of Palace. Symmetry could get caught out, but Demka opts to go down the ladder instead. And Symmetry creeps behind the wall into relative safety, but 2 players going to peek in towards him at the same time. Does hit the shot onto Demka, but it is just the leg.
Oh, he spots out the shoulder of Topper as well. Makazi, he can win this one so easily. A low HP here. He switches to the other rifle. The USB will be fine, though, and Makazi can find a great round from Makazi. Symmetry as well, dealing damage there to Demka. And again, in a round that looks somewhat positive, somewhat possible. Symmetry so isolated on the bomb site, yet Demka far too passive to get out of Palace. 8-0 is the scoreline here. I don't know how Makazi's not traded in this scenario. He's got a molly in hand, but Demka far too worried, far too nervous. And it seems as though Passion UA in some moments, they're playing with a real lack of confidence, which is so tough to see. But especially for a team that we know play kind of such nice CS for a majority of the time, but NAVI Jr. have had their number at every turn.
I do like the change that we saw in that round, though. The issue is they had no util to really go with it. You see Topper find the opening kill towards Connector, thinking that's a part of the map they can look to exploit early. They do so, find the early kill, but the issue is then you've got other players also taking fight. Symmetry instantly gets that trade. We see Krebeni in middle as well, find Waro trying to get boosted up into window, and they do a nice idea of what they want to do early, but the lack of util, it kind of feels like at that point you're forced into looking for individual fights, and that's when NAVI Jr. do bite back.
Yeah, now although it's a 4-4, Jacasmo's been chipped away at. There's just one smoke here for Passion UA, and with a minute on the clock, you can contain middle, but I don't really know where you're going to go with it. Drop a smoke towards jungle, maybe one towards CT, but the setup here from NAVI Jr. is excellent. Makazi can take contact. He just goes for the swing. The confidence is crazy. Demon deals with Fem, And from a 4v4, it's gone to a 4-on-2. And as I mentioned, the lack of utility, it's not going to fare well for Passion UA. A 9-0 scoreline is looking like the outcome. NAVI Junior, what a performance we're seeing on map 1.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see some sort of tactical timers. I'm not sure if there was one being used in some of the replays that we got to see. I'm not sure, but so far from what we're aware, we haven't seen a tactical pause just yet, and it's a 9-0 scoreline. You feel like we need to see something being discussed. It's all on the low HP Chicasmo. 11 seconds on the clock. He's ready to go down with the ship.
Oh, Demon will be able to get the denial on the plant. I do think we have had the one tac pause from Passion UA. Oh, in fact, they've had all 3 now.
Yeah, so they have been used during some of these replays. But I mean, either way, look, they're aware that, okay, something's gone very, very wrong. We cannot find a solution. This is the issue, though, Fred, isn't it? Already it's 9-0 for NAVI Junior. You're saying best case scenario, Passion UA leave this half with 3 rounds. That feels like that would be a success given the context of this game. But there's also no evidence to provide, okay, they're going to even find one round, let alone 3. And I'm worried for Passion UA that they're not even going to get a chance to show us their CT side because of how one-sided this first half could be.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
More so than already.
I'm quite disappointed that NAVI Junior are playing so well because I love the T side of their Mirage and I might only get to see the pistol. Like it just doesn't seem fair. I've been wanting to see the T side of Mirage for NAVI Junior for quite some time and kind of just have the blessing to be alongside it. Yeah, we might not get to see much of it. It could just be one full buy, which don't get me wrong. I'd be very impressed with how NAVI Junior played their whole Mirage, but...
Oh, it's a great call.
Come on, give me a bit of a T-side.
It's a hit towards A-Fred. There's 4 defenders here. 2 advancing through round, 2 advancing through Palace.
What is
and
this?
they find 3 kills. Raveni keeps himself alive. Gets that intel of the bomb. Demon wants to fight as well. But Palace call was great enough. And then you got one with Ramp, just a caveat on top.
Great trade from Demon as well. Warro, he's in a 1 versus 4. Just going to attempt to get through the smoke. Can't retrieve the bomb. There's nothing Warro can do. And they're just going to crunch in on him. Oh, it's horrible. Passion UA, they go back to basics. They go back to kind of the most simplistic call of all on Mirage. Let's just hit A. We'll go for the smokes. And NAVI Junior, they don't even let them pull the pins on that utility as they push Ramp, they push Palace. It is disgusting. Double digits found here. Passion UA yet to put 1 digit. 10-0. Oh, wow. And there's 4 players on 10 kills for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, I mean, no one's having a bad game on their side. Even Grabeni, sort of been giving up a couple of kills towards top middle. It doesn't seem to matter. He's still finding a lot of impact elsewhere. And here, he's played to find the first kill in middle. That's why he's going for these plays. He knows the impact he can have. Symmetry's timing, a little bit unfortunate not to catch off Chicasmo, but it's big information gained regardless. As obviously, NAVI Junior already do have that opening kill. Can start to pick apart where else these guys are. This is the thing, NAVI Junior right now, Fred, they're 10-0. They're 3 rounds from closing out. They just need to make sure they don't get complacent. Don't give up too many unnecessary fights. Yeah. Don't get Passion UA into the server. Don't get them warmed up, even for the second map, even for the rest of Mirage. There's no need. This is a game that you could win outrageously dominantly. Well, ensure that you can.
It's what we said in that kind of NIP versus NAVI Junior game. We said to NIP, look, you're 10-2 up on the T side of Nuke. You should win this kind of 13-5 at worst. Don't allow them to warm up into the server. And that's kind of what they let them do. And then obviously as we move to Ancient, NIP still should have taken it, but were unable. And I think NAVI Junior, they were given the chance to come back in that previous series. I don't think they're going to give Passion UA any look at this. And Topper staring at his teammates. Symmetry, going to be some combat AWPing here. Smoke's been dropped. All for the idea of dropping down the ladder. Oh, Symmetry. This is going to be so difficult to deal with, but he gets 1. And now Kvem rotating up from Con. Missed shots here. Symmetry retrieves an AK. I like the idea of it, and it's all on Kvem, a player that has so much reliance on him in majority of games. He's really struggled. He's 2-11, and NAVI Junior will find 11.
One final round of the half. This is a semi-final for anyone just joining us. This is a game that we built up as probably one of the closest we could have in this playoff bracket, and yet somehow Passion UA in the first half of Mirage yet to post a round still. This is a grand final spot up for grabs, and right now it feels like it looks like NAVI Junior are the only ones who really want it.
Hey, look, I look forward to the Nade King video in a week's time of how he trolled Passion UA and gave them the wrong config or something, because that's all I can think of how this has gone so one-sided.
I mean, look at this round even. They just want to take these fights towards mid. Symmetry somehow allowed to find 2. And now it's a 4 versus 2 after 20 seconds of the round. Topper and Demka. We've had plenty of sort of disadvantaged rounds for Passion UA, none of which have been able to come out on top. McCarthy's position looks like he should be able to find Topper. Nice find from him, though, to actually fight back. And there is still a bit of a chance here from Passion UA, but it's all about the individuals. What can they find across the board as NAVI Junior are all slightly split as Symmetry starts to make his way back towards A.
Yeah, Symmetry looks as though he could just take a timing peek towards ramp and not only get information, but probably a kill. Zugas, ooh, okay, Demka will get one, but realizing there is Symmetry still towards stairs, he's just going to wait for the rotation from Demon. Knowing Symmetry, though, he might take a bit of a quick peek. Information gathered or posted up, but Demka can find. Will Passion UA deny a 12-0 start here? Oh, there's 2 HE grenades. Demon's got another, and he will send the other. Oh, and the nade doing so much damage. Down to 10 HP is Demka. Demon will convert. The dropped HE grenade from Symmetry, changing that round massively.
Yeah, I think that's how they're feeling there, Demon. I think that's how they're feeling. Absolutely shocked. 12-0. I mean, the fact that that's probably been the closest round of this half says a lot. It was a 4 versus 2 brought to a 1v1 where Demka, time to play with. Look, there was a couple of nades that's thrown his way. It's still around that's gone the way of NAVI Junior, but there has not been a lot to talk about. I'm curious what Hayes even going to have to say about this game, apart from, wow, NAVI Junior looked perfect. Passion UA looked really sort of like they lacked any creativity, and anything that they did try to change up just got shut down from seemingly the perfect read from NAVI Junior. We're going to be jumping into the second half, Fred. There might not be a lot for us to talk about on this teaser. Just one round needed. We could have a 13-0 in the semi-final.
You just had to mention it, didn't you? You just had to.
I'm not saying we're going to, I'm just saying we could.
Yeah, look, I think NAVI Junior, what a game. What a performance. I think Demka, it's a nice attempt there in the 1 versus 2, but the second that second nade gets kind of dropped to Demon, it's so tough. Look, Charlie, I know you're a bit of an optimist for a comeback.
What do you think? Very optimistic.
I think
genuinely,
I think unboxing a blue gem is probably a higher chance than this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Passion UA have been playing right now, the way that NAVI Junior have been playing right now, it's going to be a basic hit towards A. Passion UA just defended by one player on this side of the map, but quickly to rotate in, make that 3 as they do look to fight. Jacasmo, Topper find the first. Kills coming through now, but dicey as the bullets aren't connecting. Symmetry finds one.
Yeah, Demon now going to be flanking. He's in a great position here. Symmetry just needs to survive. And now Demon rotating in, can find through the smoke. It is Demka in another clutch. Demon, he's just bested him in the 1v1. And again, it's an unfavored 1v1 for Demka. Has been chipped away so heavily, down to 6 HP. This is looking dangerous for Demka and Demon. Oh, Demon's going to make his way towards the B-bomb site. Oh, has he heard that? He definitely has, 100%. Demon's going to re-wrap towards middle. Oh, Demka. Oh, how's he not been spotted? Surely, there we go. Finally. And there it is. It's done. Oh, devastating for Demka in the clutch. Devastating for Passion UA. A 13-0 in a semi-finals. Passion UA. Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to watch. I think we're both going to say that.
I mean, who would have thought this? 13-0 NAVI Junior. What a showing on their opponent's map pick. We've got Hayes waiting in the wings to try to dissect what on earth has happened that game. Good luck, my friend. You're going to need it with that.
All right, there we go. You know how you talk about one-way traffic? You see it in like those horrible zombie movies where everyone's trying to escape the city. That's what that highway looked like right now. It's just jam-packed with rounds for NAVI Junior and nothing to speak of at all for Passion UA. I mean, that was just a stomping. It's as simple as that. Sometimes you get these games with like super one-sided scorelines, where it feels like the scoreline's maybe not necessarily an accurate representation of how close the game was. Maybe it came down to some like really sick retakes or clutches or, you know, crazy individual moments that won the sixth round, which was a big gun round and a sway round that broke the economy. You can't even really find rounds like that here for Passion UA to try and put the lipstick on the pig here and improve the optics of this. This was just a straight up 13-0. It's as simple as that. Like, the scoreline reads as the game played. It was just completely one-sided. There was no contest. I mean, Passion UA were able to get some space on their T side. They were able to at least get like some control, maybe work middle, but that was just because Navi Junior were letting them have it. They were conceding that control and they were setting themselves up on the bomb sites. Feels like they constantly had great reads. I don't know if they prepped for Passion UA, but I feel like they had these really good reads where they wouldn't have like someone push through Palace or ramp and then stack A. They'd have a guy sandwich, one guy connector, and then they'd have 3 players rooted on the B bomb site, and lo and behold, Passion UA, exec B, and Navi Junior were just perfectly set up to deal with it. So I think they just had done their homework. I think they had read into what they could expect. You know, they say, okay, it's this set of util being thrown in mid. That means they're going to leave one player lurking mid. They're going to go 4B. Let's set up for that. And they read it perfectly. So maybe Coolio, the coach, was just doing his homework before the series. I mean, that was Passion UA's pick of Mirage here. And that's even worse. They've just lost 13-0 on their own map. Like, that is a disaster of the highest order. But like I said, we did see rounds when Passion UA were able to get control of middle, but they could never convert or translate that control into a bomb site or into a post-plant situation with even numbers. It was always they had to lose like 3 players for the price of 1, where they could maybe then think about getting onto a site. So they were just always at a disadvantage. And then Navi Junior actually started to flex on Passion UA, where at that point they were up 10-0. Then they started running at Passion UA. We saw the 1v1 clutch here from Demon, where he drops the spray paints on Demka's head. I mean, that's banter right there. And the pistol round to seal the deal and lock in that 13-0 for Navi Junior. I mean, that was just flawless from start to finish. That is a hell of a statement coming through from them here in the semi-final. Next map is going to be Dust 2. It's the pick of Navi Junior. I mean, like I said, Passion UA do sometimes have a tendency to pick Dust 2 as well. So at least the one saving grace is we're not heading into a map now, which is like the punish pick into this team. But it is still... You got to pitch up now, fellas. I mean, we've got to turn our screens on and we've got to start to play here in the semi-final, or it's going to be over before we know it. We're going to have a short break here and we jump into that second map in about 10 minutes. In a blink of an eye, the first map was over. Passion UA just never pitched up at all. It was their map as well, where they just get completely trounced by NAVI Junior. 13-0, big fat round number there for Passion UA. And yeah, just unfortunately, like I said, didn't pitch up. Now we go to Dust 2. It's NAVI Junior's pick. Fred, you saw them just tear NIP apart on this map yesterday.
Yeah, they looked really good on Dust. I think it's just because of the fact that NIP clearly just ran out of gas in the tank. It's clear that Passion UA, they've been on empty from the start of the series. So I think for Passion UA, I hope to see a bit more of a performance. I don't think they can really get much worse. You'd assume they'd get one round on Dust. So talking about that Mirage though for a second longer, Demon, he's just put up his second best ever performance on HLTV out of the 450 games he's played. So look, Demon, there's a reason they call him that. It was an absolute
You were the demon with the scroll wheel there, going through 450 maps, just double checking that one.
Well, maybe you need to. I'll teach you some HLTV shortcuts to help you out.
Okay, there we go.
But yeah, it was a great performance from NAVI Junior. I think we're expecting a 2-0. I think anything other than that would be kind of outrageous after that first map performance. But look, Passion UA, they've had 10-15 minutes now. Have they mentally reset? Have they physically reset? Have they gotten into aimbots? Hopefully so, because if it's a similarity to Mirage, it's a tough semi-final for Passion.
Well, you guys heard it. Zola said they need aimbot if they're going to be contesting right now. Hopefully they got aimbot, he said, now coming into map 2. So just let's clip that. Let's put that all over Reddit, guys. Zola CS2, there's the handle. Follow him on Twitter. Okay, map number 2 is live, fellas. Dust 2, will it be 2-0 or will we reconvene for a third? I guess we'll find out soon.
Don't necessarily know if they need aimbot for this one. Yeah, look, I think things are looking pretty bleak for Passion UA, but I by no means think they are out of it. They have the experience to be able to bounce back. They have the players who have been in positions like this. Maybe not necessarily in a semi-final, but look, it's something that they do need to right the wrongs of. It's something I believe that they can do so. And fingers crossed that they can. Mirage, Dust, we looked at these maps on paper and said, yeah, these are maps both these teams like to play. Both these teams like to pick. Let's see why. Passion UA did not deliver anything on map number 1. This is their proving ground. Can they bring us onto Anubis? Can they make this semi-final one worth fighting for?
Already though, Symmetry finding himself on the score street. Demon as well. Oh, Demka, he's in the back lines. He will be able to find 2. And now it's about whether the T's can deal with him. Symmetry will eventually find to down to this 2-on-2 scenario. And I think in that moment, you're questioning, well, all he needs to do, Demka, is he needs to try and convey to his teammates that maybe don't swing, maybe just wait for me, but too many casualties. Tap of the bomb from Symmetry. It is still going to be the tap. And now Kvem needing to clutch this up, needing to get this first round on the board here for Passion UA. Symmetry's had 2 quick kills, but he needs another. And the question is which USP will suffice for the Symmetries. And still Passion UA roundless in the semi-finals throughout both map 1 and the start of map 2.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation if you are Demka there. He sees so many players, but you kind of are hoping that one of your teammates will be able to find some kills, maybe both of them. You can start to strike. He opts to wait and just sort of allow his teammates to go down and hope that they can find something before they do. Does a great job to actually find 3 kills in a position like Pit, where it can be a little bit dicey. You can just get punished even after 1, but able to make things competitive, and we are having a force buy here for Passion UA, but Krebeni on this occasion with the opening kills finds 2, and the response was just 1 back from Demka. Advantage again from the young side.
Yeah, look, throughout Mirage, you look at the opening kill department, and it's maybe not as one-sided as you think with the 13-0. 5 rounds, the opening kill was gone the way of Passion UA. In fact, there was 3 clutches in that game, and obviously all went the way of NAVI Junior. So I think we all know Passion UA probably could have found a couple more rounds of Mirage, but they just weren't compelling when it came to the individuals. Warrow with a 0.14 rating. Look, the scroll wheel is going to be moving because I have to check whether that's his worst. I'm pretty sure it will be. I don't really think Warrow's the type of player to have a worse game than that, and it is. Statistically, that is Warrow's worst ever game on HLTV, and for a player that realistically has got a lot of experience when it comes to HLTV matches, he's got 1,104. That is number 1,104, his worst.
Heavy hitting player as well, so it's not just the experience he has with all those matches played. He's a player that's come into this team and really thrived. So we are expecting a lot more from that. The force buy gets shut down pretty cleanly. Those initial trades through long, Demka finding that 1 kill. That was the only kill that Passion UA found throughout that whole entire game. And honestly, you said those clutches that Passion UA had a bit of a chance. I don't even think they actually really did have many chances. I think a lot of them were pretty misleading. A lot of them were really advantage rounds for NAVI Junior. Passion Way brought back to a 1v1, but normally a trade just ended up coming through. I just feel like those clutches are a little misleading. It ended up just being a 1v1 for NAVI Junior, but this round's not so misleading, as there are 3 kills on the board for Passion Way. A lot of their players softened up, though. Warrow just with a USP, 22 points of health. Chikazmo, no armor, and a Deagle. Demko with just a USP as well, so no weapons have been able to be retrieved just yet, as Warrow looks like he wants to search in middle for a gun to work with. All on Chikazmo on the bomb side. He finds one. That is huge on 2 HP, and Symmetry in another clutch very early on in this game.
Yeah, he does have full utility. He can drop a smoke towards CT. So worried about a second towards ramp. So worried about an aggressor towards long. Don't mind the idea of him dropping this smoke here. Demka and Warrow, although unarmored, they have the advantage. They have the numbers. Warrow going to be peeking here from long. Symmetry needs to be cautious. Spots him out. Just a body shot needed for Warrow. Demka, the aim punch being so costly in Symmetry. He's now to just maneuver to Gandalf. He's just going to send the flashes. He's just going to make sure he wins the round. He doesn't care about whether he loses the fight, but we'll find it. A 4K for Symmetry here. An important round. Look, we said the depths of Warrow's performance. I've got to bring up Kvem as well. That was his second worst game ever on HLTV. I do apologize, chaps, for bringing this up on the stream, but it's a stat that I can't just let slide.
Yeah, you really like to sort of haunt players with them.
Yeah.
Haunt or praise them, depending on what day it is, depending on your mood, it feels. But Symmetry 7-0, 1 versus 3 there, a bit of a clutch in the pistol round. Nice shot for Dustu. Had a really good early portion of Mirage as well before his team all started getting involved, and there weren't so many kills that go around, and especially after there was only 13 rounds of play. But 3-0 here for NAVI Junior as this string continues 16 rounds in a row throughout this series so far. But weapons in play for Passion. Finally, this is their first proper full buy on Dustu. We need to see them show something early.
Yeah, Warrow had the chance to find a kill there with a big green, but just fluffs his lines, misses the shot, and bit of a tough start here for Warrow in this series. Bit of a tough start for Passion UA. It is going to be this B finish, and there are 2 defenders. Smoke's just landed now. Kvem with a molly as well. I'm so happy that Symmetry's having this kind of lights out performance throughout both Mirage and Dust. I guess, look, we did say maybe he's not the most kind of consistent AWPers when it comes to putting up those crazy ratings, but he's having a really good time with things now. Through the mollies are the T's, and Topper needs to find many, but Zugas' double, absolutely excellent. NAVI Junior, they're pushing through the flames. It's not the best of kind of chokeholds to try and get out of, especially with 2 sets of eyes on you, but somehow they go just 1 casualty.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive there. You easily can see them perhaps sort of spray them all down. Look how much damage he did. Not even a single kill, Fred. 195 damage. That's mainly from the flames, from an occasional bullet as well. And somehow the entries are so strong that Passion UA have no choice but to keep these weapons alive in the next. Krabeni wants to see if he can remove one of them at least, just residing outside of long doors for the rest of his team. I'm more than happy to work on their own economy, but that is 4 rounds now on the board early doors. You highlight Warrior a lot. Kvem as well has got to be another player, someone we so often see near the top of the scoreboard alongside Warrior. 3 kills throughout this series so far. I mean, Warrior's only sitting on 2 throughout the series, but these are 2 guys that we are looking at in these games. These are the guys we're expecting to be at the top. Players that we're expected to rival Symmetry, that rival Makazi, but so far it has felt lifeless from Passion UA.
Yeah, look, 17 rounds in a row now for NAVI Junior. Passion UA. What has happened? It's just, it's a tough watch as well, because I think we all know how good Passion UA can be. And obviously we came into this game saying that, you know, both these teams, certainly an argument of why they could make that grand final spot. And I think, as we said, it's not as though Partizan's going to be the, you know, I guess the Goliath to any team's David here in this series. I think it's certainly a chance, but Passion UA, they've just not looked anywhere near as good as we expected.
Oh, I mean, yeah, look, I think you've got to give Partizan a ton of credit. The fact that they're in the grand final, they've pinged down some really hard teams as well to find themselves in that spot. But they are, regardless, going to be the underdog in that grand final. There's no doubt about it. They've been the underdog, in my opinion, in every single playoff game that they've played so far. And yet they've always overcome whatever trial they face at them. There's only one more step left. There's only one more hurdle to jump over for them to see if they can be the champions. But we're still waiting to see who they're going to be playing up against right now. And Passion Away, yeah, that's the disappointing thing. They haven't really shown us any reason why they deserve to be in the final just yet. Still, with those saved weapons, we do have a buy and play. Flashbang comes over. Demka forced back through the flames. Not even a bullet worth of damage taken. He's 14 points of health, but Topper will find the opening kill.
Krabeni looks as though he wants to take a timing with these smokes. If he finds this kill in middle, things get quite costly. On the bomb site alone here. Topper will get one. The AWP shot missed from Symmetry, but Krabeni can find. Gets a second kill now. There is enough time to get the bomb down. Certainly enough space as well. It's not as though there's a quick rotation from the CTs, but the B bomb site notorious for its difficulties regarding retakes. And I'd love to see a weaponry switch between Waro and Demka. Just send Demka through. Oh, Krabeni. Jacasmo through the Molotov. He dies to a molly. Was there a disconnect? What has happened there? And it's put Demka, the low HP player, in a 1 versus 2. The mismanagement from Passion UA has been ridiculous in this round.
I don't know if this is actually the pressure starting to get to them now. They're still yet to post around in this series. Whether it's lack of communication, I don't know what it is, but whatever is going on in Passion UA, you need to sort this out. This is the basics. You have a 2 HP Krabeni. Topper did absolute miracle work there towards B. He's on his lonesome. We see Krabeni find the kill in middle, and that puts Topper against 4 players on that B bomb site, and he still walks away with 3 kills. This is who you need. This is players that you want to step up so you can start to convert these rounds, and still Passion UA failed to take that. 5-0 for NAVI Jr.
Yeah, once we see that missed shot come through for Symmetry, we know that even if a trade's seen, there's going to be an advantage. But I'm waiting for the tactical pause to come through, so then we can maybe look through the replays and see how Jacasmo went down to the molly there. I just have no idea how he goes from full HP to none, just from a Molotov, without flashes, without any... I'm lost for any idea as to how. I assume it has to be a disconnect.
It feels a bit desperate there for Waro. Up towards short, looking for an early kill, but has no control. No one watching towards the lower tunnels, just hoping that no one's going to peek him from there. Gives up his life for free, removes that AWP from the server, removes the AWP from this round, and gives NAVI Jr. the man advantage. But of course, that round started advantage for Passion UA. We see Krabeni doesn't get punished in middle after finding that kill. There's 2 players looking for a boost over the smoke, hoping to catch him out, but he takes the one path that keeps him safely alive.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's a difficult one to watch for Passion UA. It feels like men against boys, and surprisingly, it's the team with the lesser experience, with these sort of not as well-known names in the top level of the CS that are just humiliating Passion UA right now. And I don't think there's any other better way to say it. It is being a humiliation in this semi-final.
Yeah, look, you say it's men against boys. The interesting thing is 2 months ago, the average age rating or the average player age of NAVI Jr. was less than 18. So it would have been, you know, I guess just the absolute flip when it comes to actual ages. But Demka with a nice double, Demon denying some man advantage, still the way of NAVI Jr. now. And although that Jacasmo's got this space towards long, he's going to be fighting off against an AK with an MP9 at range. 6-0 now for NAVI Jr. is the expectation as the retake. No utility, disadvantage, no defuse kit.
Yeah, and that's the biggest issue. Jacasmo, he's got an MP9 here. I mean, Topper's getting chipped away at the MP9. Actually has a bit of a better chance. Krabeni takes a more advanced fight, but both players being so low, Topper just has to save. Demon's not going to allow that to be the case. Another round on the board. Money's still not being built up to a crazy degree, considering the scoreline, considering some of these rounds, but it's certainly looking good. We're approaching 20 rounds in a row in this series for NAVI Jr. Like, this is as one-sided as it gets, and for a game that we built up to be such a close affair between the 2 rosters, I don't know if it's just NAVI Jr. hitting another level to this team and to what we know that they can provide, or if it is just an underwhelming Passion UA. Demon fast out towards long, trying to catch off Waro and his AWP, but Jacasmo nearby to deny that being the case. advantage found. Flashbang's good enough to force the AWP off the angle, and the CT's fully evacuated the long position, give it up to their opponents.
Yeah, Warrow looks as though he wants to take a peek here. Symmetry is holding. There's no need for this fight. They've got the man advantage now. Warrow just posting, in fact. Molly going to land on his position. Krebeni will find Jacasmo, and now look how fast Krebeni is onto the bomb site. So speedy here is Navi Jr. Makazi can find. Molly landing here towards Elevator. Symmetry now holding towards Long. A missed shot seen, but so much damage dealt. Look how low they are, and the round's over. They get the opening pick, but they don't find a single other. Navi Jr., the threat they're showing here is ridiculous. Although we didn't get to see much of their T-side and Mirage, this is what their T-sides look like on every other map. What a performance from Navi Jr.
But where are the players? What is going on? I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the Passionate Way camp right now and just hear what they are saying. They find the opening kill. They have all of their players stacked over towards A. You have a flank from Demka and not a single kill. Where are the individuals? Where are they for Passionate Way? They get outdone in every situation.
Honestly, Charlie, we've got an observe, we've got a production, we've got me, you, and Hayes. Maybe get us on the server, and it might be a response to this this roundless streak from Passion UA. Because I feel like we might have a better chance right now.
I mean, it's just such a surprise to see Kavem, Warrow, one kill from both of them. You look at their performance in the first map. Warrow finds 1 kill in all 13 rounds. Kavem finds 2 kills. They're sitting in 3 and 2 kills in the whole series. Still yet to change that stat. And it's been 7 rounds in this game as well. It's a much more advanced long take from Pasture. They've got 3 players here, but they leave Topper, and Topper goes down for nothing as soon as the CTs leave. Timed to perfection is the push from Navi Jr.
Yeah, Warrow, though, he will find Zugis towards lower tunnels. He can look to upgrade that weapon as well, but it is going to be this play here through long. Symmetry can just get posted from pit, and that's where the difficulties are really seen. Demka, he's had a slight look here towards long, but with the smoke still down, there's not really much to know about, and there's going to be a long flank from Warrow. He has retrieved this rifle. He's pushing through T-spawn. Krebeni still holding for this flank in long. Timing for Krebeni. Oh, could have been caught out. He will, in fact, get one. He's dealt with damage and information on a player towards short. There's going to be this acceleration towards the A bomb site as well. So although Warrow is on such a good flank, it might not matter. And in fact, Krebeni going down there gives the information that Warrow is in the back line. So if anything, it kind of helps the Molly surely to take down Demka. It's now all on Warrow. And he's just got to give this round a go. Why wouldn't you? But he's taken down by the low HP of Deem, and Navi Jr. continue this streak.
This was a Navi Jr. that was on the brink of elimination countless times against NIP in that quarterfinal. We watched you on Ancient. They lost map number 1, a pretty comfortable map for NIP. Map number 2 of Ancient, it was non-stop Navi Jr. trailing. Non-stop Navi Jr. just battling back. 3 overtimes is what we had. And finally, they get 1 map point, 1 opportunity, and they close it out. Here in the semifinals, they have come with a point to prove, and they are delivering justice. They are saying, Passion UA, this grand final spot is not for you, it's ours to take.
Yeah, and I think as well, you know, it's great that you mentioned the fact that Navi Jr. were nearly and probably should have been eliminated by NIP. Again, you know, we said it yesterday, you give this Navi Jr. side a slight bit of breathing room, you give them the advantage to show what they're made of, and this is the quality they can provide.
Double up. That's the solution that Passion UA think might be what they need. Krebeni snuck through middle. Kavem's dead to right. He finds the first. Kravem can't get anything out. And how has Krebeni done this? They gamble 2 players towards B. They still have this 3-man A-hold, so it just allows Krebeni to slip the net unspotted, unseen, and despite another opening kill, Passion UA are going to walk out this round with nothing.
That's 22 rounds in a row.
Not even being allowed in tunnels, Fred, let alone the bomb site.
I'm lost for words. Well done, Navi Jr. This level of performance is a joy to watch, a joy to witness. And again, solidifying the statement that they are one of the best teams in this tier 2.
Let me just say, Partizan are going to be watching this game.
Oh, they're going to be
watching, seeing who they're playing. I think they've known who they're playing for a little while now.
And
this is quite the scary team to face. On this level of form, they can have a bit of a break in between. I mean, I'm hoping Partizan have done their homework because there's a lot that they need to figure out. Because Passion UA, whatever research they've done, it's not worked. 9-0. What is happening? Not a single round in this entire series from Passion UA. This is a semi-final. It's not the Swiss stage. It's not a game where you say, oh, okay, it's fine. They've got a couple more losses they can take. No.
Yeah. Look, I think for NAVI Junior, I think a series like this is going to give them so much confidence moving to that grand final. Because let's be honest, I don't think Passion UA are going to come back from this. Zugis finding the opener here. Jacasmo still jump spotting Demka on the back of the bomb site. Demon pushing through the smoke. Look at the level of confidence that NAVI Junior have, and it's well found. They've done so much work throughout this game. Why wouldn't they be playing with this level of confidence? Swinging through here is Jacasmo. Symmetry finds through the smoke. It gets even worse. It's now a two-man advantage here for NAVI Junior. Zugis is holding for these rotates.
Yeah, they don't actually need to commit onto the bomb site if they don't want to. Knowing Kavem's position now, they are going to advance forward, knowing he's not directly on this bomb site, where they likely can expect Topper. Symmetry doesn't find the kill. The HE grenade.
Topper on the edge of the smoke. Can he not be seen? Does Kaveni not realise? There we go. And they know the last is towards short and Kavem. 50 seconds to work with. It's just the tap of the bomb, but Kavem finally gets the first round for Passion UA. It's taken 23 rounds needed. And finally, they win their first round. And NAVI Junior, they're calling a tactical pause to say, look, guys, we've now lost one. Let's make sure it's just the one.
And look, it comes from Kavem. It comes from one of the stars of Passion UA. Finally coming alive on the server. 4 kills from him. And I suppose that's all Passion UA need to win a round. Just have Kavem get a 4K every round. Because other than that, they've shown us nothing. Hopefully this is something that Passion UA can build on from. Hopefully they can finish with a decent enough half. Maybe see if you can find 3. Maybe get us talking about the possibility of a comeback down the line. But they need a lot more than that. Great from Kavem with a bit of pre-fire there as well. 2 bullets to the head of Krebeni, who equally has had a great game so far. Been thriving in the chaos of Dust 2.
Yeah, look, honestly, I feel bad for anyone who's kind of late to join this, and maybe they thought, oh, well, I'll tune in kind of midway through map 2 and get a kind of a better understanding, because they might not even get to see much of the action. We're an hour and 15 minutes in, and the series is nearly over.
Yeah, just 4 rounds away from NAVI Junior, securing themselves that spot in the grand finals. They look ready for Demka's position, flanking, but have just missed the timing slightly, and Demka's very fast behind here in long.
Oh,
the look back from Demon is perfectly timed, but yeah, a bit of a laboured spray there. Demka's able to find that kill, will get traded from McCarthy. Apparently not. NAVI Junior showing us that they are human, in fact, and they can whiff the spray a couple of times.
Yeah, a lot of weight is to deal with Demka, but in doing so, they've lost control in long. Krebeni does seem aware he's just tucked away in this corner. Not so sure that he'll send an HE, but he will be clearing. Topper and Kavem are here, protecting Demka. Finally, he falls. Finally, someone deals with him, but Topper dealing and damaging Zugis, taking him out of the round. Symmetry now. It looks as though he wants to accelerate towards the A-bomb site. 2 players to deal with. He's got to find Kavem first. That's the only way he can find both with the AWP. Waro towards CT. What a shot from Symmetry. He's got a flash to work with. It's going high, so it won't blind the AWP of Waro. Krebeni now creeping. Oh, it's all a bait. It's all about whether Kavem can hold his nerve, whether he'll stay in the right angle. Krebeni, that's an opponent, not a teammate.
Oh, no!
He decides to let go of the trigger, assuming he gets the headshot. He will send the HE grenade, but that doesn't kill him either. So much damage has been dealt to Topper. Oh, Topper's going to swing. He can deny the plant here, and he does. Minimal time. Krebeni plants open for the only reason being that Symmetry's towards long. There's no need for that. But how has Kavem survived? Why are they planting on top of the boxes? Maybe NAVI Junior are too busy celebrating to be focusing on actually how these rounds should be played.
Yeah, quite a few mistakes in that round. Probably the first time we've actually really seen any mistakes from NAVI Junior. You look at the first round past UA1, it was kind of a Kavem masterclass, 4 kills from him. But in that one, yeah, we saw a couple of laboured sprays, a couple of risky moments, and Krebeni not actually finishing off the kill for Kavem. Honestly, could have just given Topper the confidence to swing there. If that was a 2 versus 2, he might have been a bit more reluctant to make a play like that. A lot of fine margins in that round, but Passionate Way, not only do they find one, they're able to string things together and get 2 on the board here as we approach the final round of the half.
I don't know what sounds like a better storyline, the idea that NAVI Junior could have won both maps 13-0, or the fact that they could win 22 rounds in a row and still lose the map, still lose the series. 9-3, however outlandish and kind of one-sided it may seem, Passionate Way can win the pistol on the T side. Obviously, they've got to win this 3rd round. This game is not yet over, however much it feels it.
Yeah, I still think we're a long way away from talking about any sort of comeback attempt, particularly from what we've seen from Passionate Way so far, but it's nice to actually see them getting some rounds on the board, because,
yeah,
I mean, already
we
it
haven't
could be
seen
a
it.
humiliating scoreline at the end of this series, but it could always be worse. Long setup. Doesn't get snuffed out. Demka takes the fight. Jacasmo nearby. And it's all on Zugas to try to pick up the pieces in long. Woro finds Makazi. And a 1 versus 5 in this final round. Navi Jr. aren't going to get an easy walk to the finish line.
Honestly, Charlie, if you looked at these last 3 rounds in isolation and you told me that one of these teams was 9-3 up, I would never expect it to be Navi Jr. Obviously, the round previous, you know, we saw so many mistakes. We saw Demka somehow taking down 2 players, Demon and obviously Makazi. He probably shouldn't have got either of those kills. And then obviously, we're watching this round, play out now. But then we see the open bomb site plant, which is obviously a big failure. We see the Krebeni kind of, I guess, easiest kill we'll ever get mess up. But I wouldn't have thought that Navi Jr. would be making so many mistakes in kind of the most important of rounds. But still, they are 6 rounds up. They only need to find 4 on the CT side. And in fact, it is Navi Jr. CT side that they are a little bit more accomplished on, a better win rate. So I don't think they're going to be too bothered or too worried. The interesting thing is when you look at the scoreline, it's 9-3. There's 3 players on the side of Navi Jr. that have a negative KD, which just goes to show how much Symmetry and Krebeni have been doing for this side.
I mean, the first step on a long road back from Passionate Way has been completed at the end of that first half. Pistol round going to be just as important as those final 3, though. Give them even more of a bit of wiggle room in this game, but Navi Jr., they've got a bit of a front foot approach here as they're fighting from short. Benny. Timing's awful as the flash comes through mid. He looks towards top mid instead. Was posted to lower tunnels that whole time. So 2-man advantage for Passionate Way.
Yeah, certainly the start they need on their T side. If there's any understanding or idea of a comeback, smoke a little too deep. Waro can search over it. Zugas.
Kazmo is already out. Zugas not spotting. Finally will do so. Not on taken down, and he's made his way into this bomb site. Both players looking at Jacasmo does get taken down. It's somehow a 3 versus 3. Passionate Way felt like they overcomplicated this round slightly.
Yeah, they could just go shoulder to shoulder and win it so effortlessly. There's only 2 players on the A bomb site here for Passionate Way as well. Jumping across Demon, he's holding towards short. So sure of himself. Out in the open here is Topper, but he doubles. And now to deal with the bomb carrier and Kvem, but Kvem will find. Passionate Way now continue 4 rounds in a row for them.
Navi Jr., do they want to play for the weapons? Is there any need to go for a force buy when you're this far ahead? I don't think so. But we see Deagles come out, we see armor purchased, and they do want to go for the force buy. Always worried about these second round force fights when you have quite a hefty lead. It feels like you have the chance to give your opponents a bit of an easier route into this game if you aren't successful in it. But Navi Junior, they always have a great chance, and I don't mind their school here.
Well, I think it's the idea of one, they certainly can do it with these weaker weapons, but I think at the same time, Symmetry has been so effective throughout this whole game because of, you know, the AWPing capabilities and the AWPing abilities that he's got. So I think he won't get an AWP if they opt to eco, so maybe that's half of the reason. Oh, Krebeni can find, needs to be worried about lower tunnels. Gun is in hand, but obviously needed a reload. 2 on 3 here, both defenders of Navi Jr. towards short. The bomb should be able to make its way quite easily now towards the B bomb site.
Kill feels like it needs to be found here into lower tunnels, and the information he's getting from Demka, that's all he was playing for. And with that bomb getting planted, Demka now becomes a flank. This needs to be a speedy approach. Neither CT are looking towards mid. Finally, McCarthy will, in fact, but not actually ready for the peak to come through. Eagle's shot does connect for Zugis. Second player picking up his teammate's position. Jagasmo lucky not to get a foul there, or that would have been a worrying potential finish to that one.
I like how Zugis played that round, actually. After he gets the first kill, he turns around and just shoots him middle, and that's what causes Jagasmo to swing. I really like kind of little gimmicks like that, because it could have worked. It really could have. Either way, though, Passion UA, they will find 5. That's now 5 in a row for them. This could get very interesting. At what point are we believers that the comeback's possible? 8, 9?
I'll say probably the next full buy
round. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, next full buy. I think we've certainly got an interesting time of things. I think the most interesting thing in this game is no single team has won round in isolation. No team has really had a back and forth affair. It's been that huge streak from NAVI Junior, and as soon as Passion UA find 1, they find 5 in a row. Looking like it should be 6. Two kills from Boros, Mac 10 in middle. And this is what we desperately want to see. Look, I know it's only an eco for Woro, but getting kills on the board, finding impact, regardless of the round, is something that confidence really can help bring. And I think for players like them and Woro, who are likely lacking in a lot of confidence after map number 1, after sort of halfway through this map as well, where they were still sitting on 1 kill between both of them, it feels like just rounds like that can bring Woro into the server, get them warmed up, let us see what you can do on this T side, because there's still a lot more work needed to be done here.
If you're worried, do you upgrade to the AWP or at least an AK in this next round? He's got 7k to work with.
Yeah, I probably would. You wouldn't really want a Mac 10 in a round like this, perhaps, but so far he's keeping with it.
4 of them unarmored, unhead armored, sorry. Just Kevlar, so Mac 10 certainly can work.
Let's see this change up from NAVI Junior now. They've got 6 in a row. Guns in play for the first time on this CT side. They've gone for the force buy. It doesn't work out. Have to give up the round on the eco. What will they show us that's any different here? Look for an early pick long from Symmetry. Nothing spotted. Krabenny gets a lot of information, takes a little bit of damage, but will back away from this position and give it up for the T's.
Yeah, not only does he spot the player on Xbox, but also one towards lower tunnels. Whether that's completely conveyed. Oh, what a shot there from Symmetry onto Kvem. Down to 2 HP. We saw a tactical pause from NAVI Junior before this round started. I think they realised that Passion UA are not a team to kind of mess about with.
No, not at all.
And I think they'll also think back to that game on Ancient yesterday against NIP. Look, we were given chances. We found the series. Let's not kind of be on the other side of that equation. Symmetry posted up towards long with Zugis in a close position. I really like this type of setup where you go for kind of a AAA, double B, kind of bunker down on bomb sites. Woro against the unhead armored demon, but no damage taken. It is going to be this playthrough short. Demka just is lurking lower tunnels. Utility coming over the top, not fully blinding. Symmetry. Oh, okay. Krabenny will get one before falling. Aware there's 2 more players towards short, and Symmetry just posted up on this tight angle. We are going to be seeing Zugis rotating in from long. Nice shot from Symmetry to deal with Kvem, and now Demon's on a fast flank. Demka, he's just so late to activate, but Jagasmo gets the double. 12 HP combined on these remaining 2 players. Jagasmo needing to find Zugis, but unable to do so. And with 7 seconds on the clock, Demka couldn't be further away from where the bomb is currently. So NAVI Junior will get double digits now.
Could have been a much cleaner round there from NAVI Junior. Demon with a bit of a dodgy spray. Does cost him his life there. Seen a couple of whiff sprays from a few of the NAVI Junior players, but the setup was good enough. Symmetry has his impact, as does Krabenny. And that's more than enough to convert the round. Just like HP of the final 2 players really poor. And you see Jagasmo has to take the fight onto the bomb site, realizing that my teammate's miles away. I need to find his kill, get the bomb down. Then I have a chance of things. Leg shot from Boro through the wall brings Zugas down low, but finally NAVI Junior break the streak of Passion UA, but instantly Jacasmo responds with an opening kill. Flashbangs are good, but Kavem not blinded.
Yeah, Symmetry needs so much work to do here. Krebeni by his side, and although the round starts with a double opener here for Passion UA, we are seeing the advantage back the way of NAVI Junior. Symmetry, he drops the smoke and now can look to back away. A flashbang as well alongside. All 5 players towards long. Zugis realizing that there could be a late lurk. They don't actually know the final positions of these 2 players.
And it's Symmetry and Krebeni again. The dynamic duo of Dust 2.
Of course.
2 kills got the way of Passion UA there, but NAVI Junior don't shy away from the fight. They somehow managed to get 3 back between them. So Passion UA, questions as what do they do? A little bit of utility, couple of mollies, smoke grenade on Warrior as well. So still have the whole map to play with, but you can see how paranoid Warrior is. They don't know where these final NAVI Junior players is. They don't know where Zugas potentially could have gone.
I think as well, we see that molly from Jacasmo towards Car. And if anything, it just keeps Symmetry here. It's going to keep Krebeni closer. We saw Krebeni having a slight look towards top middle from Shaw. But again, it's because of the utility. NAVI Junior is still pretty certain. And with that smoke coming down now, the molly as well alongside it. Symmetry looks as though he wants to reposition. Nade of the smoke gives a slight angle to work with. But it's all here. This could be perfect for NAVI Junior. Not only do we have Zugas towards CT, but Symmetry here on the bomb towards Shaw, in fact.
Oh,
great
find.
Waro, I don't know how he's so kind of aware for Krebeni. Oh, Warro with a no-scope, but Symmetry denying a 4K from Symmetry in this round. I saw in the BC game match for Passion UA, Warro had 2 1v1 no-scopes that won such key rounds that gave them that edge against BC game. And we see that no-scope again, but sadly not enough. NAVI Junior now, they will find themselves 11.
More importantly, though, it makes the money really awkward for Passion UA. They needed to win that round, and it starts off with this heroic from Krebeni and Symmetry. And you love the idea from where, I mean, we have to sort of say what a find that was there on the Jacasmo. But you see the idea from Moro, knows he has to get that kill, knows that Symmetry's not going to peek off of no contact, so he finds his teammate instead, but just isn't able to duck behind cover in time before Symmetry finds the kill. And it is the force buy from Passion UA. This could be a last chance saloon for them. Pistols, Galils, that's all they've got to fight with. Sort of 2 pieces of util average per player. If this isn't a success story for Passion UA, I don't think neither is the semi-final.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Passion UA, they've got 3 sets of pistols, 2 of which Tech 9s. Utility is not bad. Fair few smokes, few flashes. Zugis, though, I quite like the angle he's playing. Krebeni has got a lot of utility. Makazi going to send the HE grenade, and look at the damage. Look at the kills Zugis is finding, and oh, it is done. It is over. 68 damage is all that can be found across the Passion UA side. Makazi, the one inflicted upon, but 12-6 now.
And their buy only gets weaker. This is a weaker buy than they played it with in the last. They had Galils at least. Now they've got a MAC-10, 3 Deagles, and a Scout, even less utility that they had in the last. They tried to exploit towards B. A great HE grenade early from Zugis, then Makazi throws one in. It's the MP9 that feels like it thrives in that chaos through the smoke of that tight chokehold. Symmetry finds the opening kill onto Warro Fred. It feels like this game's all said and done. Despite Passion UA bringing the scoreline slightly closer, it's been comfortable from start to finish from NAVI Junior.
And look, we've got our kind of grand final seemingly, and Krebeni finding Demka makes things near impossible. Jacasmo, the retrieve scout, nice find, assuming he just get the tag there, but Demon's still in such a great position. Can find one aware. The scout is still here, and Demon doubles. Top it alone in the 1v4. NAVI Junior, although not as dominant as Mirage, it still had that similar feeling. And they will be our second grand finalist to face off against Partizan. What a performance from NAVI Junior throughout. An incredible game from Symmetry and Krebeni here on Dust, but we've got to say, Symmetry, he was electric on Mirage as well, but so was everyone. Not a single player for NAVI Junior we could really say didn't have their moment. I guess the one player who maybe didn't perform to the levels we're so expecting of is Makazi. He only got 20 kills across the series, and look, I know that sounds, you know, a bit bad. They were one-sided games, but for Makazi to be towards the lower end is always, I guess, a a bit of a weird thing to say, but Hayes, thoughts and feelings after that one.
That's like I don't know, you're a Chelsea supporter, right? Chelsea win the Champions League final 4-0, but Hazard didn't score, you know,
Yeah,
guys. So really,
like
do we need to just have something to say about that, perhaps? No. Listen, jokes aside, what a display, what a performance coming through from Navi Junior in the second semi-final to book themselves a date with Partizan in that grand final. Normally, we have to try and extend the break because it's semi-final into grand final. We try and give the team who played the second semi-final a bit more time and leeway before going into the grand final. We don't even need to factor that in here, fellas. I mean, we're going to have a baked-in hour and a half just because of how dominant that semi-final was. There was a moment there in the second map where it looked like maybe Passion UA would start to get going. Won the last 3 rounds of the first half. Should have won a few more, man. I can't believe how Cemetery bails Navi Junior out of so many rounds in that map. And you know what? I apologize, Cemetery. I was not familiar with your game. I'll put some respect on your name because he delivered fantastically throughout the entirety of that series. I mean, that round towards the end of the second half, I said the end of the second half, the end of the map, where he's posted long. They've just lost 2 players long. He just stands and bangs. He gets those kills back. He even has to clutch the round out afterwards. The shot he hits on the player crossing onto the bomb site. Then the 1v1 against Waro. Just hitting everything in his scope at the moment. So that was a masterclass from Cemetery. And yeah, Navi Junior, I mean, they made that one look relatively easy. Like I said, it looked like there was a moment where Passion UA were maybe going to fight back, but that quad kill there from Cemetery completely shut them down. And that was that. So Navi Junior, I mean, just a very convincing performance coming through from them here in the second semi-final. And that means we have our grand final, fellas. Partizan against Navi Junior. So Navi Junior champions, right, Fred?
Pretty much. That's what I'm thinking. But look, no, I think Partizan, they've upset at every single moment, and I feel like they could probably do it themselves. I feel like because they're such heavy underdogs and because Navi Junior have just come off such hot form, I guess maybe they'll be feeling the pressure. And I feel like for a young team like Navi Junior, nearly every series they go into, we talk about them being kind of the potential underdogs with the opponents that they face. So, look, I'm excited for it. I think we do have a banger on our hands. I think Navi Junior, the way if they can bring that Mirage performance to the grand final, I guess maybe it'll be a quick one as well. But who knows?
Well, Charlie, I think you were saying you've been a bit of a defendant for Partizan, someone who's been speaking quite highly of this team lately, and I'm going to let you build your case because you're going to have to present some sort of a case to me before we jump into that grand final. You have an hour and a half. This is your homework, Charlie. You need to present me with the case as to why Partizan are going to beat Navi Junior in that grand final. Listen, in debating, you don't get to choose your topic. You just get given your topic and you have to find a way to make it work. So I'm just going to throw that on you. But listen, with that in mind, guys, we're going to throw this one across to a break. Charlie, I mean, I just haven't let you say much. If there's anything to add, you're welcome to jump in, mate.
Yeah, I mean, just as like a final point of that game, I think the biggest difference is you highlighted players like Symmetry, Krabeni sort of dig in, Navi Junior out of some awkward rounds. That's how CS works, though, isn't it? You need players like that on your team to sometimes just be able to step up huge in a round. Passion UA didn't have anyone. Mirage, there was no one. You had like an occasional moment from Topper on the B bomb side there of Dust, actually, where he finds 3 kills and you're like, yep, he's got to have won the round from there. And then we had that really weird retake where one player goes down to the Molotov from Krabeni.
Oh, I know.
I mean, what a strange round that was. But Passion UA didn't really have those players to be able to sort of step up big. You had Waro and Kavem for 99% of that series just completely off the server. Whereas on the flip side of things, Symmetry, what a map number 1 and 2. Your Demon map number 1 as well. Krabeni picking up the slack towards long breaking open spaces. And it just felt like Navi Junior, it wasn't just the game plan that they had. It was the players that stepped up alongside it. You can't just have one or the other. You do need both. And regardless of what Passion UA had, it felt like whatever they were using felt very flat today.
Like you highlight that, I feel like we had both instances of Navi Junior playing incredible Counter-Strike, but also Passion UA not pitching up. I feel like it wasn't just one or the other. I think it was both at the same time, and that's what just pulls the game in the opposite direction. You can think about Navi Junior playing their best, and then Passion UA playing their worst. So just like, yeah, it creates such a massive disparity between the two of them. And like you highlight, Kvem and Waro, those are supposed to be the 2 guys who can just kind of brawl their way and, you know, win some clutch rounds for their team to kind of give them the spark to ignite the campaign. They got 3 kills between them on Mirage. 3 frags between Waro and Fem is, I mean, that doesn't get worse than that. Anyway, fellas, that is the second semi-final done and dusted. Next up is the last game of Series 2 here in EU. It's the grand final, baby. It's Partizan, who have come all the way from the Swiss stage. Navi Junior, let's just have a quick little gander here, fellas. Did they also come through from the Swiss stage, or were they invited? Okay, so yeah, it was Navi Junior were invited into the playoffs. That makes more sense. So do we have our Swiss team making it all the way through and being crowned champions? Will it be one of the invited teams? I mean, Navi Junior will be overwhelming favorites, but hey, Partizan have had a miracle run so far. What's to say they can't keep it up right until the end? We're going to have a break, about an hour and 20 minutes, and when we come back, we'll be breaking that grand final down for you all.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
CCT Season 3 EU Series 2 about to draw to a close. We have one matchup left remaining. That's right, Grand Final Championship Sunday, fellas. Two teams that have had a grueling run. I mean, Partizan have come all the way through from the Swiss stage. NAVI Junior battling their way through the playoffs, and both teams have been able to navigate their way through to the Grand Final. Two teams left remaining. Fred, just thoughts on paper coming into this one. Surely we have like a David versus Goliath type of matchup, right?
Yeah. I think that's kind of the idea. I think Partizan, nearly every game they've faced so far in the playoff, I think there's always been that idea that they are coming in as the underdogs. Obviously, we've mentioned already on the broadcast today a new in-game leadership change. It seems as though everything's going against them, yet in all of that adversity, they are coming through, which is always nice to see. And I think for them to be the underdogs, I think, for me personally, I'm rooting for them to take it, because we've seen them in a final last season. I think it was Series 17, I want to say, or Series 16, where, at some point they lost to 500. They're now in this spot again in the grand finals, and it's a question of whether they can take it. But no easy opponent are NAVI Junior.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, Charlie, rudely interrupting you there. I was going to say, you can get onto your point in a moment. Let's bring up the Partizan roster, because I gave you some homework, Charlie, coming into this grand final at the end of the previous semi, and I said, you are going to have to plead the case here for Partizan and try and come up with a way that they could win the series. So let's bring up the Partizan roster, and let's hear what Charlie has prepared, mate. How are they winning?
I mean, sort of touching on it early, just firstly sort of give it a bit of context to this roster.
Okay.
Is obviously, like Fred said, we saw that final in Season 2 where they did make a really deep run, and that's sort of where they came out of nowhere. That felt like where we first sort of saw Partizan as a real threat. And then since then, we start to see the results turn around. We start to see some pretty bleak results, and then more recently, it's just been absolutely disastrous. They have made this leadership change, and it felt like that might be the sort of final, the final piece that falls for this sort of dynasty of this sort of Serbian side. But no, it's not been that whatever. It feels like just changing, maybe getting a new face into the team has rejuvenated this Partizan side. A little bit shaky early on Season 2, where they were 1-2 in the Swiss stage, one best of 3 from elimination. Yeah. But they managed to get things over the line, and I think that's the biggest talking point for Partizan. Regardless of the results of the series, regardless of the results of the games that they're in, they will always come back fighting. And that feels like the biggest compliment I can give them. They've got such a level of spirit in this team that even when they do get sort of blown out of one map, next map, they are not going to look the same. They are not going to let their heads drop, and they will come into it with some renewed vigor. Okay. Depression's been a bit up and down with the AWP, but we've got some real key players. Dragon feels like every series he's up there. And then you have Collins even chiming in. He's taken over those leadership duties and still can put up some big numbers. Kindo, I thought that was a big question mark, him dropping the AWP and allowing Depression to come in. We don't even know if this is going to be a full 5. And still, the last series in the quarterfinals, in the semifinals, there's some real impact from this guy. And it feels like it's as much of a team effort to get here as possible. Every hurdle they faced, they've been able to climb over it.
Yeah, so 2 points here that I'd like to jump in on. The first is that you're absolutely right. This team has an incredible comeback ability. The amount of games I've seen them be able to fight back when they're down like 10-4 and actually just go on to win the map in regulation is insane. And I spoke to Vladin about it, and he was like, yeah, we seem to have to like fall drastically behind the game to then switch on and pitch up. And it's like, okay, we can't afford to make any more mistakes. Now we better play our best game. And it, does save them more often than not, but I'd like to see them start strong. The second is the point you make at the end there. You think, okay, Depression's coming into the Partizan roster. Who does that mean's been replaced? Oh, probably Kindo then, right? Because Depression's an AWP. No, it's Emmy, the IGL. That just brings more questions than answers. Who's now calling for this Partizan team? I'm not sure. I don't know if any of you guys know. Couldn't find anything on Twitter.
Yeah, believe it is Collins. Believe it is Collins.
You believe it's Collins? Okay. Yeah,
makes the most sense.
I can kind of see that, I guess. I mean, he's an experienced player. Problem is, he's like generally one of the biggest contributors individually to this team, and I don't really want to see that taking a knock, so I'm going to be watching that quite closely. But Partizan have leveled up since they've cut Emmy. They've played 9 best of 3s since he hasn't been in the team. They've won 6 of them, and they're in the grand finals now. So I guess the questions that I have are kind of just rendered moot at that point, because they've been able to put up the results, and at the end of the day, results are all that matter. So yeah, I'm very keen to see them as the grand final. I'm sure we can talk more about them, but let's shift the conversation for a moment now. Let's have a look at NAVI Junior, of course, the academy team that we witnessed in the previous game. It was the second semi-final, and boy, did they just completely dominate Passion UA. It wasn't even close. There wasn't even a contest. Passion UA won 6 rounds in 2 maps. So that just puts it into perspective how one-sided that series was. Cemetery seems to be in really good form today. They didn't even really need Makaze to play at his top level, Fred. I mean, they just looked phenomenal from top to bottom, from start to finish.
Yeah, definitely. And look, any series where you see a 13-0 is where you always are going to highlight how strong a team is. I think we did say that Passion UA, it seemed they were very much off form in that game, and that's kind of what helped NAVI Junior. But yeah, I think NAVI Junior kind of perfectly amplified and showed that how good they are as individuals, and as you mentioned, Makazi not even needed really. So I think this NAVI Junior team, I think there's certainly a reason for why they can take this game and why they probably should. Obviously, I think, you know, you look at the I guess the differences between both these teams' map pools and how that works, I guess leads for a bit of interest as both their insta bans are trained. So I think maybe if Partizan take the gamble of banning something like Mirage, they actually bested TNL on Nuke earlier today, so maybe their Nuke's a little bit more confidence. And NAVI Junior, if they pick it, we could see an idea there. So I think that there's opportunities for Partizan, but I think everything's going to have to fall in perfectly to deal with this NAVI Junior roster, because not only did they show it today against a very strong opponent of Passion UA, who realistically, I think if we saw this final be a Passion UA Partizan final, I think we'd still be talking about how Passion UA are the favorites, and the fact that NAVI Junior have absolutely stomped them, they're going to be feeling so confident going into this series.
I also think that's coming off of the back of, look, we've given a lot of praise to Partizan deservedly. The fact that they're in this grand final speaks for itself. They are still significantly the underdogs in this game. This is still a miracle run, but Partizan are truly making me believe in miracles so far. And this would just be sort of that one cherry on top of already an immense series for them. Just to highlight, Partizan didn't get a single map in Series 1. Here, just at the start of this month, or sorry, at the start of May, in fact, we're at the 1st of June now, but at the start of May, not a single map they could find in the Swiss stage. Now somehow they find themselves in a grand final. This is quite the turnaround, but this is still NAVI Junior that they are playing against. This is still a team that just 13-0'd what a lot of people would have as the favourites for this event after these semi-final results, and yet somehow it still feels like they can keep on surprising me with each result that does come. I'm hoping for a competitive game. I'm hoping Partizan put themselves in the showroom and really put up a good display. I would hate to see if they do fall flat here in this final stage, but look, anything can happen. This is the magic of grand finals, isn't it? This is the magic of these late playoff runs. Truly, anything can happen.
Yeah, I think there is a world in which it could happen, though. You know, I mean, Partizan have had a miracle run, and I've got a bit more to say about that run. But let's first just jump into the veto here, and we can see and figure out exactly which sort of maps are going to have being played out throughout this grand final. So there you have it. No prizes for guessing the ban. Oh, I suppose you could get a prize. It's the train is the permaban of both these teams.
Yeah.
And Partizan have decided, you know what, we don't want any chance of playing train, so we're going to remove it. And you know, I'm not a big fan of that decision as the underdog. I think as the underdog, you got to try and go for something different, right? Throw a spanner in the works there, Fred.
Honestly, the only map I could see Partizan having a chance to take is Inferno. They've allowed NAVI Junior to then ban it. I don't know what Partizan are thinking. Not only are they the underdogs kind of with the firepower currently, but the only map that seemed like there is any chance for Partizan is Inferno. It's not only NAVI Junior's worst map, it's the only map that they've got less than a 60% win rate on. It's like a 36% win rate. It's clear that NAVI Junior hate Inferno. Why would you ban Train? Why would you force kind of yourself into a worse vetoes? Even if it does mean, okay, yeah, you might end up having to play it. You've taken your only strength against NAVI Junior away. Nuke somehow the decider instead of been banned out by... I just don't know what's happened in the vetoes here for Partizan. I think their only chance would have been taking that risk of banning Train. Do you really think NAVI Junior are going to play Train in a grand final? I don't think so.
No,
I think Partizan...
never.
I think Partizan have made a massive mistake. They're allowing NAVI Junior to not only pick Ancient, but also play Dust. Did they not just see the Dust performance? I don't know what to say. Charlie, did you do any deep diving research about why they've done these vetoes?
I'm actually surprised you're coming in here strong, because the last time you insulted Partizan's vetoes, they absolutely proved you wrong. Their Dust 2 has actually been pretty solid recently. I feel like a lot of their sort of map sample size is really skewed, because most of it is from when they had Emmy. I think look, it's a veto. It's a questionable decision. I still think they can make it work.
Here's one thing I will say. Keep an eye on the B anchors for Partizan. I believe it's Vladden and Collins, or Vladden and Dragon. It's one of their 2 strongest players, or sets of players. So, good luck for the game, fellas, and I'll see you afterwards.
Yeah, Partizan going to start on this CT side. Already straight into the action pistol round. It's seemingly going to be a playthrough long from NAVI Jr. P250 on Symmetry. A P250 towards long, it just feels like that's going to breed so much success. And with the sole defender here in Collins, he does have a smoke to work with, but here's this P250. Symmetry, in fact, turning from the angler to high flash to deal with Collins on the bomb site. He has dropped a smoke to try and delay, and it will work well. Spamming through the smoke is Symmetry, attempting to connect the lucky shot. Kindo and Dragon find Makazi. Will take down Collins, though, so that is first responder found. Disadvantage, though, still on NAVI Jr. until Demon deals with Depression, and Demon again. He gets his second. It was Demon's Mirage that was so promising, but Demon continues on this pistol. It goes from a 4v3 for Partizan, now for a 1v3 for Vladden. It is devastating in Demon. He's hardly taken any damage. He's won 3 fights, 3 important ones as well. Vladden, though, certainly an opportunity for this clutch.
Yeah, creeps into the bomb side, but it feels like NAVI Jr. is going to play off one another, give him nothing, peek together, get this intel, don't find the kill, but rinse and repeat. Look to do it again. Vladden towards Gandalf, tries to isolate these fights, and of course, NAVI Jr. 2 versus 1, they are successful in it, fighting together, playing that by the book, and they do get the round. Honestly, it feels like Partizan potentially feeling the sort of pressure, feeling a bit antsy in that round. They have the advantage, like you highlighted, but just a couple of players looking to try to get a bit more. You saw the player in Gandalf. I think that was, yeah, it was Kindo there. Yeah, Kindo. You can see he swings pretty wide there, just sort of allows quite a few players to shoot him at the same time. Even if you want to swing, probably could do slightly better to try to isolate those players. And it feels like each player on Partizan maybe wanted to be the hero a little too much in that round, as NAVI Jr., they're a team that will punish any sort of swings like that. But back and forth pistol round, but NAVI Jr. come out on top, kicking things off exactly how we expected them after that performance on Dust earlier today. Dust 2, though, Fred, it has been a map that Partizan really likes to pick here in this playoffs. They've only lost it once in this playoffs. That was losing it to Paravision 16-14. It feels like it's been those maps that even if they do get blown out on map number 1, this is a map that they feel pretty comfortable bouncing back, making that resurgence on. So I think hopefully we're going to get to see a lot more from them here. This is the map that I look at as their go-to, regardless of whether Inferno's better for them statistically. This feels like a map they want to play. It feels like a map that they're comfortable playing. It's the most played map. This, for me, has to be where we see that Partizan success. But Pistol didn't quite work out for them. Just a USB round. They got that lone flashbang. Seeing if they can make anything work with this.
Honestly, for a team that's got 3 AWPers, I guess it kind of makes sense why they want to play
True.
that. You know, 1 towards B, 1 on A, 1 in middle. I guess it kind of makes sense. I don't think we've ever seen a triple AWP from them. I think a double AWP can be understood. A fair bit of damage onto Krebeni and Zugis, but no kills seen that. Partizan, it will be their first real full buy, and we were speaking about how there's kind of 3 AWPers on this side. There won't be a big green in play for this first gun round, as they obviously elect to eco in that second.
Yeah, weapons in play now, Partizan. They want to get the guns out. They want to show NAVI Jr. what they can do on this map. Hopefully, it's not going to be a similar story for them that it was for Passion UA, where it takes 22 rounds before they see their first come through.
Yeah, you certainly hope not. Obviously, not only is there so much on the line regarding kind of not only bragging rights, prize pool, but VRS points. For Partizan, what an upgrade it could be. This is a 30-point game for them.
Yeah, I'd love to see sort of what their VRS looks like at the start of this tournament to the end.
Oh, yeah.
Decent HE damage dealt back and forth from Vladden early into the round. 1 there on Krebeni, but we're approaching that 1 minute mark and no blood's been shed just yet. Partizan not wanting to give up the first kill on this round. Another HE grenade dealing a bit of damage there to Dragon.
Just to give you an idea of why we've said that this is such a David and Goliath story is, even if NAVI Jr. win this game and win the event, their VRS ranking goes unchanged. I think they remain 28th.
Really does say it all. Depression early kill here. Collins goes down for nothing. Depression wants to see if he can get a kill back, but it's still this 4-on-4 as the aggression comes through from Navi Jr. Krebeni, low HP, swings onto Depression, but it's the double swing, and Makazi's there for the trade with 25 seconds. The bomb now starts to make its way onto the bomb side, but Dragon in CT not only finds one, does so much damage to Zugis. 9 HP, and it's Vladen in a 1 versus 2, but only 22 points of health combined on the final 2 Ts.
Yeah, we saw that kind of play made the other day where Jumpspot gets the information, trying to deny him off the bomb. Not only are you going to be so inaccurate there, but also you give your life away. It's a tough one. I wanted to point it out before it happened, but the fight in Long Doors completely changed this entire round. If Kindo gets that kill, it's a near impossible round there for Zugis, or for Demon, sorry. But Navi Jr. 3-0 start, expected 4th, unless if these Deagles and 5-7s can make light work of the AKs, but I think we all know the difficulties there.
I mean, the jump spot almost does actually fine. From 100 HP, brings Zugis down to just 8-9 points.
Yeah.
That's very close to finding one more rogue bullet, just needed to connect. But yeah, I completely understand what you mean. After you go for the first jump spot, they're going to be ready for it. And just too simple a kill for Zugis. Needed that bullet to connect quick enough. Back onto the half by for Partizan. It's NAVI Jr. Best there, full by an extended 3. Flashbang's good, but slightly too late, as Krebeni's already got a slight glimpse of Kindo and can just hold down left click to find the kill.
Ooh, that's AWP and bomb dropped there by Vladen. Bomb can be retrieved while the smoke is still down, but it creates a little bit of chaos in middle for the time being. There's going to be an extra 15-20 seconds here for NAVI Jr. to safely retrieve the bomb. McCarthy just jump spotted towards short, and fortunately, Depression's not been spotted. He was just playing in a position where the box denies sight. Close to the smoke here is Dragon. He's been dealt with. Deals a fair bit of damage to Demon, but Makazi doubles, and this is the Makazi that many have been so difficult to deal with in the past. Such an exciting player to watch, and as we mentioned, the fact he wasn't even required in that semi-final just goes to show how well Navi Jr. were playing. But Depression won't have to reinvest in the AWP if he can save, as he's kind of snuck through middle and retrieved symmetries. There's 4 players for Navi Jr. You'd expect maybe one of them to hold for this saved AWP.
Yeah, just realizing that the AWP's now in the hands of the CTs. They want to go and hunt it down. Depression makes his position known, finding the first. Not able to sneak away. Tries to jump across. 2 players holding the sightlines in Collins. Just with the Deagle, no gun that can easily be retrieved, and Chauncey even goes down to the bomb.
It's going to go searching, hoping that there's a weapon, but sadly not to be seen. Or will still be in play, though, for Depression. Pretty strong buy here for Partizan.
And I think this is going to be the biggest worry, isn't it? I mean, Krebeni on Dust 2 in particular looked really strong. Felt like it's a big part of Navi Jr.'s game plan, having him open up a lot of space. Surprised we didn't see McCarthy do the same thing, but when Krebeni was doing such a good job at it on the T side, no need to sort of have too many players trying to break open portions of the map. And if McCarthy, though, can be that player sort of mid-round taking the space, something that we didn't really get to see as much from him against Passion UA, as it felt like Symmetry and Krebeni were just winning the rounds alone. And that is where you're a bit worried. There's so many players that any given game can just turn it on its head. And you know Navi Jr., they never go a game without at least 1 or 2 of them being those big top performers.
I think a question many of us are kind of thinking, and I think a lot of people who kind of will keep an eye on this kind of tier 2 CS space is, at what moment are we going to see this Navi Junior side either get kind of individual progression to the main roster or have to leave the, the organization? Because they're pushing now for top kind of 25 on VRS. If this team continues with the trajectory that it's on, eventually they will be denied invites to events just based on the fact that obviously Navi will be there as well.
Yeah,
so
I believe they already have been denied sort of qualifier spots, things like that. So yeah, there's a big question around this team in terms of what's going to happen for the future. I know what I think pretty much everyone but a Navi fan wants is ideally for these guys just to stick together. Yeah. Love to see what this roster as a full 5 can do. But look, Navi have a lot of questions as an org, a lot of decisions to be made. But this is the second full buy that we get to see from Partizan. It's just a 1 kill found from Dragon. Navi Jr. are showing zero signs of slowing down from where they were earlier today. 5-0 start. Partizan, they need to call a tactical pause, and that's what they're doing. Both the full buys that they've had so far have not been successful, and the biggest issue, not really even finding too much success on them.
Yeah, and also I like the fact that NAVI Junior, we're 4 or 5 rounds in, and they're already hunting. They're already taking anything away from the Partizan players, just ensuring that there's no kind of, I guess, strength in these half-buys. There's no kind of, I guess, deagles accompanied by an AWP and an AK. They're making sure that not a single weapon couldn't be brought over for Partizan. So if they want to make a round competitive, they either do it with the pistols or someone takes a risk with the hero rifle. I really like the idea here from NAVI Junior. But not only are we seeing them have this success, but it's also the idea that they're still keeping loads of players alive. We talk about rounds where teams overhunt and maybe make some poor decisions and peak one by one. There's still 4 survivors there looking for that hunt. Absolutely excellent from NAVI Junior. So far, they are showing that same level of threat throughout that semi-final against Passion UA and Partizan. At what point are we going to be saying maybe Dust 2 wasn't the best choice? Maybe you are outmatched to NAVI Junior. We've already mentioned they are the underdogs, but I think already we're seeing this kind of, well, we're seeing it slip away somewhat for Partizan.
Plenty of time still left in this half, though.
Yeah.
Plenty of opportunities still for both teams to really showcase what they can do. I mean, it should still be that 6-0 start for NAVI Junior unless this half-buy can find anything. Depression just with the USP, trying to see if he can find anything, but not even a bullet dealt. Dragon should be able to get the leg up on Krebeni as he just grey screens through the smoke, tries to rotate in with his AK and doubles up. Dragon, 3k from him in this round. But it is sadly just these pistols now being retrieved, some weaponry. Still a decent chance for NAVI Junior as Symmetry swaps to an AK.
Great decision from Symmetry. They've got to find a frag soon, though, NAVI Junior, because they're going to feel suffocated on the bomb site. Kindo does have a flashbang as well, and that's why Zugis is going clearing towards tunnels. He needs to find Vladden, though. Great pick for Zugis, and now can rotate back to help out his teammate. And Zugis, he deals so much damage to Collins, down to 18 points of health. And Symmetry, he's had a great day of CS so far, and he's had many moments in the clutch. And it's a 1v1 to give them 6. Already Partizan, they've done a lot of damage, but falling through is Collins and finding is Symmetry. NAVI Junior, although a costly round regarding finances, it's still another on the board. And even with 4 players falling, you can see the bank still so strong.
I mean, it's a nice attempt from Dragon there. Finding his first kill on Krebeni's easy, but it's the AK spray to double up. 2 quick headshots. Couldn't get the third. It comes down to the wire, but just Collins being solo HP. Symmetry, of course, he's winning that. And he's won a lot of clutches, to be fair, today. Won a 2 or 3 on Dust by himself. Bit of an easier one there from him, just against the low HP Collins. But a fast pop towards B. Vladden deals a lot of damage, but no kill confirmed. The Demon's the one to find the first kill onto the mark. Desperately, Depression tries to find something with this AWP. Missed shot there is probably going to be the chance of the round gone as well from Partizan. They just got to back away, say there's too much utility on NAVI Junior. They can block out all the sight lines on this B bomb site, and Partizan already know it. Backed away, ready for the save. Azugis has other ideas. Dragon taken down, and NAVI Junior can be ruthless in situations like this.
Again, though, I like the speedy play because they dropped the smoke towards wasn't already Depression. It feels like a retake's going to be so tough with the AWP. I think sometimes NAVI Junior, you know, we talk about them having kind of such great individuals, but it's clear the game plan as well, so stellar. They've realized, well, the AWP's going to be in play again. Maybe they've got a double AWP because something's got to go their way. Partizan, they might be prepped differently here towards middle, looking to take long. We're just going to go a fast A. We're going to go back to kind of, I guess you could say, basics. No kind of, I guess, late round calling. Not too much structure. It's not as though they've called the perfect round. But realistically, a fast B is just such an important part of any team's Dust 2 because realistically, it can just lock a team out of the round. We know how notorious the B bomb site is to retake, and we saw it from Partizan. They lost that pick. The smokes were down. They realized, well, they're going to have at least another 2. We cannot retake this. We're going to have to give this up and save.
Never know. You want to see Partizan get something on the board early here. He comes through Symmetry with a brief chance onto Vladden, and a little of the teams were interested in trying to pop through the smoke. Partizan had a decent hold for this. You've got Dragon and Vladden both on the B bomb side. Depression nearby. So it can very quickly turn into that 3-man B hold, but Navi Jr. thought better of taking the hit and now setting their sights elsewhere.
Yeah, Depression, he's posted up with the orb hit. Looks as though he wants to go for a peek. Symmetry's orb, though, first to connect. Depression will get one, but Makazi quick to trade. Zugas is taking so much damage in the molly. Collins will find Makazi, so a 3-on-3, but with Zugas opening things up towards the 8 bomb site, look how completely alone this half of the map is. Zugas has got full control. There's no smoke for doors, so they're going to have to flash their way through the cross, but it will come through now. Another flashbang. Symmetry's just going to drop the bomb. And again, it's a retake here towards B. Kindo and Collins do have a lot of utility, but Collins pushing through said molly makes things so tough. The bomb's only just gone down. Why is Collins kind of pressing the issue instantly? Kindo's got a smoke molly and a flashbang.
Yeah, you can see Kindo still clearing out towards mid. I think Partizan just assuming that there could be a lurk in middle, and Collins trying to get ahead of that fact, thinking, I've already killed one, let's quickly double up. Let's quickly open up that V-bomb site, because chances are there's someone just holding for the rotations in middle, but it's not the case. I mean, you understand the idea, but as we can see in hindsight, yeah, probably wasn't the greatest of ideas, but very paranoid about the fact that there was that lurk. Kindo just took very long to make his way towards B. Navi Jr. another round found. And it was back and forth kills, but it was Vladin. He drops the molly towards Zugas, forcing him into that corner. Zugas forces to drop a smoke in the B tunnels, and Vladin tries to push forward to find the kill. But the fact that it's Zugas to find that really changes that round. Because like you said, it opens up this whole half of the map. Whereas if Vladin gets that, the team's kind of had no choice but to go towards A.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the kind of the top tunnels control. I feel like Vladin is somewhat favored in that fight, but still, Zugas, great finds there. You look back to that most recent Dust 2 game against Passionue for Navi Jr. Obviously, we praised Symmetry and Krebeni so highly, and Demon as well was having, decent moments. In this one, it's Zugas and Makazi. Demon as well having good moments. Not to say that Krebeni and Symmetry aren't there, because they certainly are, but it just goes to show how it could be a different map. It could be the same map. It's going to be different players for Navi Jr. stepping up because they have so many outlets to success. We talk about teams, and I think NIP were a perfect example yesterday where Shush and Wrinkle were absolutely destroying. But it was only them. It was just them who were having those big moments. Whereas for Navi Jr., there's 5 stars on this team.
Yeah, and as these rounds do continue to tick on, you're starting to get flashbangs to the game versus Passionue.
Yeah.
Starting to get worried about that Navi Jr. dominance that they are showing. Can they be stopped? And the question right now is no, not a single round on the board for Partizan, as is 8 on the board for Navi Jr. So don't get me wrong, a lot of these rounds have come a lot closer than I think Passionue got in map number 1 on Mirage. It was sort of a bloodbath, no rounds close, but Partizan have had a couple of chances. Depression finds the opening kill onto Makazi.
Yeah, Symmetry's taking a fair bit of damage as well. I guess fortunately, wielding the orbs is not the biggest of issues, but yeah, when it comes to the opening kills, Partizan, they have found a few, but it's all about converting the round. But they've dealt a lot of damage to Krebeni as well, but it's Zuga stealing to Dragon. Will find him, Depression could go down here. Tucked away on the back of the bomb site. Symmetry going for a bit of a pot shot through the box. Little does he know, so close to connecting. Kindo rotating though to find, and now Symmetry looks as though he wants to get into CT. He does have a teammate here in Zugas. I don't know whether this is accounted for. Vladin seems somewhat sure of it. This smoke's going to be fading soon. Symmetry in the open. Collins. They go for the peak. Shots coming through here from Zugas. Kindo in a great off angle though, and it's left to Krebeni. 1 versus 2 now. Partizan prepped on the bomb site. 15 seconds to go. Surely they win this one. Krebeni gets one though. Kindo maneuvers with the orb. Krebeni spots him. Missed shots here from Kindo. Kindo just needs to stay alive. Krebeni's going to be rushing into him with the AK though in hand, and Krebeni wins it. How is that round gone so wrong? He's 14 points of health. What am I watching? How have Partizan thrown that round away? Honestly, they could have been sat towards ramp, both with knives in hand, and I would have thought they'd have a better chance than what they did. Why are they peeking 1 by 1?
I don't know why Kindo had the orb. He picked it up off of Symmetry, but why? I don't know if it wasn't relayed how low he was, but you can see after the first miss shot from Kindo, he searches around. I want to pick up the rifle. I want to have this gun. If he had the rifle, honestly, he almost guarantees win that round. The fact he misses the shot, very uncharacteristic for Kindo. and it cost the first round that it feels like Partizan really should be taking. Symmetry takes down Collins. And I mean, it's just devastating. Partizan, they need that round just to help spur them forward slightly.
Yeah, I think that round kind of perfectly sums up how this game might go.
Too close towards middle here. Symmetry could get punished with this sort, but has the awareness of Vladin's position. Might not be ready for Kindo, but I mean, as soon as I speak, he provides, he delivers, he knows.
Is he in the team speak with us?
I mean, it looks like it. The awareness that these young guys have is absolutely out of this world.
I'm still somewhat stunned at that last round. It's going to take me a good few minutes to forget about it, and I'm sure Partizan, it might take them a good few hours, because not only have they been completely lifeless here throughout Dust, that could have been a round that changed the pace. It could have been a round to give them a bit more confidence. Zugis prepped for the trade. He's 14-2.
He's a name that we didn't really need to highlight all too much today in that first semi-final. Demon and Symmetry on map number 1, Symmetry and Krebeni on map number 2, but here, yeah, Zugis wants a bit of the pie. He wants a bit of the action. And why not 10-0 Navi Junior? I really do think this is Partizan's best map choice that they could have taken. Look, I understand your arguments with Train. They could have maybe got a better third map in this series, but I still think regardless of if Inferno is open, they would have still picked Dust too. But it's looking really tough right now for them to show. We've seen a lot of comebacks from Partizan before. We've seen them really turn things around. On second maps, they're going to have to do so here, as it looks like Dust 2 isn't far from being over.
Look, I guess that is kind of a big positive to Partizan, is that even though they have been outclassed here on Dust and it is their map pick, I think we all know that Partizan, they still can't be overlooked as of yet. I know they haven't put up a round yet, and it is feeling very similar to that semi-final with Passion UA, but I think we do have to say, in so many series, we've counted Partizan out after the result of map 1, whether it's their map pick or their opponents, and they still can bring the goods. So I think, depending on whether they can get themselves maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5 rounds here, at least get a little bit more confidence in their side. But I think it's going to be required, and obviously the start of Ancient is going to be everything.
I mean, you got towards the VetClick Apogee versus Partizan game, lost 13-5 first map, looked completely out of their depth. Second map, they 13-5 back. Win things out on the final map of Ancient to advance to those semi-finals, where obviously they went on to best TNL.
Yeah, those are the 3 maps in this series. You know, it is Dust, it is Ancient, it is Nuke. The problem is Dust, they won it 13-5. We might see a 13-5 scoreline, but it surely won't be to Partizan. Great find here. 1v4 for Demon, and Dragon denying. Partizan will get their first round on the board. No 13-0 here.
I mean, that would have been madness if we saw Navi Junior 13-0 Passion UA in the semi-final, then pull it off versus Partizan in the grand final. It would have just been out of this world. Ridiculous from Navi Junior. But finally, Partizan do post something on the board. Let's see if they can double up and give themselves at least 2 rounds to work with. Not exactly that. That is a great amount of rounds.
It's more than none.
It is certainly more than none.
And I think you kind of miss out on the embarrassment of a 13-0. I think we all know a 13-1 scoreline is horrible. Anything less than 4, you're going to be very disappointed with. But at least it isn't the 13-0. 3v3 now, though. Symmetry, it looks as though he wants to go for a bit of a frag here. Smoke has landed towards CT. Great HE grenade here. Dealing a lot of damage to Makazi. Depression wants to go searching and will find. We will see Makazi deal to Kindo, and Zugis finds Depression. Is Vladin now in the 1 versus 2? Vladin's had a really tough game. He's 2-11. Oh, Vladin's got an insane time. Why is he running? Why is he stepping?
He must have thought that they saw him. He must have thought something along the lines of that, because Vladin's timing was insanely good there. Navi Junior, Makazi, and Zugis look like they were kind of caught in no man's land. Not sure whether to go to the A-bomb site or make their way back to long. And instead, they kind of did none of them. Vladin, great timing, but just misunderstanding of the situation. Gave up his position in 2 players there of this ability of Zugis' caliber on Dust 2. Yeah, they're not going to allow you to do that.
Honestly, I think it could have been a thing of whether they saw him or not. It probably would have flashed on the radar, because I think he would have been on his screen for half a second, right? So Maybe something like that. I think it's tough in those scenarios because I think if he shifts and then they're on the A bomb site because they did see him, then the round's impossible.
Could even just be the pressure of this game really going out of their hands. Look, these are experienced guys, but a grand final still holds a lot of weight regardless of the experience that you have. And yeah, certainly might have just got to Vlad in there a bit. You never know. There's a lot of different possibilities, but Navi Jr. are going to be walking into the second half of their opponent's map pick 11-1 up.
All right, I have to say, right, this is a game, Symmetry 7-7. Kills-wise, deaths-wise, 1 KD, nothing special. In comparison to his teammates, he's bottom fragging. I can't think of a single kill that Symmetry's got that hasn't been so high impact. And this is what I think we were on about when it came to the stats. This is what I brought up in the kind of the pre-show of that Passion UA Navi Jr. game is, okay, yes, Symmetry might not be the highest fragging player at all times, but the kills that he gets are always so vital for his team's success. I think if you just looked at this game on paper and you couldn't see the kills, I don't think anyone would think that Symmetry would be bottom fragging this Navi Jr. team.
I mean, Navi Jr. right now putting on a real team performance. You've got Zuga spearheading it, though, but everyone else, reasonably similar kills, reasonably similar impact that they've had across the board. But this pistol round could confirm things on Dust 2, and we could be heading to Ancient very quickly in this grand final. Partizan, main front of their attack, 3 players up towards short, just 2 players on the A-bomb side, Zugis and Makazi. But it's not quite connecting, and now this is when the long hit will start to push out. Makazi goes down for 3. Zugis just desperately tapping away. The call's very good as Navi Jr. put more of their troops over towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, it feels like Navi Jr. They were kind of anti-stratting a little bit there, kind of expecting a Partizan B play on the pistol. Symmetry tapping away now in the hopes to connect. Krebeni now towards short. There's a flank. Oh no! Kindo, I guess fortunate with the reload, but Kindo, that could have been a very embarrassing moment to be seen.
Partizan doing the pistol though, so we're not going to be finishing Dust 2 just yet.
Yeah, give it 5 minutes.
Yeah, it might be a little bit more like that. But of course, we did see Passion UA. They took the pistol, bought themselves a little bit more competitive on Dust, but Navi Jr. did eventually close things out there. We've seen this quite a few times from Navi Jr. Despite being heavily in the lead, they don't really care about waiting for the rifles. They want to go for the force buy now.
Yeah, and I like this lower tunnels aggression. It's the exact same play they made when they lost that pistol to Passion UA. They look to take this space. If they can find Vlad, and timing looks good for Vlad, and Makazi just tucked away now with the 5-7. And it's all going to be about when Makazi decides to peek. Demon's close by here. If Demon can find this player in middle, the space it will be amazing. The Dragon, he's on a flank. Symmetry falling, and so is Zugis. Great round from Partizan. Great call. Space taking from Dragon, so effective.
Like the idea, like the game plan from Navi Jr. looking to take tunnels. On a map like Dust, you can't really just sit on the bomb sites with an MP9 and hope that it works out, because as soon as they probe out, that is forced by, as soon as they realize if there's no utility coming at them, you can pretty easily line up towards A, just throw the util out and force these MP9s and pistols into really tough situations. So they tried to fight forward, they tried to take tunnels. The fact that Vladin's able to get away, gets one, gets away. If there's a trade there, you can see a bit of a different look at the round, perhaps. But Vladin does really good just to find the kill. Good positioning, good discipline from them. And Partizan best the force by pretty easily. And now just an anti-eco to contend with.
Yeah, couple Deagles in play. The Deagle's couple HE grenades in play. There is a Deagle, in fact, on Krebeni. Thank you for investing in that. Makes me look a little bit less stupid. But yeah, look, it's going to be a question of when, not if. I think Navi Jr. only to ever close out Dust. It would be not only an incredible statement from Partizan, but a massive mistake from Navi Jr. They do capitulate here on Dust 2, especially on their CT side. Navi Jr.'s CT side of Dust has always been pretty effective.
An easy looking cleanup here. Spout through the smoke. The MAC-10's doing so much damage, but only finding the 1 kill with the MAC-10. Dragon does take down his second of the round, and well, look, it's nice to see Dragon up there on the leaderboard, not too far away from the top Dragon spot. He's always a player that Partizan feel like they can pretty consistently rely on.
Yeah, definitely so.
But this is the first challenge of the second half from Partizan.
Crazy
couldn't
that
really take down any of the Navi Junior's full buys. Now, they've got to try to do it here.
I've got to say, it's pretty crazy that Navi Junior are the ones to use their second tactical pause before Partizan. They're the ones so heavily in the lead. But again, I've spoken about the maturity of this team, Navi Junior. I've spoken about kind of how it's not just a young squad that can just hit headshots. Obviously, they do have those capabilities, but they've got a real maturity about them, which has given them a lot of success. And I think that's why they don't kind of overlook these types of games. They realize, look, we've got to close it out soon. We can't give Partizan much confidence.
And a hit towards B, 4 players here. Is it going to be this full-on B-site hit? We're just hoping someone makes a mistake, gives something up now.
Ooh,
Great
nice
HE grenade there.
Yum yum.
Softening the T's up so heavily. And now Partizan will back away from the tunnels, looking a little worse for wear.
Yeah, the thing is they've been hit so heavy by the HE, and obviously they've taken a lot of time. I think they're quite fortunate that Navi Junior didn't take space in middle. Obviously, they've got some control towards long. I like the positioning as well from Symmetry. Zug is just going to back away.
There's another HE grenade, softening Collins up even more. Hasn't even had a heads-up duel yet, and he's 36 points of health. Util use has been great from the CTs here in this round, as it's still a bit of a default setup from Navi Junior. Haven't exactly got this intel of where Partizan have. I don't even think Partizan particularly know where they're going to look to finish yet, but out towards middle they go, mid to be smoked.
Krebeni's going to be very fast in the back lines here. Zugis and Makazi with an excellent setup. Makazi's got a flashbang as well. He could send this through Symmetry. Oh, don't do it to them. He's going to push through this smoke. Symmetry, the audacity of this play. He finally makes his position known by not even getting a kill, but he will find again. And the final player in Vladen, he's the late play through tunnels. This setup is excellent from Navi Junior. 5 survivors, and it's clear to see what that tactical pause has done.
You'd think Symmetry's on a shotgun or something, the amount of confidence he has just to get in the face of the Partizan players, but 12 has been found now.
8 opportunities to close it out. And I think Navi Junior will only need the one. They look very confident on Dust. As I mentioned before, Navi Junior going into this game, or into the game beforehand, you know, Dust 2 has been a very promising map for them. It was, what, 13-6 against Passion UA, 13-4 against Sangal, 13-4 against NIP.
I mean, who can beat these guys? If this isn't the absolute peak of Tier 2, maybe Tier 1.5, I mean, I don't know what it is. Demon blinded off the angle, and Dragon finds the early kill, opening kill. This is for survival. In fact, asking to trade back onto Vladen.
Well, Dragon will find Krebeni, though. There's going to be a smoke for this gap, so Symmetry, it's not as though he can find much success. It's going to be a nade of the smoke, Demon retrieving the AK. Now, still nothing seen. It is going to be this playthrough long. Symmetry's jump spotted. Makazi's creeping closer, and I think Navi Junior are questioning, well, we've got ourselves here. Where are you? Waiting for a late flank, though, is Symmetry. Makazi in a nice off angle here. Very limited utility. There is a flash, but Symmetry will get one. An attempt on the re-swing, but a missed shot from Symmetry. Makazi's still ready and waiting. Demon chipped away by the Molotov, and he drops the smoke. So Partizan should be well prepared. Demon, he can get his first. Trying to back away if he can find Collins. This gets really awkward, but Collins will take him down. 5th round found. Finances not perfect here for Navi Junior, but should be strong enough for an investment. And Makazi, he could drop over an orb to Symmetry.
So crucial there for Collins to hold his nerve and not look to make his way back to the bomb site to retrieve the bomb and get it down. Time is ticking. But really important that he doesn't, because like you said, it gets really dicey. You got pressure on the AWP who needs to make the gauntlet cross to the bomb site to retrieve that. Tried to get it planted, all while not getting taken down. Luckily, not the case. And Demon's 1v3 is thwarted.
Honestly, if Symmetry gets that second kill, I think the round goes the way of Navi Junior. Not only does it mean that Partizan have to be so focused about CT as well, but it's just the fact that Symmetry can have those moments. He seems so fearless with the AWP in hand.
I think everyone is on Navi Junior right now. I don't think anyone's got any fear. They want to take these fights. They want to take these duels, and the school line suggests, yeah, go for it.
We saw Makazi and Demon. They both kind of got themselves back onto the bomb site. And it is this attempt maybe towards B once again. Symmetry does have the AWP in hand. There's only 3 pieces of util here for NAVI Jr. No defuse kit either, so a retake towards the B bomb site. A near impossibility, but with that one smoke dropped, it has denied Partizan here to hit towards B.
Yeah, they've gone for the weaponry. You said that the money's not in a great spot for NAVI Junior, be good enough for a buy. You normally expect teams to bring out a couple of FAMASs, maybe even an MP9, just to sort of counteract the lack of util that they will have. But instead, they've opted for full rifles. And if there's any team that can make it work off of just gunfights, it is this one.
Yeah, definitely so. Flashbang into middle. This is where I kind of hope one of the NAVI Junior players kind of goes searching. Because they've got to find something. They can't just sit back and relax. Otherwise, I think the round will be so difficult. We have seen a bit of a cross here from, I believe, Zugis. Symmetry was holding towards long. If Symmetry joins Zugis here in long, oh, it's all going to be about timing. Symmetry can get posted on the angle. Depression's going to send out the flashbang. Zugis now repositioning. This is going to be a horrible, horrible setup to try and break. And this is the type of setup you don't need util for. Not only is there 2 towards long, there's still 2 on the A-bomb site. Symmetry will find Kindo. Zugis taken down by Collins, though. And now they need to fight towards short, but Krebeni gets one. Vlad and will not only find Makazi, but doubles down into taking Krebeni. And Demon all alone in the 1 versus 2. From a 4-man A setup, it is ripped apart there. Minimal time.
A lot of time spent dropping
not.
this bomb across. They didn't have a smoke, so they had to throw a Molotov instead.
Demon gets the first.
Oh, no.
Missed shot from Collins. Demon dodges the nade. He's backed away. Collins so sure he's towards Gandalf. Demon's done so much damage here. Only 6 bullets in the magazine. Might want to get a reload off, but Collins might want to go for a peek. He's cleared out this left-hand side, and Collins confined. Again, Collins. He's been a real hero for Partizan in these clutches, and he keeps them alive on Dust 2.
Yeah, actually really good work there from Partizan to actually be able to break into that bomb site. The setup was so strong. 4 players over towards A. The long setup looked great. The A setup looked great as well. It's the fact that I'm not entirely sure who it was. It might have been Collins that's able to double up towards short.
Yeah.
He was the only player there. Oh, Vladin, yeah. The fact that he was the only player there, his teammate already fell, and yet he's still able to find the final 2 players on the A bomb site. That could have been shot down. That would have given the CT so much more control of the bomb site. They could have rotated and retreated to short if they wanted to. But Vlad and had different ideas. So NAVI Junior just going to have to take the hit, go for an eco as Partizan slowly will try to bridge the gap between their opponents. But still plenty more rounds for NAVI Junior to find the kill and blow and still Dust 2 away from Partizan.
Well, the big problem with that round is NAVI Junior actually just peaked. If we still had kind of Makazi towards ramp, I believe it was Krebeni tucked away at Goose, and we still had Zugis tucked away in long, I don't think there's a way Partizan win that round. Not only would it take them so much longer to clear the bomb side, but I think they really would have struggled. Yet, it's because NAVI Junior peaked. They gave up those fights. They didn't need to do that, and I think it would have been a much more successful round if they played discipline. But I think the problem is they didn't feel like they had the util to hold off against the onslaught of attacks. Krebeni finds 2 there. It should never happen. Symmetry takes down Collins. This is a 2 versus 2. There's going to be a molly towards window. Oh, he deals more damage to Depression, and now Demon's rotating in. This could go so wrong. There's an AK in hand. Demon gets 1. He deals even more to Depression, and Symmetry's gone so fast to tunnels. Depression's got his knife out. Oh, he backs away at a masterful moment. He's posted on the angle. The wide swing down to 3 HP. Partizan still surviving. It's another clutch needed, but it was the eco. It should have never got that close.
And that was the biggest issue that, honestly, Passion UA had against NAVI Junior. These half-buys, these weaker investments, they just could never bring any of them close. NAVI Junior handled them so well, but here, NAVI Junior almost had the chance to make it work. It's Krebeni finding the double initially, then Symmetry finding the player in tunnels. It's a great reposition, but he made a lot of noise that I believe Depression had all of this intel himself. And needed to connect that shot quickly and did so. 3 HP.
No, it's the Mac 10 bullet hits there. I think if it's nearly any other weapon, I think that kill comes through. Even still,
and that was just a half bite. And you can actually see what it's done. There's Galil's in play now for Partizan.
Yeah, but this is the biggest problem that Partizan faces. Even if they win a round, they've got to make sure it's convincing. They've got to keep their finances high, because all it takes, 1 lost round, and now they're with weaker weapons. They don't have perfect util on Collins. We do have an AWP for Depression at least, but Still Partizan requiring 5. The flashbang's good and Collins can get 1, but traded by Makazi. So not only do they contain the control of long, but keep it a leveled up game. Krebeni could get caught in rotation here, but the missed shots from Dragon. Demons close by. Depression will get 1. Molly to force them back. Still, it is this 3-on-3. Demon falls to Depression. Depression's had some big moments here, and it is going to be this play now through the B-bomb site. Krebeni now leading the lines, in fact, for Na'Vi Jr. Although it was Zugis for the majority of this game, Krebeni's really stepped up. But again, Depression finally taken down by Makazi. I think Makazi will give this one a go. He's that type of player, isn't he? Vladden maybe needs to be a bit more cautious with this jiggle.
Yeah, I think hoping something was given up towards window there, but Vladden not interested. Just waiting to swing off of his teammates' contact, but Makazi wants to bring this all into the next round. Of course, it is going to be half-buys galore, at least. For NAVI Jr., the loss bonus has been built up now. You've got Krebeni sitting on 1.1k in the bank. Can actually invest if he wants to. Makazi actually can bring out an M4 as well. We could easily see NAVI Jr. opt to fully invest this one if they want to.
I wouldn't mind, actually, the idea of Krebeni just going Kevlar M4. Then we could have the AWP M4 and then the rest on MP9s. It's a very viable buy, and also you can buy in the next.
Yeah, let's see what investment they do make. And it's just the Deagle and armor from Zugis. Similar from Dima as well, and Krebeni. We do know he likes a hero rifle. Just going for the MP9 in this one, being a bit more reserved. Didn't make sure they've got a perfect buy in the next as well. Still a chance, still a competitive round that can be had here. Makazi finds the first, but the trade's near instant from Kindo. So the only saved weapon in play is Symmetry's AWP.
Krebeni seems like he wants to go through this, but hearing the amount of shots there towards long, he stays clear. Kindo taps away Symmetry. He's playing quite a wide angle here. Okay, just behind the smoke. Slightly spots for Depression quicker. AWP has been retrieved, though.
Demons wielding this one now, and the scoreline's looking quite different from that 11-1 we saw at the halftime swap. Partizan, they take this one, it's 9, just 3 rounds away from bringing us to overtime, and this is that resilience we spoke about from Partizan. Never letting any game feel like it's too far gone.
Collins knows that one's there, because then smoke hits him, but Demon prepped on the angle. Molly now towards short. Demon, it looks as though he wants to drop into CT. Krebeni repositioning. Demon gets one with the AWP. And now Zugis just spamming through the smoke. If he's played a bit more discipline, he might be able to have some impact here. Krebeni, he's maneuvered to CT. The last time they saw him, it was towards short, but Vladden still holding this smoke. And Vladden, not the best of sprays, quite possibly his worst of the game, but Depression quick to get off the bomb. 21 kills now for Depression. He gets the 4K in that round.
And it is 3 rounds that separate these teams. The grand final has just very much been heated up here on this second half of Dust 2. What could have been a blowout for Partizan. What could have been a dominant loss, a humiliating loss on their map selection. They bought it within touching distance. Weapons in play again for NAVI Jr. You'd imagine they can get at least 2 more full investments, and it's just a hit towards B. But it's the CDs that are finding the success. Makazi's double. So much damage has been dealt to him, and then Molotov is going to force him at bay.
In the smoke is Zugis, though. Oh, Zugis. This is going to be such a tough round for him, but he will get one. Collins, though, he does find in the process such limited health here. And this is, I actually love this from Na'Vi Jr. They're just going to try and keep, the nade, Depression, bye-bye. Taken down by nade from Demon. And I think they might just all reposition. 2 towards tunnels now. Symmetry, if he can keep as much attention here, Collins, 58 points of health. He needs a 1 versus 3 for survival. But they're going fast. They're going furious. Collins, he's got a chance. He could have isolated those fights. It was the AWP there, but Na'Vi Jr., they take Partizan's map pick. We now move to Ancient. Partizan, they do so well to bring things a little closer. As you mentioned, it was that 11-1 scoreline, so at least there's positives for them to take away.
I mean, that's the issue. When you already get 1 round on your CT side, you're bound to have to make a near flawless comeback. You're not going to be given those mistakes that can be made. But Partizan, sadly, it was just slightly too much. 9 rounds is still a very successful scoreline, but Hayes, I'll give you the pleasure of breaking down map number 1 of this grand final. Please do take it away. Is NAVI Junior a successful Partizan's map selection?
Yeah, cheers, fellas. What an impressive display from Navi Jr. But I will also say, I mentioned it in the pregame, Partizan are a team that just take too long to get going sometimes. And once they do get going, they look so convincing. They look really good. But the problem is, you're down 11-1, fellas. And now you're starting to show me what you're capable of. That was their map pick as well. So, yeah, certainly a big concern for Partizan with them falling so far behind the game in the early stages. Their CT side had its moments where it felt like they could have gotten a bit more out of that half. There were some closely contested rounds. So, like I say, for Partizan, this theme of the team just taking too long to get going has come back to haunt them here again because of how good they ended up looking there on their T side, but just not enough room to play with, unfortunately. So let's try and draw this one all the way back here to the start of the map where Navi Jr. just talk about coming out of the gates swinging. I mean, they're riding the momentum, they're riding the curtails of the momentum from the Passion UA series where they lost 6 rounds across 2 maps. Now coming into this Dust 2, we saw how good they looked there. I mean, I know Partizan have had some pretty good Dust 2s in the playoffs so far, but man, Navi Jr. are just a different box of frogs altogether, really. You can't really compare this team to some of the others they've gone up against on Dust 2. Just it's the mechanical prowess across the board that makes them so dangerous on this map. So let's just think about the way they were playing that T side. Krebeni is so good at controlling middle on the T side for this map, on the T side of this map for his team. The way he's constantly pressuring mid doors, making sure the CTs can't really progress up short and get a foothold and maintain information. And then that allows for his team. He's playing like the lurk role while he has the core or his pack of his team working long, pressuring B tunnels, working up short together. He's always the guys kind of counteracting the balance, right? Where they have a big focal point on the map. Krebeni is the one who's making sure that they have control of the other side of the map that's left vacant. So he plays such an important role on this team on the T side. He does it so well. And it's one of the main reasons that they're so successful in the first half. So huge credit to Krebeni. Let's highlight that one round for Partizan. I'm talking about Krebeni. Highlight that round where they dropped the ball in the 2v1. There was no time for Krebeni. There's like 15 seconds on the clock where he's coming up short to retake the A-bomb site. Has an idea with both the remaining players are, but doesn't know for a fact. Doesn't have much health either. You know, he wins the first fight with Collins. Time's ticking away. It's completely against him. And somehow he still gets the second frag as well. I mean, it's just a ridiculous touch coming through from Krebeni that feels like it almost entirely just broke the back of Partizan, honestly. Losing that round was a disaster of the highest order for them. And then we come into the second half, and as you can see, they're down 12-4, and I'm thinking, yeah, might wrap it up and put a bow on it, right? Because that just has to be game over. Dust 2 done and dusted. Let's move this across to Ancient, the next map of the series. But Partizan have a little bit of respite, and it was almost entirely down to depression. I mean, on the T side, he was finding some really good impact with his AWP. He was able to just get really important kills to tip the scales into his team's favor, where it was like a deadlock in the 3v3. Even that round where Partizan survived the stack on the A-bomb site, I'm thinking, this is incredible that they're pushing into A. Navi Jr. know that this is what's coming, but they're still able to find success on the splits anyway. 2 up short, 2 up long, and they kill all 4 players committed to Navi Jr.'s defense on that A-bomb site. And it's like, well, if you're winning rounds like that, then what rounds can Navi Jr. win if they can't win the round where they've completely stacked up on the right side of the map? So at that point for Partizan, it's like, man, I just wish that they had a few more rounds to work with on this T-half so we could really see what they're capable of, because they're really solid on this half. But like I said, it was still just inevitable that they'd eventually go on to lose the map. I mean, they came incredibly close here against the Eco, narrowly were able to win the round out. Like I said, they were bound to eventually drop the ball, and ironically or coincidentally, it's the first time that they change up their approach on the T side, where they'd been playing a bit more of a default kind of style, working the round and then pushing into a bomb site. In this one, they decide to just go for that all-in brute force approach on the B bomb site, and unfortunately they just get mowed down by Makaze, and then it's a very well played 2v1 there. Krebeni doesn't overcommit from tunnels. He makes sure that his AWP Symmetry is able to come through the smoke there so that he can join up with him. You know, notice how he doesn't just fully wide swing, commit to the fight to try and trade out his teammate Red, who died in tunnels. He's just toying with that last guy, Collins, and just waiting for Cemetery. So even if he does go down, Cemetery can pounce to get the trade straight afterwards. So just good decision-making there coming through from Navi Jr., good awareness, good discipline in the moment as well. And that means they've gone up 1-0 here in the grand final. And that's their opponent's map they've won as well. I mean, listen, doesn't really matter who you are, even if you're picking Dust 2 against Navi Jr. It's not going to give you a huge advantage, but it does mean we go to Ancient next. Navi Jr.'s pick grand final might be done in 2. We were hoping for a closely contested series, and we did kind of at least get a bit of a contest towards the end of that first map, but we want more. We want more. We want more. So hopefully we get more than just this Ancient. But either way, before more, a break. what could be the final time today, and even for Series 2, we're back. I'm hoping it's not the case, but Navi Junior, they've just been on a tear today, fellas. They've played 3 maps between the semi-final and this grand final. They've lost a total of, okay, I guess 15 rounds. It was kind of improved. The number was slightly improved there by Partizan, winning a few more in the second half, but they dominated the first half 11-1, Fred. They were always on course to win that map on Dust 2. They get the job done, and now they're 1 map away from being crowned as champions of Series 2.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous. I think we're all going to be saying Navi Junior are just such an impressive team. Something to think about, their T sides. They've only dropped what I want to say. They've dropped 4 rounds on their T sides across these last 3 maps. Obviously, that Mirage game, they only had 1 T side. I guess you can say that. But yeah, look, I think Navi Junior. I think a lot of people. There's clearly been a reason for why they're an invited team. There's clearly a reason that they don't have to play the Swiss stage anymore. Why don't you just invite them to the grand finals? Because it feels like that is their home now. Because they have looked so good throughout this whole playoff bracket. I do think we have to say, we were on that game yesterday when it was Navi Junior versus NIP. NIP had 7 opportunities to close out the series on map number 2. Unable to do so. It cost them massively, and it's given Navi Junior now the outlet to lift the trophy and to be the champions here at Series 2. All I'm saying is there would be, there should have been, NIP maybe in the semi-final. There was no way that Navi Junior should have won that game.
Yeah,
but they were given that opportunity, and thus they have taken it. They've now got 2 opportunities to close out the series, but I think it'll just take the 1. I think they'll do it in Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, it should. That's why I love Counter-Strike, though. Just the fine margins, the finest margins. Down 12-5 on Ancient, fast forward 24 hours, and they're 1 map away from winning the grand final, Charlie. Yeah. It's such a turnaround time, such a small margin, and I don't see how Partizan can stop Navi Junior from claiming that title.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue right now. Navi Junior, despite that game against Snip, despite what happened there, despite how close it was, yeah, it feels like they bounced back and said, we're never going to put ourselves in that situation again. We're going to be the ones always closing out the games first. That's exactly the situation where we found themselves in. Now moving over to Ancient, a map that has been super strong for Navi Junior. I mean, look, I was going to say it's not been great for Partizan. No maps look great if you look at them statistically. They've had a pretty poor run of form until this event. And one thing we highlighted in the pregame is Partizan always have that ability to come back. They showed it in the second half of Dust. They brought things closer. It felt like they didn't maybe give themselves as many rounds as they would have liked to on the CT side to really show us what they can do on the T side. But with map number 2 of Ancient, they've come back time and time again, taking down teams that on paper are far better than them non-stop to make this a sort of miracle run here. I still believe Partizan can do it.
All right, well, I don't know if that's just delusion or maybe you're seeing something that none of us can. I don't know. I'd love to give you the credit. I will say, like, I have a slight fraud check going on for Partizan right now with this run, with all due respect. I mean, they were 1-2 in the Swiss stage. They dropped a map to Delta. Okay, and then let's see who they've had to beat, right? So they beat Parivision in the round of 16. And you're thinking, hey, is Parivision, how can you call that a fraud check matchup? Well, Parivision lost to Nexus in a best-of-5 final yesterday. And I've heard rumors that they may be bringing Casello into the team. So Parivision, there could be some roster changes going on there at the moment. And maybe that's why they weren't playing their best CS. So, that's one of the wins for Partizan. Maybe a bit of a caveat there. Who's the next team? They beat Betlik. Oh, Betlik have played like 3 games of Counter-Strike in the past 2 months, guys. So they're also just not playing a huge amount of CS at the moment. I'm not taking everything away from these wins. I know they're still decent wins, but I'm just saying maybe on paper they look a little bit more impressive than they are when you scratch beneath the surface a little bit. The one that I can't bash is the game against TNL. Like, TNL have just been tearing up the scene lately. They have looked incredibly convincing. So the fact that Partizan win that 2-0 is like, okay, you got to... what's the word? Doth your cap to them? Is that the word? Doth your cap to them and tip your cap. Yeah, there's a word like doth or something like that as well. Just to don your cap. That's one. Don your cap to them and say, yeah, well done. The win over TNL is certainly impressive. But now they come up against Navi Junior, and I'm not like shocked, Fred, to see them getting blown out of the water, I guess is the point I'm making.
Yeah, I think there's certainly the possibility. I guess you could say when it comes to recent form for Navi Junior on Ancient, of their last 3 games, they've lost 2 of them. It was the overtime victory to NIP, in which they really should have lost that game as well. And obviously for Partizan, you look at their Ancient performances. Okay, yeah, it's littered with losses, but a vast majority are the kind of overtime 13-11s, 13-10s, 13-9s. Their worst loss in the last, 20-something, 30 games, 20 games of Ancient is a 13-7. That's kind of the most, the worst loss for them. So I think it's clear that Partizan look good on Ancient. I'm excited to see how it unfolds, but I believe we're heading in now. Hayes, any final words before we're in the action?
Well, I was going to say we're not going to have to wait any longer to find out what Ancient has in store. I'm looking forward to the action. I'm also just hoping for a better start from Partizan.
Yeah, look, I think it can't really get much worse. It was that first half of 11-2. I think if that first half is like 9-3, we could have seen a real world in which Partizan come back. But Partizan, to start on the CT side here, they're giving Na'Vi Jr. the T side start, which is what I mentioned could be so scary for them. Na'Vi Jr. are a team that absolutely dominate on every single T-side map. And they're seeing the util rain down onto the B-bomb site, so maybe we could see Dragon, I guess, miscommunicate that it's this B play. The A-bomb site open, and Na'Vi Jr. taking Depression. He will be the first point of contact as he maneuvers into Donut, flying through Makazi to Depression. Not only can he find the kill, nearly backs away, but Demon denying that. So a 4-on-4 retake now. Collins, he's got a smoke and a kit. If he can deal with Zugis, there's a chance we could see this. All players in Donut. This is going to be crazy now. But with Krebeni getting that double, it's a 2-on-2. Collins, he does have said smoke. He drops it on the bomb, and now it's Vladen. It's all about what he can do. Collins goes down in the smoke, and Vladen down to 8 HP. It's not as though he can stick in the smoke anymore. Krebeni gets his third. Na'Vi Jr. victorious on the pistol. And sadly for Partizan, it doesn't go to plan.
Yeah, it was a really good read there from Na'Vi Jr. to fight so heavily towards middle. Sure, you had two players, Collins and Vladen, not battling there, but when you have both Dragon and Kindo to be found here, they look to fight so heavily. They do find the success there, and instantly doming Collins in that smoke and dinking Vladen. At that point, you know the round's done. The Glock's just spamming away. I mean, what can you do with Na'Vi Jr.? Partizan find the early success, and still, it's Na'Vi Jr. that always seems to have a response.
Yeah, it's tough. They're not an easy team to face, and that's why they've not only risen kind of the VRS rankings, but I think they've risen kind of in the expectation from all of us who get to cast and get to watch them on a weekly occurrence. But Na'Vi Jr., it's a 1v5. This is a full eco. What has happened? We said the other day it's been quite some time since we've seen a full eco victory, and we will see one here. What?
I mean, that's not a bad way to respond after losing the pistol. Don't even need to buy, get some free upgrades, have a ton of money in your bank now, and what a turnaround. So a bit of a force by wall without Partizan even needing them to force. As NAVI Jr. now obviously bring out the investment themselves. We got the AWP in the hand of Depression, nice early, but such a basic tool from Partizan, just fight towards middle, and the shot's not connecting for NAVI Jr. and the pistols instead are.
Honestly, it was one of those rounds where you see the full pistol swinging, and to me, I think they're always going to get those first couple kills. But I just assumed that NAVI Jr. were going to win that, and already we're seeing this explosion out towards middle. Dragon has been taken down. Weapon not retrieved yet. Vladen spamming through the smoke, and a great find onto Zugis. Makazi now retrieving the rifle. We know how menacing he can be. Kindo will deal with Symmetry, though. Trying to be a bit of a late lurk. Bomb having to be retrieved once again.
And just these pistols with Makazi's AK tried to find the success. Aggression from Collins takes down Krebeni and forces NAVI Jr. both towards Cave. That's the home turf of Vlad, and the jump onto the box doesn't look like it's been heard.
But Vladen's disengaging, realizing, well, I don't actually have to take this fight. I've got a smoke that's going to stall out a lot of time. Oh, Vladen. Vladen seems so aware of it. Maybe he did hear something.
I think we'd see so many more Partizan players towards this side of the map, though. If you think you've heard a jump onto that box, but he's certainly got the awareness of it. Makazi disengages, drops down, would have actually been heard, but Lily a bit paranoid that someone's close enough to here, as now all the gunfire does come through. Collins from the ramp finds the first. Vladen might not even be required here. Demon, nice find, and Vladen will actually find the final player of the round. Partizan take down the force by of Na'Vi.
Look, that eco victory that Partizan find is going to completely upset any flow that Na'Vi Jr. wanted to get from the start here. It's the fact that not only do they lose that second round, obviously we talk about second round forces being such a nuisance and I guess more of a reality. So many teams operating with that second round force mentality, but it's the fact they do it with the USPs, which is so impressive. Partizan, they can go on a hefty streak and they can keep their finances strong, but in fact, it's the Glocks that can do just the 1 kill onto Dragon. But look at the money already with, what, 4 rounds in, and we've got players over 5k.
That's the luxury of winning the eco, then actually being able to show what you can do in the next couple of rounds yourself. NAVI Junior finally weapons in hand, though. Would have expected to be able to have a couple of full buys extra, but losing that full eco has really put a bit of a spanner in the works. But this is a way to rectify it. Depression's AWP and Vladden's rifle having a lot of impact early into this game.
Yeah, very happy for Vladden here. A really tough time on Dust. Dragon and Collins combining, dealing with this A aggression so excellently. Partizan, this is the type of gameplay that we'd be hoping for. We want to see that push to nuke. Obviously, we've said that nuke, statistically, it doesn't look great for Partizan, but you look to their recent form. They bested TNL earlier today in a 13-6 fashion. It's clear they've done a lot of work on their nukes, so if we do get there, I think that's where NAVI Junior will be saying, well, we missed a huge trick. Krebeni can get one, but Vladden trading. Dragon's still here in Donut as well. Gonna be the plant coming through now, but it can be denied. Digit still punched in beforehand, so Rakazi in a 1 versus 4 gets the first, but no second as Vladden trades. Vladden is 9-1. One of the bottom performing players for Partizan throughout Dust. And as we mentioned, the CT side for Vladden, he was 2-12. He really struggled. But so far, the CT side of Ancient has been nothing but success for him.
And this is that comeback mentality that Partizan have when the chips are down, when your backs are up against the wall. This is where it feels like they really do play their best CS. They showed it after being 11-1 down on Dust. They're showing it after being 1 map down here on Ancient. And just the half-buy for NAVI Junior. Partizan should be able to find 5 nice and early here on Ancient, on their opponent's map pick. So is there a world where we see maps being traded back and forth?
I love the idea of this round. We've got Vladden and Dragon prepped and waiting for this A aggression. Depression is just holding these flashes as well. Once contact's made, we will see said contact. Dragon dealt with. Vladden now backing away. He's hearing all of these steps. We will see a flashbang come through. Only blinds, in fact, the T's. And Vladden's still maneuvering through the smoke. Demon, nice kill there. Vladden so worried about another being in the smoke, but as it fades, he finds his second of the round. 11-1 is Vladden. Zugas in symmetry. 2 versus 4, and isolated his symmetry. Zugas, he's allowed Depression to cross. So sure he's towards CT, but Big Box has to be an idea. Smoke on the bomb now, just a full stick. There's nothing that Zugas can do, surely. Depression gets the trade. And what a start from both Depression and Vladden, as you mentioned before. 5 kills combined on those two, and Partizan are continuing here on the CT side.
Yeah, of course, just a half-buy in that one, but with an early kill found from the Tech 9s, you always do get a bit worried. Rounds like that can very quickly spiral out of control. I mean, look, we saw in round number 2 of this game what just the pistols can do, but NAVI Junior, I need to start to settle themselves here, as Dust 2 was a pretty convincing game, despite the sort of inflated scoreline that Partizan were able to show us towards the end of that game, with a bit of a comeback attempt being made. But right now, NAVI Junior haven't exactly shown us anything as this 5-round streak on Ancient. It's the first time that NAVI Junior have really shown that they're human.
Yeah, Symmetry though, a nice find. Makazi searching towards B, deals with Kindo, and Demon finding Collins. And the second you mention they're human, the robotic nature of NAVI Junior, the individualistic abilities have dealt with Collins, Kindo, and Dragon. And we've said that Vladden and Depression have been the real heavy hitters for Partizan, but not even seen anyone until now in this round.
Yeah, as soon as I say, we haven't seen a lot from NAVI Junior here on Ancient since that pistol round. They completely show me a masterclass at rounds here in Depression's AWP. It's going to be how much damage can he get, because he is going to go down, and it is just the 1 kill found from him. Luckily for Partizan, a lot of their rounds are reasonably convincing, so a nice chunk of change in the bank. So easy reinvestments for them to bring out. Just not going to have the luxury of AKs again. Of course, if NAVI Junior do take this map, they take the game, they win the grand final, and win Season 3, Europe Series 2 along with it. But Partizan have different ideas. Out towards mid. Undefended, really, from Partizaners. They're more than happy to give up this space to their opponents. But giving McCarthy any room to breathe is really a worrying sight to be seen.
Ooh, a lot of damage onto Symmetry. Dragon will find Makazi. 22 points of health on Dragon. Collins now reaggressing, just taking a bit of a timing. Gunbarrel spotted Krebeni, a little late to react, but still finds. Depression wants to go searching. Timing couldn't be better.
Still out on B, and NAVI Jr. will set their sights here. Symmetry finds the kill into Depression. And now the bomb site claimed. Dragon being low HP, despite the kit in play. What chance do Partizan have? They've got to give this one up here. Really important kills. The opening one from Demon's great. And Dragon, although he brings it back after finding the kill onto Makazi, it's not enough to be able to win the round there. As NAVI Jr. just make sure they go as a group, find and get these picks across the map. And a round is secured from it. 2 on the bounce now after that 5-round streak. Dragon actually going for exits despite being as low as he is.
Yeah, look, I don't mind the idea of going for exits in a round like this. I know the money's not perfect for Partizan, but I think when you realise that NAVI Jr., they could go on a bit of a streak. The finances for NAVI as well are looking pretty good, and I think maybe it's just a moment where Partizan realize this lead could diminish very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great read from Dragon to get it, from Depression, sorry, to get aggressive there towards ramp. Brings it back, but it's still not enough. Tactical balls here from Partizan as they realize, yeah, we want to keep hold of this lead. We don't want to allow NAVI Jr. to get into this game, and with this one being our last full buy that we're going to have before needing to go for an eco or something. They want to make sure they can do it here, because losing this round, that's where we will see NAVI Jr. likely level things up to 5, and that's where it's still anyone's game to play for. I mean, it still is now, but Partizan know that they need to keep hold of this lead.
Yeah, and I think Partizan moving to their favored side of the T side in the next half, if they can get themselves 6, maybe even 7, obviously, certainly still a possibility. That's when we can really start to talk about the, you know, successes and possibilities that could be Nuke.
Oh, Buffy hit from NAVI Jr. They feel like they can exploit towards the B bomb site, and they do exactly that. Player spotted emerging from the smoke, that being Collins. He ends up being able to find a kill. Dragon gets a double as well. So despite the early kills, still a competitive round in play. All on Vladen. 11-2 so far, and a 1 versus 2 on his hands. Just the tap of the bomb. It's going to be pushing through the smoke, but Demon reads it like a book with just the tap. And NAVI Jr., what a call that is. Just a hit towards B. And honestly, it looked like it could have been even more of a bloodbath than it was. After these first 2 kills come through, Collins pushing through the smoke, gets spotted by Zugis, but still Collins able to find a kill, and Dragon's rotation's key, but not enough for Partizan, as they are going to have to concede this next round up and just take the hit on weaponry, go for the eco, and sadly have to concede 5 to NAVI Jr.
Yeah, this is where, I guess, the success from that eco victory and all the positives we've spoken about Partizan, if they somehow end up losing this half, this would be devastating for them, just because of such a kind of, well, an upward boost to their chances of Ancient was that eco victory. I mean, it was that 5-1 start though for Partizan. Bit of a misnade there.
So many plays here. The flashbang comes through because he can dodge it. Only able to get 1. Krebeni deals with a second, gets the trade, and NAVI Jr. Sorry, Partizan do back away from the position, allowing Krebeni to find his second round. The molly on the back of the bomb site is perfect, and it's all on low HP Vlad Vladen, who gets dealt with swiftly by Demon. Well handled there with the anti-eco, and Navi Jr. is their time to build up a bit of a bank.
Yeah, and they will be able to invest pretty comfortably in the next, regardless of outcome. So they can get a perfect buy in the final round, something that Partizan, if they lose here in number 11, won't have the liberties for. So Navi Jr., they've got two strong investments. Partizan certainly going to be hoping that they are victorious in number 11 after, you know, the successes of the start. But a 5-1 start, it's exactly what we hoped for Partizan. We mentioned their Dust 2 was so difficult to begin with. And it was that CT side of Dust 2 as well that they started on. So I think the fact they kind of don't have the difficulties early on, if they are still to lose the half and lose the game, that's where we can say, well, things did start off nicely. It's not as though they have the excuse of being 6, 7, 8 rounds down from the get-go.
I have to say, both teams do tend to favour the T side on this map, so hopefully we can see a little bit more from Partizan as well in the second half, but definitely still a possibility of an even split in this half.
Yeah,
I think sure. A lot of the way, though, holds on Partizan in this round is it will likely be just a bit of a half fight in that final round. If money's not going to allow it, Kindo finds the first. So much damage. And the hit towards a fast B gets dismantled by Collins, finding 2. Kindo keeping himself alive for so long and doing so much damage. And Symmetry in the 1 versus 3 goes for an aggressive peek, but Vladen finds through the smoke. Kindo did like 250 damage there. Maybe even a bit more, and only found the 1 kill. Just the flames, the utility, and the sheer gunfire did so much and allowed his teammates to easily clean up the rest. So Partizan comfortably finds 6. Of course, like we highlighted, Money's in a really good spot for Navi Jr., so no issues into this final round.
Yeah, the rotation from Collins as well was excellent. He's what kind of denied a lot of that round for Navi Jr. We mentioned the finances are perfect. And look, it was broken, but they aren't fixing it. Well, certainly are, in fact, as they get the opener. But yeah, Navi Jr., the B-bomb site hit goes so wrong in the last, so I guess maybe they're thinking Partizan won't be prepared for it whatsoever, and it panned out nicely for them. So much damage has been taken, though. A well-placed HE grenade from Depression could be everything, but he does it with the orb shot. Vladen finding Zugius as well. 2 versus 4 now. Cave Smoke fading. Demon needing to double, and Symmetry now in a 1 versus 3. Panic jumping as Vladen swings out. So Partizan, they are successful. They do win the half. And an important performance from them.
Yeah, interesting there, actually, from Navi Jr. They do so much work, and you can see they've got a really well-orchestrated B hit. Pretty much on all of those fast Bs that they opted for. They don't really have many issues in terms of finding the early kills. We see a double from Demon to find the 2-man advantage, but very loud, very noisy in their approach to take deeper control here. And Depression just needs to get posted up with the angle. Easy find. Vladen's holding the other side. Easy kill for him as well. And it feels like we maybe need a little bit more structure from Navi Jr. in those ones. Maybe just a flash to accompany blind Depression off the angle. Then Vladen goes down as well. Or even just a buddy system. Double up on that swing. Even if the AWP finds 1, do you think the trade's going to come through? And Vladen looking the wrong way. A bit of a 50-50 fight there, perhaps. But Navi Jr. maybe just wanted to fight a little too much there towards the end, but it is a positive finish from what was a very good start from Partizan as they walk into the second half of a 2-round lead.
Yeah, not bad from Partizan whatsoever. Obviously, when you take into context that 5-1 scoreline, I think Partizan would have hoped for a little bit more, but this is still a very promising start. Pistol round will kind of dictate how our thoughts of Ancient are. If Navi Jr. are successful, we could see that kind of 7-7 scoreline and an open-ended finish. Yet for Partizan, if successful, they've got that not only lead, but I think the finish line will be in sight. I think after that 11-1 half, though, most people would have already written Partizan off. Yeah, already proving what we've mentioned countless times, that Partizan are a team that really can dig deep and can come back when all is lost.
Partizan not giving anything up just yet. Flashbang comes out, forces Preveni back ever so slightly just to drop out that smoke grenade. Demon found through the smoke. Preveni nearby with a Julie, so perfect position as the players push through the smoke, but the jumping peaks just forcing him to miss a couple of shots there, but it's still advantage for NAVI Junior. Symmetry, who's so often a highlight player on these pistol rounds, completes his double, and it's all on 11 HP Vlad, and has a bit of time to work with, has the bomb on his back, and has a free range to make his way to A. Bomb down nice and early before any of the rotates can come through. Has a smoke grenade that can be dropped out into CT. Where does he position?
I think it's tough, and I think he's playing behind side box, which, look, I think if there was any way to win a round, he's got to get a lucky double. He's got to find them shoulder to shoulder.
And you see the thing there that makes Krebeni's life pretty difficult, the jumping peaks when you got the Julie. That's exactly what Symmetry does. Sort of jumps around a ton, makes the life difficult for Vlad. And as you like the stance he takes, he wants to catch them off by fighting early, by fighting just as they emerge from the smoke. But yeah, not easy for him being one bullet from death. And NAVI Junior are successful in the pistol round, so unless we see a force bite come through from Partizan, this could be a leveled up game. And we are seeing a force buy.
I like the idea of this. I think this is where Partizan can really identify any issues that NAVI Junior show. But with this control taken towards lower B already, Dragon's got to be very cautious. He is tucked away just behind the walling cave. It's going to be this play through A. Zugis the defender. Demon now clearing.
Dragon left as this lurk, so often cleared, but Demon overlooking the angle for now. Depression and Collins find the pick towards A, and Dragon's not ready for Krebeni.
Yeah, Krebeni won't be the one to get the kill. It is Symmetry, in fact. Decent bit of damage onto Vlad, and with the smokes down, both towards CT and Donut, this is going to be very difficult. Not only a great call from Partizan, but the openers on the A bomb site so impressive as well. And now it's just going to be the save.
Plenty more action from Partizan still here on Ancient, as despite the pistol going the way of NAVI Junior, they go for the force buy. The call is excellent. Dragon has so much impact in terms of delay and finding the first kill, and just getting a lot of information as to where the rest of the CTs are. And with the utility that Partizan are able to retrieve, the smokes towards Donut, the smoke towards CT, just blocking any entry point into that bomb site for NAVI Junior. As Krebeni will find one more, and will be allowed to complete this save. 2 M4's been bought in. Force bar is going to look a lot better than it does normally on the CT side. Couple of MP9s and a Deagle accompanying the 2 rifles, and NAVI Junior with a tactical pause. Of course, Fred, if they lose this round, we're likely going to see a double-digit scoreline for Partizan, and that's when they're putting themselves just 3 rounds away from taking Ancient. So such a crucial round is this one for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, definitely so. Look, they do have these 2 save rifles. Utility's not too bad. Somewhat worried that there's no defuse kit. It's clear that Partizan are quite good at trying to get this control, trying to get the bomb site. They've got a good read. They have a good understanding of what NAVI Junior want to achieve on their CT side. So I'm unsure as to what NAVI Junior will do if the bomb goes down and they've got kind of maybe 3-4 players alive. Obviously, it will all be circumstantial based on kind of positioning and how many Partizan players. But yeah, I think NAVI Junior, they've got 2 MP9s in play. I think the biggest issue that NAVI Junior face here on Ancient is Makazi's 4-13. He's having a really tough day. I think we've got to say, not only was he not really needed in that game against Passion UA, but you look to his performance, obviously on Dust, 16 and 15. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but it's not the Makazi we know, is it?
No, not yet. Haven't really got to see him fully step up today, but plenty of time left in this series. Still a third and final map perhaps waiting for us. With the bomb site taken, no kills found yet, no bomb being planted just yet. There isn't a huge amount of utility remaining on Partizan, so they are using most of it now. And the CTs flash their way in. They want to take this fight, and they are coming out on top of the jewels.
Yeah, Krebeni needs the trade onto Collins, is successful. The late lurk of Kindo will finally activate towards Donut. We've seen a smoke in A main. Demon's now retrieved an MP9. Krebeni was going to nade the smoke, or nade deep behind it. Krebeni, here's the rifle in this equation. Kindo, it's just wherever he checks Demon's angle. Oh, Demon backs away through the smoke, and Krebeni, he backs away into CT. Kindo's going to have a slight look at this, but whether he goes fully clearing, he's got the time to clear. Krebeni. Honestly, Krebeni going down there gets good information for Demon. I wonder what Demon does now. Because Kindo's going to take so long to clear everything out. He is just going to play close towards A main. But once Kindo has cleared all of this, it should be fairly obvious that Demon's in A main. Obviously, the bombs towards Big Box. We could see a molly thrown from Kindo. It's a molly and Donut. He's worried about kind of a rewrap. There's 10 seconds on the clock, and the swing comes through from Demon. Minimal time now, Kindo. There is no safe place for him to plant. It's the tap of the bomb. And Demon, with the flashbang, he knows he's going to win the round. He knows that Kindo has no right in sticking that bomb. Navi Jr. successful in the round.
I mean, it's a brave call to push through the smoke. The flashbangs are good enough, and all the kills do come through, but losing quite a few players in the meantime. And as well as Kindo plays that, there's so many angles, he just doesn't have the time to clear every single one of them. Demon shows nothing to him. And the initial damage on the swing, he plays it well enough. He calls the bluff on the tap of the bomb and is successful in the round without even needing to take the heads-up duel. Navi Jr., we said the importance of that round for them. They do come out on top just about.
Yeah, Collins nearly has a huge moment there. Collins is one of the only reasons that a round is near possible. Navi Jr., though, with finding and Kindo saving, we're going to see an investment from Partizan, but it's just a one-loss bonus. Navi Jr. could take the lead off the back of this, but look at the buy from Navi. 2 MP9s, 3 FAMASs, util pretty promising. It's clear that Navi Jr. prioritizing that util, which I always like to see. I think sometimes, especially on that CT side, when you don't really have the util, especially on a map like Ancient, it can be so difficult. And obviously we know that Ancient, it can lean quite nicely towards MP9s, whether you're trying to take space towards Cave, whether you're pushing down ramp. So I think we certainly understand as to why they've opted for this type of investment.
We'll get to see if it works in this one. Partizan take middle without any resistance for now. Double rotation through Donut as they try to spot out anything, but already 2 teams are towards the red room. Symmetry tasked with holding out with the FAMAS.
Collins knows the Demon's tucked away in Bucket. He saw the smoke trajectory. Ooh, the nade looks really good. Symmetry not only getting a kill, dealing so much damage to Kindo as well. And being this rifle with all the utility, Kindo kind of needs to survive, but he is deep behind enemy lines. Zugis now, is he going to be prepped for Vladden's aggression? Makazi finding depression, and Makazi rotating round. Kindo is still alive in all of this altercation. He's the final player, but Makazi, he gets a triple hit. Excellent from Navi Jr. Still, it's the weaker weapons that have been saved. Not quick enough to react to Kindo having that rifle. Either way, though, Navi Jr., they level up the game and can take the lead, as it will be an expected eco from Partizan.
Yeah, that was a really awkward spot for McCarthy to be in. He's holding the smoke towards CT, and it almost allows McCarthy just to miss the timing on the 2 players pushing Donut, who certainly would have found Zugis, but turns just in the nick of time, spots out the first, takes down the second, and just the wild spam the USB through the smoke, finding the final player. But full eco now for Partizan as they have to give up the lead to Navi Jr. Could potentially have a bit of a photo finish here at the end of Ancient.
Yeah, and obviously, victory for Ancient gives Navi Jr. the trophy, yet for Partizan it pushes to Nuke. And I think for Partizan, not only have they been in this grand final spot before, but they weren't victorious. I think every series we've said they've seemed to be the underdog, and what a storyline it could be after losing the first half of this grand final 11-1. If they are somehow victorious, I think we all know the praise will go to the mental resilience of this team. It's not the individuals that can have the big moments. It's the fact that Partizan, they have got that mental fortitude to come back from a crazy first half result on Dust. Steps out, Zugis communicating, and the FAMAS, it will line up so easily there. Symmetry rotating in as well, struggling with the FAMAS, but will connect to Vladden, and now Makazi. Quick enough to get here, Makazi will get the killing blow. Demon's having a really good game, he's 17-11. Joint top of the server with Vladden.
All bound now for Symmetry. Pressure not given. that luxury, sadly. Just gonna have to make do with the rifle, make do with the Galil. As Partizan could feel like this game is starting to slip out of their hands. They had a nice lead on this second half. Nice lead on the first half, but NAVI Junior kept on battling despite being down significant deficits. Finally taking the lead once again since that pistol, I think. Oh, Kobeni, look at him on the minimap, so quick through A main.
Yeah, this is going to be so scary. This is going to be impossible for Partizan to be prepared for. He's taken all this space towards A. NAVI Junior, they can just play a double B, double red room setup. They've got Krebeni on the flank towards B. This is where the B players, though, they don't have the utility to kind of hold off against this ramp take, and they're going to be heading their way up ramp now. Demon, oh, Demon needs to be prepared for Collins, but he gets a freebie. Collins doesn't even check, and Depression. Oh, Krebeni. Oh, this makes it even harder with Symmetry finding this kill. Krebeni's going to be going up the ramp now. Depression's going to be taken down in 3, 2, 1. There we go, round over. And Krebeni loves to take these kind of risky pushes, and it has worked out massively. Vladden and Dragon now to try and clutch this one out, but with the bomb down and the site completely suffocated, NAVI Junior surely to take this one.
Yeah, you see. Oh,
okay,
maybe
Vladden.
not. As Vladden does find that kill. Another smoke drop now towards Cave, as it feels like the only entry point for Partizan is going to be in ramp. And that's where they're both heading. Symmetry posted up, though. Still a little bit of time on the clock for Partizan to work with. They could even boost someone up if they want to.
Yeah, I'd love the idea of a boost. It'd be so cheeky. And now they're somewhat worried about a flank. And quite rightly, Vladden's the only one who's really shown his hand, but Dragon to make his way up. There's 12 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to hurry things along, and Symmetry can find. And now with 8 seconds, Vladden's been spotted. Flashbang coming over, and Symmetry denies. Tripling this round for Symmetry. Krebeni, interestingly, behind enemy lines, only finds the one, but it's the space he takes. It's the fact that NAVI Junior can be so confident with this rotation. Vladden, though, this kill onto Krebeni makes this round so possible and also so interesting, but just take far too long.
Yeah, finds the kill onto Makazi beforehand, then finds that one through the wall, making things go from that 4 versus 2 to 2 on 2 very quickly. Tactical pause now called from Partizan, as double digits have first been hit from NAVI Junior. Remember, this all came from that force buy that NAVI made. And we knew the importance of it. Yeah. If they lose it, that's double digits found by Partizan. They're significantly behind, but no, they haven't stopped since that round. And it looks difficult to stop them when they're on form like this. Demon, what a game he's been having in Symmetry. He's come alive on the CT side as well.
And I think we've got to say, remember, it was that 5-1 scoreline for Partizan. NAVI
It's
Junior.
always tough keeping NAVI Junior down for long.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Early molly coming through, an HE grenade to land as well, chipping away at Kindo and Collins.
Yum, yum.
Utility coming over. This is going to be very easy.
Oh, the nade. Look at the timing. So much damage dealt with. The spam through from Krebeni. Don't actually find anything yet, but it's all these T's softened up. All sort of one bullet from death. The USB in hand from Demon. And it's a clean sweep. But not a soul going down there. Krebeni almost actually spamming away at Demon. Makazi does the job instead. And I don't know if that's them having fun.
If that has financial impact, I don't know. Maybe Demon's just laughing at the fact that on these ecos, Makazi is just never in the right place, and maybe it was something like that, and Makazi's gone, well, I'm gonna kill you then.
Bit of revenge, who knows? Who knows? But money's still not in a great spot for NAVI Juniors. Probably wouldn't have minded 5 survivors, but 4 still certainly a good scoreline, as 11's been found from the CTs. 2 rounds away, Fred, from being our victors here in Season 3, Series 2. So close to the finish line. So much hard work and resilience from this young side to keep themselves alive.
Honestly, this is kind of it. Partizan lose this. Finances aren't perfect. Oh, Krebeni, if he continues holding mouse 1 there, I think he finds a plethora of kills. It seemed like they were all going to line up. Molly coming through. Krebeni to take contact. Demon baited in. Krebeni taken down. Kindo holding, but Collins gets the trade. So the cave setup, although it looked really good on paper, doesn't work and doesn't go to plan. An over-rotation here from Navi Jr. Symmetry still posting towards Donut. He might get caught in the open, though, Vladen. Oh, this is going to be so tough. There's no way he doesn't get traded. He'll get one, and he swings wide, and the no-scope puts it to a 2-on-2. I think that's the only way he does survive. He's got to take a really crazy decision. Native the smoke now. Zugis might attempt to take down the bomb planter, but Depression has maneuvered back to Donut. Makazi now. He's been 46 points of health for quite some time from those initial spams. Depression peaking. Makazi finding all on Collins. The amount of rounds Collins has come in the clutch has been... There's been so many, but maybe too tough. Makazi's got a smoke molly and a flash. Zugis got a flashbang as well. And now the util rains down. The flashbang comes over. Zugis finds Makazi, sticks the bomb, and Navi Jr. finds 12. At least Partizan do have the bomb plant to go alongside, so the investment won't be as bad as expected. But now with 4 opportunities, Navi Jr. to take the grand final.
But it's like what Hayes was saying versus Passion UA. Navi Jr., they had a lot of individuals who dug them out of these really tricky rounds at times. This is an example of it again. Symmetry doing that. 2 huge kills. Could have easily got overwhelmed. The A-bomb site is taken. Util rains down. And Navi Jr. just safe. You could certainly see that be a possibility. But somehow, in an impossible situation, finds 2. And Partizan looked like they could end it with a hit towards B.
Yeah, the B-bomb site has had a lot of kind of conflict in these early rounds. Zugis pulling out the utility. There is another player ready and waiting in Demon. The B-bomb site. Krabeni caught off guard, but Makazi trading. Makazi gets 2 through the wall. Finds them both crossing onto the bomb site. So man advantage now for Navi Jr. Partizan could be their final post plant. Limited utility, sending the HU grenade. Another smoke to land. Demon dropping the flashbang towards ramp. The smoking cave is going to cut off Collins. He's going to have to take a risk by pushing through, but the missed shots are seen. Symmetry was posted up to hold for that swing, but he just takes away, and Collins finds another. Partizan, they were disadvantaged, not only outmanned, but the utility as well, yet still surviving, and it's Collins who really steps up pushing through that smoke.
And Partizan are not ready to die yet. Not ready to give up this grand final. Still a 3rd map that could be played, and Partizan desperately fighting for that. Even after the kills come through, even after the util starts dunking down on them and they get softened up, they still fight. I mean, look at that double. But it's just that swing there from those 3 players to turn around on his head.
Yeah, finally found the result of why Makazi did TK Demon. He was just shooting bodies and Demon ran into the crossfire. Still though, Navi Jr. with 3 opportunities. If they do lose in this one, it's an expected eco. And obviously, the final buy won't be great, won't be perfect, as the loss bonus very limited. Krabeni drops the smoke here to peek towards middle, but Collins finds Zugis. An extended push here through A. Vladen the one to deal with it. 3 players in middle. Makazi finds Collins and Demon. He's going to take up the space that Krabeni was in. Demon might look to peek towards middle. Currently being held though, but Depression missed shot with the AWP. And it gives the advantage now. Zugis finds Vladen. It is a 4 versus 2 now. This becomes so difficult for Partizan. And Navi Jr., honestly, they don't have to take another fight. They don't have to keep this space, but look at where Makazi is. He's deep towards B main. Obviously, Zugis was seen in A main, so Partizan are going to take so much time clearing out everything here.
And Kindo's back to wielding this AWP. Posted up. It's been a little while since he's been on open duties, but needs to find something, needs to search, but you can see Navi Jr., look how disciplined they're playing towards A, because they've got all this deep control at B. A feels like the only option for Partizan where they can look to go, and it's going to potentially all end with this heads-up duel from Zugis and Dragon. Dragon has to find this kill, otherwise this is the bomb drop towards A main, and he goes down. Kindo 1 versus PS4 for survival. The mollies rain down. No plant to be allowed. All of the CTs have rotated in and 1 kill away from being our champions. And Demon isn't the one to find. Makazi is, and Navi Jr. are successful. Navi Jr. are our Europe Season 3 Series 2 victors.
Yeah, what a game from them. Look, I think Navi Jr. after that performance earlier today against Passion UA, I think we were sole believers that they'd take this grand final. I think I've got to say Partizan, they made it competitive on Dust when they lost just ridiculously in that first half. They showed a lot of fight here on Ancient, but look, there's a reason Navi Jr. are classed as one of the best teams in this tier 2 space, and they've shown it today. But Hayes, thoughts and feelings after that one?
He's gone and done it again, innit? Okay, what I was saying is, yeah, round of applause there for Navi Jr. because that was a very impressive performance coming through from them. Throughout the entirety of the playoffs, they dropped 1 map out of 4 best of 3s, guys. A single map was all they dropped against NIP, and they were down 12-5 at one point in that quarterfinal as well, from being down 12-5 in the second map where you're down 0-1 to come all the way back, win that in double OT, and then not drop another map from there is just, yeah, really, really good display coming through from Navi Jr. I mean, this team continues to go from strength to strength. They've got a title early on, and that's just going to bode super well for their momentum and their confidence. I mean, just thinking back throughout that map there, I was talking about how I wanted Partizan to have a stronger start, and they did, but that unfortunately didn't make much of a difference, especially once we flipped to the second half, and I was thinking, you know what? Partizan actually favor the T side of this map. They've got a better win rate, and Navi Jr. have a slightly less of a win rate on their CT side compared to their T side. I'm thinking, damn, 7-5 half for Partizan. This could be them getting the job done, but unfortunately, they kind of fell apart there in the second half. You know, Navi Jr. just went from strength to strength, really just looked super solid on that defensive half, and they get the job done. So champions is, yeah, what they've deserved, I reckon there, Fred. And they played like champs from start to finish. Really difficult to beat this team. Even if you start strong, that's good enough. Even if you start to come back, they still always find a way. If they have to come back, they can. So yeah, completely deserved.
Yeah, look, that's 3 out of their last 4 online events on HLTV, them victorious, and they've all been kind of this same ability when it comes to their opponents. Is, you know, teams that are kind of, I guess, towards the, you know, the upper side of tier 2, kind of top 30 sides, and Navi Jr. are really solidifying themselves as such a strong unit here, and the performance they showed throughout today in obviously the semi-final and the grand final was exceptional. The fact that not only do they 2-0 both those games, I still felt like Navi Jr., okay, yes, Ancient was a bit closer, but they did seem in control. Yes, they were 5-1 down on that T side initially, but then they came back, and I feel like Navi Jr., there's a reason we talk so highly of them, and the performance today completely showed that.
Yeah, I mean, spot
Charlie,
on. Look, Navi Jr.
Your beloved Partizan.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm happy we did get to see Partizan not fall flat.
Yeah.
I was a bit worried we were going to see a world where it's a similar game to the Passion UA one, where it feels like it's a bit of a disappointing grand final. I think Partizan, look, it's going to be a rough one to finish in that way. I think they're going to be very disappointed about how they played on Dust. It's a map that it always feels like they can lean on when times start to get tough for them, but a really bad start to that map. It felt like it killed any chance of a comeback before it started. They do bring things closer. They do make things more competitive, but it always felt like we knew where that Dust 2 was going to end, even when the scoreline did start to get closer. But look, we've got to give huge credit to Partizan. The fact that they made it to this grand final, when there are teams like NIP, when there are teams like
TNL,
yeah, exactly, TNL, who very deservedly could have easily been here. We could have seen TNL win this event. There's a lot of teams that it felt like there was necessarily never really a huge favorite. It felt like in this playoff spot, there's a lot of teams who deserved that. And I don't think anyone would have had Partizan on their radar when they barely scraped into the playoff bracket, and yet they really proved a lot. And I don't really know what's going to happen to this roster. Is Depression going to stay here? Is it going to be this weird mix of 3 former Raupers perhaps on this team? Or is there a bit of change that can be made? But look, I think they've at least proved that they put themselves in the showroom window. They definitely shown that they've got a good core that they can build around. And hopefully this is going to be a step in the right direction for a team who's had a lot of issues these last few months.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they've just kind of been able to transition post-Emmy is very impressive, and almost maybe a bit of a reflection of how, you know, a lot of people who are criticizing Emmy's individual level and saying, yeah, but he contributes so much in the IGL department, it's almost kind of been dispelled to a degree that they've just been able to kind of smoothly transition from, you know, benching him. But you got to look at Kindo and say, 19 kills across those 2 maps, you know, did look a little bit uncomfortable and uneasy in his new role. I'll bash it because Depression did have a good performance on the AWP, especially on that first map, but it does feel like Kindo's gotten the short end of the stick where he's having to now give up that space that Depression can come into the team. So I feel a little bit sorry for him, but certainly things to work with for Partizan, like you highlight there, Charlie. Certainly positives for them to draw from this. It'll definitely improve the mood in the camp and give them some good momentum moving forward. There will be a couple days off, you know, there'll be a couple days off before we jump into the next series here in CCT Season 3 EU. It's going to be Series 3. We've got all of our teams already invited to the closed qualifiers. That's going to be starting in 3 days, guys. So going to have a little bit of an intermission. What are we going to do with ourselves, guys? I'm Norm. Wake up, eat CCT, sleep. Wake up, eat CCT, sleep. Fred, I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of a break here, but then I guess we're straight into Series 3 afterwards.
Yeah, look, I think for Series 3 as well, I hope it really pushes Partizan to realize, okay, yeah, I think it was Series 17 of Season 2 that they were grand finalists and they lost. And look, it's always a tough one when you've had 2 grand final spots and you've lost them both, but I guess it is going to give them such a positive push. I think it is really going to help them realize, okay, yeah, yes, we were unfavored in nearly every single playoff game. Yes, we didn't even, you know, there was a chance we wouldn't have made it through the Swiss stage, but it is so positive for them because they were completely, I guess, overlooked when it came to this playoff bracket. And the fact they didn't make grand finals just goes to show, I think even if you give this team more time, you've got to imagine they've just brought in a new player in Depression. They've changed their in-game leader. Obviously, Vladen only 4 months ago. If this was kind of another roster, we'd be praising them so highly, and that's why we have been, because I think we know the individuals of this team can do really well, but now they've had so many changes. Just give them time. Let's see what they can do in Series 3, Series 4, because I think they will be not only making a return to the CCT, but they'll be making returns to deep playoff runs if we can see them kind of perform to this level.
Here's something that I would like to pose to you guys is we're obviously in Series 2. We just concluded Series 2, NAVI Junior, the champions. I'd like a prediction from both of you as to how many titles NAVI Junior will have by the end of Season 3 here for CCT. So I think we have 20 series for EU, if I'm not mistaken. How many titles will NAVI Junior rack up within the 20? Go ahead, Charlie.
I mean, honestly, I think the more important question is how many of those 20 are they going to be able to play? Is this team going to still necessarily be a thing at the end of those? Are they going to be more?
Let's assume they'll play like 15 of them. So let's just wager that.
I'll say, I reckon I'll probably get half. I reckon I'll get at least half of them.
Wow.
That's
okay. I mean, that means they could win 6 or 7. Do you think that's a bit much there, Fred?
I think based on some of the level of the invited teams, I think if we continue to get teams like NIP of that kind of similar caliber and obviously big, I think it is going to be hard.
Fnatic maybe.
Exactly. Those types of teams, I think maybe 4 or 5 more would be kind of the upper bound. But
that'd be impressive, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think that we will see them in kind of that many more CCTs. Just on the basis, I think what's going to happen to this team is they're going to stay as a 5. They're going to go under, I guess, maybe no Org, or an Org will pick them up, and then they're going to start playing in the bigger and better events. Because, look, NAVI Junior, they have not only shown today that they can batter a team like Passion UA, but they've also shown consistent 2-0s in playoffs, in grand finals, semi-finals. I think they want to start competing against the best, because you can never be the best without that competition, without that kind of level of ability against you. So, honestly, I don't know how long we'll see them here.
Well, I mean, it's not only up to them, right? Because they also have contracts at the end of the day, so they're going to have obligations that they have to fulfill with the team. I just look at this academy team and think I'd love to see them play the main NAVI team right now. I think there's a really good chance that they could actually beat the main team. I think they just hit so incredibly hard. I think it would be like a 65-35 game or something like that. But I think that NAVI Junior would be in with the shout. And I look at that NAVI team and think, how haven't they rolled the dice on just like promoting Makaze? Just going into the major, Charlie. I feel like there's not really any realistic chance of NAVI winning the major, so why don't you just roll the dice and just go for like the Hail Mary that FaZe have done with Simple kind of thing?
Who do you replace, though? That's
honestly, who don't you replace right now for me? Like, honestly, I'm right there with you. I think this NAVI Junior team could really push NAVI to their limits in a bit of a scrim and a bit of a match that we could see. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen this. I'm surprised we haven't seen it a long time ago, because this NAVI team needs some changes for me. Where they're at right now is so depressing to watch. That I would not have minded this Hail Mary play. Look, you got so many talented players in your team. I wouldn't even have minded if they were just like, yeah, we'll do what FaZe did, bring them in for the event before as well, maybe. If it doesn't
Yes.
work out, drop them back down to the academy roster. Look, these are still players you can have in your books. These are still players that I think a lot of other teams are looking at and saying, oh, I wouldn't mind McCarthy to join me. I wouldn't mind having Symmetry as the AWPer. There's a lot this academy team can do. There's also a lot they can't do, the fact that they are an academy team. So I think this is a team that I'd really love to. I'm very curious to see what is going to happen with them.
Okay. All right, fellas. Well, it's been a pleasure. I've just thought, well, why don't we just have a little bit of a podcast mode here, because we had the 2-0 for the grand final, so we can just fill a little bit more. It's just like the cream on the top of the waffle or something, if you will, just right at the end, you know. But it has been a pleasure, fellas. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody for tuning in, not just today, but throughout the entirety of Series 2. Shout out to production and the admins and the observers and everybody behind the scenes. You just see our ugly mugs on the screen, but there's a whole team of us to make this show work, and they deserve their recognition as well. And be sure, like I said, to tune in for Series 3. That's going to be starting in a couple days on this very channel. So enjoy the brief break from CCT. I mean, go outside maybe, just see what's outside the front door. It's what I'm going to have to do. I mean, scary, but yeah, we'll take advantage of having the time off, everybody, and we'll be seeing you again in a couple days.